Yep, it's iceberg time again already, except I didn't make it this time. Credit for this iceberg goes to iceberg charts user Spider the Yandere. Shout out to them. Yeah, there's an entire site just for iceberg charts. So, since this is an art-centric channel that does like to cover comics, particularly infamously bad webcomics, why not a webcomics iceberg? I should note that every single one of these entries will be getting its own in-depth review in the future, so that's a lot of content to look forward to. You know, unless I already covered it, which I will mention when I get to it. Smack the subscribe button. For the Iceberg series here, each entry will be a general overview, as well as a look at any real-life lore around the webcomic. I will also be taking suggestions for an inevitable bonus tier, as well as throwing some on said bonus tier myself if I feel they're interesting enough to look at. But before that, we have a lot to cover, so what better place to begin than the beginning? This is the Webcomics Iceberg, Tier 1. Oh, and I will admit before we begin, this video will probably get a bit opinionated, so be aware of that going into this. Lore Olympus. Starting off strong with one from Webtoon, Lore Olympus is a romance story by Rachel Smythe. It draws from Greek mythology and is heavily based off of the abduction of Persephone, also referred to as the R-word that I can't say on YouTube of Persephone. It was an extremely successful and popular series for Webtoon, and there was even a short film, or should I say promo video, starring popular actress Sydney Sweeney to promote it. Most people that read it said that at a certain point the quality of the storytelling took a severe nosedive and never recovered. There were also some people that didn't like Smythe's representation of Greek mythology and revisionist storytelling, despite it being a work of fiction. Some people have never heard the phrase historical fiction, I guess. There was also LGBT themes in it that some people seem to dislike. Again, historical fiction, whatever. Anyway, now for the purpose of this iceberg, I will be reading the first 2 chapters of every entry, or a few shorts if it's just an episodic strip, just to get a better feel to describe to you what the series is like. I will also be reading reviews I found. I will read the top positive review and top negative review to see how people perceive the series. Again, every entry on this iceberg will get its own dedicated video where I give a full in-depth review, so stay tuned for that. This iceberg series is just to give a general overview on some interesting works people have posted online. Okay, so after looking at the first 2 chapters, the art style seems to be designed to appeal to Tumblr e-girls. While not necessarily a bad art style, the style is very apparent about who it's targeting. I will say, I think Artemis is my favorite design. It's Greek gods in the real world retelling the abduction of Persephone drawn for chicks that listen to Ice Nine Kills. Well, that's just my personal opinion, or should I say first impression. But let's see what other people have to say. Well, on book 1 anyway. Top positive review. Becca in the book says, 400 delicious pages of mutual pining. Obsessed. Top negative review. Eva B says, yeah, besides the art, I just don't get the hype for this one. Naive sunshine girl and grumpy older guy is a hard ship to sell me on, especially since this has a pretty big age gap. So much of a big deal was made of Persephone's naivete that it just made me feel uncomfortable. This also felt like nothing really happened? Question mark? Like, there were 2, maybe 3 plot points in this. On the plus side, I liked the art, and I liked Hades for the most part, and I really liked Hera, since she's usually made into a one-note jealous wife in Greek mythology retellings. I agree that the art, despite not being a particular fan of that kind of style, was executed quite well. It's pretty looking. You know, I like the colors. However, I'm not looking forward to reviewing this, but we'll get to it one day. That's Lore Olympus. Next, Paranatural. Paranatural is a comic by Zach Morrison in the action comedy supernatural genre. It's been ongoing for 14 years and only has 8 chapters? This I gotta see. Anyway, from the synopsis before doing my mandatory 2-chapter look, the story is about middle schoolers that fight ghosts, and the story seems quite popular despite only having 8 chapters over the course of 14 years. Guys, I've been working on Doomsayer since 2021. I'm already like halfway through chapter 17. Before giving you my 2-chapter look, I will say I absolutely hate the way the site it's hosted on is laid out. There is a ton of visual noise in the web design, and the pages aren't even centered on the screen. And it has my absolute pet peeve of webcomics, single pages that you have to click through rather than one chapter you just scroll down. Now, call me crazy, but I know why artists that have comics like this host it this way. it's ad revenue, okay? Getting a little tinfoil hat here, but I mean, this is probably why they do it like this. Look, you can have a single page on your website containing an entire chapter and be limited to how many ads per page get put on it, or split it up into single pages you have to click through and multiply that ad revenue indefinitely. Plus, the more pages that people go through, the longer they spend on your site, increasing your traffic. Granted, it's not as bad as that time I reviewed CtrlAltDel. That one was horrendous. Like, read that on iPad, is how I read it, because the desktop version, oh my god. Anyway, at the time of writing this, the website is chugging ass and not working properly. If you want your own dedicated site for your comic, I'd recommend using a service like Squarespace, like I do, and this would be an absolutely phenomenal spot to put a Squarespace sponsor, but your boy needs to pump those numbers up. Hit the subscribe button is what I'm saying. Do it. Do it now. But the little I did read, I found it quite charming, actually. It's about a family that moves into a convenience store, but ooh, there's spooky ghosts afoot. Despite having the dead mom trope that I don't really enjoy, I don't like that trope, I actually enjoyed the bit that I could read, and I wanted to read more actually, but the site is clearly built on old code and has issues. This is another reason I prefer the one-page full chapter approach. Well, anyway, let's take a look at the reviews. These reviews are being pulled from Goodreads, by the way, so top positive review. Connie says, another webcomic and I've managed to catch up. The humor is prevalent in this one. Seriously, it had me giggling so much. It's about some kids, a new one, and a teacher, and a Paranatural stuff that they fight against, combined with a bunch of people wanting to kill the new kid because he's new and he may have landed on one of the school bullies' face using his scooter. That's a run-on sentence, Connie. Johnny's actually nice, if you ignore the part where he steals and beats Max up. Johnny's cool. Also, it takes typical Paranatural tropes and twists them, and it's done hilariously. Also, good family dynamic and stuff. Thumbs up. Rating this webcomic on a scale of yes to no? Yes. Despite Goodreads telling me that there's a 1-star review that I was trying to see, as well as 10 2-star reviews, none of them would display. But the lowest score I saw was 4 stars, and the only review with anything to say was Otto here. Quote, a funny and over-the-top fantasy webcomic that constantly deconstructs and makes fun of the tropes of urban fantasy. With a nice and expressive cartoon style that evolves over time, it lends itself to charm and often plain weird story with eccentric characters. It is exiting surreal, has some Eastern elements, it's diverse, and it got one of the funniest bullies ever. Yeah, like I said, it was charming. Seems like the majority of people like this one. I would too if the site would work. On to the next one. Castle Swimmer. Another webtoon. This one is a story by Wendy Martin. Reading the synopsis, it appears that this one is about gay mermaids. Okay, so these two mermen are supposed to be a part of some prophecy, but then they run away together, or something along those lines. I'm assuming it's a story of struggling against your fate, you know, one of those, but these synopses, whatever the plural of that word is, are they're not doing a good job of explaining what's going on. So it's time for the mandatory 2-chapter read. Also, damn, it's long. Sitting at 169 webtoon episodes. Oh boy, after reading the first 2 chapters, I regret I said I was going to review all of these in depth at a later date. I really did not like this. But a better synopsis based on the first 2 chapters. So there's a bunch of fish people, and they all have some kind of ancient prophecy around a particular merman called the Beacon. The Beacon didn't fulfill the first prophecy according to the legend and wandered off. And there are shark people who are the antagonist group who want their pretty boy assassin to kill the Beacon for their own prophecy. After 2 chapters, it's obviously clear that the assassin and the Beacon are going to run away together, and I could just tell by the art style this was made by some Fujoshi with an active Tumblr account. However, hey, it's there if that's your jam, you know? Enjoy. I will note I'm not particularly fond of the art style. It kind of reminds me of YouTuber Holly Brown's art, but not as good. But hey, that's just my thoughts. Let's read some reviews. Top positive review. Drusilla says, Siren and Cap are so stinking cute. Unbelievably wonderful. A very nice story, but also quite bloody. I think it's addictive. I found myself watching it for much longer than I had planned. Heart eyes emoji, fish emoji, heart eyes emoji. Top negative review. Cassandra Gross says, Castle Swimmer starts with an interesting concept, a merman destined to fulfill prophecies who doesn't want to, and a mer shark at the heart of a prophecy he doesn't want to fulfill. Unfortunately, I think that this text lacks both world and character building, so there's little buy-in for the reader to follow along or care. Only surface level details of the two main characters are shared, neither of them apparently have any friends or interests, and they're both literally stuck in the same setting as they fail to come up with ideas on how to change their situations. I wanted to like this text, and unfortunately do not, so I will not be continuing to read it in subsequent volumes. Yeah, I wasn't feeling this one either, but, I'll take another look when I do the full in-depth review. Not to mention the women all kind of look like dudes. I don't know. It's just, I'm not... The art style is kind of putting me off a bit too. But, yeah. Hey, if you're into BL, though, y'all got another one to check out. So, next comic. Awkward Zombie. So we're leaving Webtoon territory with this one. Awkward Zombie is a parody gaming-based comic in the vein of stuff like Penny Arcade and CtrlAltDelete. It was created by Katie Tiedrick. The art style is very cartoony and the strips have no connection to one another. They all contain jokes pertaining to particular video games. As a webcomic about video games started in 2006, it has what I can only refer to as millennial writing. And as a millennial who also writes, I really hate that phrase, but I know exactly what it means. They mean awkward zombie. I'll get more into that phrase when I get around to reviewing this series in full. But that's what I think. What do other people think? Top positive review. Charles Goodrich says, "Just my type of humor. The perfect amount of absurdity makes this relatable to those part of nerd culture. Very strong parody that never tries to pretend it is satire. Unless it does, in which case it ends up nailing that too." Top negative review. So Goodreads says there's a 2-star review, but it's not displaying, so here's a 3-star one. Casey Metil says, "It was funny." Yet again, I'm not really looking forward to this review, but, hopefully the next one, which some of you guys actually recommended to me in the past, is pretty good. Homestuck. Yeah, I definitely heard of this one. So, Homestuck is actually classified as internet fiction and not quite a webcomic, but, it's got art and words working together to tell a story, so isn't that a comic? Although this comic adds another layer with interactivity, so wait, does that make it a video game? Whatever. Anyway, Homestuck is actually an entry in a larger set called MS Paint Adventures, created by Andrew Hussie. Hussie. So, Homestuck is long. Really long, clocking in at around 8,000 pages, so it's about some teenagers that work with aliens to create a new universe, or something like that. I don't know, this feels like one that I just have to check out myself, which I will, and honestly, it's a bit oddly formatted for a webcomic, but I'm definitely intrigued. This honestly needs to be expanded upon in its own video, as well as the rest of the MS Paint adventures. There's a bit of humor that's a bit of that, lol-so random style of the mid to late 2000s internet culture, at least in the first few pages, but I think we can all just chalk that up to the fact that it was made in the mid to late 2000s. At least the first bit of it. It's told in a bit of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of style. I don't know, I really just gotta save this one for a future video. It's a really neat concept, but let's take a look at the reviews. Top positive review. Nemo Death Skull Pages and Prozac says, "Modern-day Ulysses." Top negative review. Sharon says, "No." Next comic. Girl Genius. Girl Genius is an ongoing series dating as far back as 2001. It was created by husband-wife team Phil and Kaja Foglio. It's a pretty long series as it clocks in at 23 volumes and is still ongoing as of the time of recording this. The aesthetic is often referred to as steampunk, but the creators call it more of a gas lamp fantasy, which from my research is essentially still steampunk, but with a splash of Victorian-era England vibes, I think. I don't know, I'd still just call it steampunk. Look at it. The series also has companion novels as well. So the story revolves around Agatha Clay, who is known as a spark in this world. Turns out she finds out she's related to the House of Heterodine, renowned for scientific genius. She does a lot of experiments and people are after her for her heritage. Yet again, the synopsis I've come across are not as concise or straightforward as I like them to be, so it's time for the mandatory 2-chapter read. And yet again, I'm greeted with the dreaded click-through format, and yet again, the pages are not centered. At least the ads aren't that egregious. I will say the art is giving me someone that worships Disney vibes, but can't quite replicate it. Also some Ken Penders vibes, so yeah. Well, it's not really my vibe, but people who aren't me like it, so good for them. They must, since the series is so successful. But in all seriousness, I can't get over how Ken Pendersy the art looks. If it wasn't for the photographic evidence of Phil and Kaja, you could convince me this was a Penders going incognito. Now, as a comic artist / writer myself, there is one thing you need to do your best to avoid, and that's the dreaded wall of text. Comics are a visual storytelling medium. Main focus is on the visuals. Girl Genius has a lot of text. But some people don't mind that. I do think it's a bit wordy. So my synopsis based off the first bit of it is that this Agatha Clay is studying science experiments related to machines and is robbed of her locket. This locket identified her as an heir to this heterodyne house, and now people are after her. So yeah, I guess the synopsis I did read were pretty accurate, just too wordy. Much like the comic itself, based off of my first impressions. But let's take a look at the reviews. Top positive review. Gwen, the Gwendolyn reading method, says, "The most perfect thing in the world." Okay, good for you, Gwen. Top negative review at 2 stars. Milky says, "I don't know. I should have liked this book. After all, it was chock full of steampunky goodness and gorgeous clanky robots. But the artwork is way too manga-ish, with exaggerated facial expressions and hard-to-follow action scenes. The plot is convoluted with too many characters, yet every few pages another one is introduced. There's a jarring switch from lovely sepia tones, which seems better suited for the steampunk theme, to brilliant day-glow colors. Sorry, but I left my black light back in my 70s bedroom. It's like stepping through a doorway and suddenly they're not only not in Kansas anymore, but all the characters now look like extras from HR Puffin stuff. Even a cynical talking cat, the only character I could stand, can't keep this Technicolor airship from crashing." So, yeah, this one seems kind of hit or miss. I am interested in revisiting it, though, and all its Ken Penders looking artwork in the future. Magical Boy. From Genius Girl to Magical Boy. Let me guess, it's about a boy who's magical? This one's on Tapas, so I'm expecting BL. Rather than homogenizing various synopses into one, I'm actually just going to read you the author's description here, unless it's unavailable. So, and we're in luck, because on Tapas you need to put one. So, Magical Boy is a Tapas series by an author going by The Cow. That's K-A-O, not C-O-W. Anyway, Cow says, "Max is your average high school student trying to get through life as himself. He may not be your average boy, being assigned female at birth, but he's set on being the man he is. Though trying to come out to his parents is one thing, his mom coming out as a magical girl is another. Now it is Max's responsibility to take on the family tradition of becoming the next magical girl and save humanity." Okay, so it is LGBT. Heavy emphasis on the T for this one. Not surprised. Tapas, for me at least, seems to be heavily populated with this genre. Well, let's keep an open mind and give it a shot. So, after my mandatory 2-chapter read, it's honestly an interesting read. As a straight TM, I don't really engage with LGBT stories too frequently. You can see that in my boyfriend's review. But this one got my interest with its colorful art. The art is really pretty. I love the colors. Anyway, this character Max is a trans man that's the descendant of Aurora, a goddess of light that's destined to fight some deity of darkness called the Void. In Chapter 2, it's implied the Void is returning and that Max is on the verge of coming out as transgendered. Honestly, I'm kind of interested to see where this one goes, despite not really engaging with LGBT media too frequently. A lot of LGBT stuff in the first tier, huh? Well, let's check out the next one, but before we do, reviews for Magical Boy. Top positive review. Emil says, "Max has magical powers, but we all know that the real magic is the friendships we made and the confidence we gained and the genders we respected and the monsters we hunted along the way. Very excited for book 2. Top negative review. There were 3 1-star reviews, but I decided to put Icebergs here, who said they're an LGBT person, you know, the target demographic. It is quite long, so I'm going to speed up the read, okay? So, Iceberg says, "I was so intrigued with the concept as a gender-fluid person who loves everything gay, but I love everything gay." I'm sorry, I don't know. But buying this book felt like a waste of money. Before I get into the negative, I want to point out some of the stuff I did like. I thought the blurring of the dead name was a very cool artistic touch. I would have preferred it to be actually unreadable, but oh well. Also, I like the outfit changes. I'm glad that Max got to figure out how to own the whole magical boy thing, and despite hating this book, a part of me still wants to find out what happens next, so props, I guess. I'm also thankful for the offhand remark of not wearing a binder all the time, but there really should have been more binder safety tips. No one should promote the use of a binder without providing the information of 1, not sleeping with it or exercising with it on, and 2, taking binder breaks. Honestly, I feel like this book is outside of my age group. I'm a teenager, and the way this book is presented just feels so babyish. First off, it's just plain weird how the author overgeneralizes groups. As an example is Christians equal homophobic. Christians can be homophobic, but the religion is painted in such a negative light that it feels as mean as homophobia. I didn't know I needed to say this, but there are queer Christians. Whoa, mind-blowing. The homophobic people in the book are not multifaceted in any way. They are bullies, end of story. The whole thing is very black and white, good guys and bad guys. I found myself laughing at this book, not laughing with it, at it, and cringing. The book is very cringe. I'm sorry, but it is. And again, I'm sorry, but the colors are so flat, the book is ugly looking in my opinion. Me, a bisexual person struggling with finding their gender and pronouns, felt indoctrinated while reading this book. I don't know. It felt like gay propaganda, and a poorly written one at that. The dialogue, Also, was the swearing really necessary? If that was the cow trying to make the book sound more grown-up, it didn't work. Overall, this book is a lousy piece of queer media, in my opinion. It felt like reading bad fan fiction written by a closeted 13-year-old with a limited worldview, in my opinion. Well, would I recommend the book? No. There are other books that highlight the trans experience in a much better and healthier way. May I suggest The Magic Fish instead? I can definitely see why people would enjoy this book, though. It just wasn't my cup of tea. In fact, I didn't consider it tea at all. It was more like to sewer sludge. But at the end of the day, I'm just a hater, and for this book, I wear that label with pride. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Go read The Glass Scientist instead. Peace. Wow. Okay. What a review. Yikes. Yeah, my one complaint so far in just the 2 chapters I read is the clear bully being a Christian Aryan girl. Like, come on. But that's about it. Interested to read a bit further. Next comic. Fangs. We got another one from Tapas, so that's good. That means I can just read the author's own synopsis. This is a story from Sarah Anderson. Yes, the Sarah Scribbles Sarah Anderson. From 2019, so this is relatively recent work. So, the synopsis taken straight from the Tapas page, written by Anderson. Vamp is 300 years old, but in all that time she has never met her match. This all changes one night in a bar when she meets a charming werewolf. Fangs chronicles the humor, sweetness, and awkwardness of meeting someone perfectly suited to you, but also vastly different. So, we got ourselves a creature romance. Alright, let's give it a look. Okay, so it's a series of shorts with gags about a romance between a werewolf and a vampire. I will say, however, the romance moves way too fast. Like, a common critique of the romance genre is how slow some stories move, but this one feels like it has the opposite problem. I do think the black and white art is pretty nice. I'll give a full review sooner rather than later, probably with a look at some of her other work too. I do think this page of the vampire getting dressed without a reflection is pretty funny though. But hey, let's take a look at the reviews though, huh? Top positive review. Chan Star says, cute. I guess Chan thought it was cute. Top negative reviews from Sam Quixote here. And man, we gotta do 2 times speed again. Alright. Elsie's a vampire and Jimmy's a werewolf, and their girlfriend and boyfriend, and hilarity ensues in Waffle Waffle. Sarah Anderson moves away from her Sarah Scribbles gag trips to produce basically the same thing, albeit with less cartoony art and centered around vampire werewolf tropes. What's your type, Elsie asks? Blood type, that is. Ugh. Did you ever date another werewolf? Yes, cute girl, but could turn into a real bitch. And did you ever date a vampire? Yeah, he sucked. Hardy har har. Werewolves are like dogs. Look, Jimmy hates the postman because he's a werewolf, and that's like a dog. He chases squirrels, she takes a selfie, but she's a vampire, so she's invisible. Sunlight, silver blood, all the expected bullshit is here. Your mileage will vary depending on your sense of humor, but I found Fangs to be full of really obvious, predictable, unoriginal, unfunny, tedious, vapid, banal, and self-satisfied, easy jokes. Quote unquote. I was bored from start to finish, but I can see plenty of people raving about her strips because they seem designed for the social media crowd who consider looking at Instagram reading. If you thought her last Sarah Scribbles was bad, Sarah Anderson hasn't improved now that she's decided to write for the Twilight crowd. Fangs, but no thanks, Sarah. I mean, I kind of liked it a little bit. I don't know. I look forward to taking another look in a full review. Probably sooner rather than later. Hark, a Vagrant. Hark, a Vagrant is a series of short strips created from 2007 to 2018 by Canadian artist Kate Beaton. Why did I have to mention she's Canadian? Because every source I looked at did too. So I'm guessing this one's about poutine, geese, maple syrup, and Nickelback, right? Nah, I'm just trolling. I love you, Canada. You guys are cool. Anyway, Hark, a Vagrant is a satirical collection of short strips revolving around historical figures and events, with characters like the Founding Fathers and Napoleon Bonaparte making appearances. Some sources say that some of her writing is feminist in nature, but having looked through a few, I don't really see what would be defined as feminism. Just because you cover female figures from history doesn't mean it's in direct support of feminism. I'm sure if I do some digging, maybe she said so in an interview, you know, but I mean, like, women's history is included in all history. It's all important. Not to mention there were certainly some women throughout history who were very much not good people that you don't want to admire, such as, like, Elizabeth Bathory or Marie Antoinette. Very evil people. Anyway, Looking through these strips, they're not always that historical, Sometimes they're just one-off gags that have nothing to do with anything. But oftentimes they are, so I guess that's where the history tag comes from. Now, I like history, but I'm not the biggest history buff on the planet, so maybe I'm not necessarily the target audience for this. Also, I'm more interested in ancient history than, like, colonial times, which the few strips I read seem to focus on. The art is all black and white and a bit fast and loose, and I kind of like it, actually. Sometimes it feels like it's bordering on Dadaist. It's a unique approach in my opinion, but as always, let's see what other people have to say about Hark, a Vagrant. Top positive review. Andy Marr, who is an author actually, says, "This is a very, very funny book, a book that pokes fun at a host of historic leaders, revolutionaries, and general arseholes, as well as some of history's most interesting authors and the characters they created. A good number of the jokes are likely to go over your head, especially if you're not much into history and literature. If I'm honest, I only half understood quite a number of these comics, despite having a degree in history and a full-blown love affair with books. Despite this, I giggled like a little child at even the most obscure pages. It's strange to find yourself laughing out loud at a joke you don't fully comprehend, but there's something quite liberating about it too. So embrace your ignorance, embrace the absurdity, read this book and laugh yourself silly, just like I did." And he adds a little note about ignorance. "Unless you're a genius, in which case you should already know Brands fell asleep while listening to Liszt and All About Susan B. Anthony." Okay. Apparently knowing about Susan B. Anthony makes you a genius. Like, come on, everybody knows she was, like, the first feminist. Like, it's not... Everyone knows that. They teach that in grade school. Anyway, top negative review. So there were a handful of one-star reviews, but I think Panda Incognito here gave the most detailed one with the least amount of I just didn't like it energy, So, Panda says, "I think I laughed once. I smiled maybe a total of 16 times. For the rest of my reading experience, I felt a growing disdain for the author who has no concept of humor that does not involve foul language or sexual references. Even though I was familiar with most of the historical and literary references employed in these comics, Beaton only did about 5 clever things with them. Otherwise, the punchlines fell flat, and most of them were pure garbage. Honestly, I got this book expecting some crass humor, but I was surprised to discover that there was almost nothing else. If you cannot think of anything funnier than historical figures and literary characters illustrated as compulsively spewing vulgarity and sexual references, then knock yourself out. This book is for you. Also, while you're knocked out, I won't miss you." God damn, savage. However, if you're the kind of person who expects things to be funnier than the average 4th grader's dirty jokes, take a pass. So, yeah, that was Hark, a Vagrant. I will be taking a second look for an in-depth review, probably sooner than later, because I didn't dislike what I read, although I didn't necessarily like it either. I don't know, I feel like I gotta give it a second go. This comic gave me that kind of energy. Anyway, next up. The Glass Scientist. The Glass Scientist is a series created by Sage Kotugno in 2015 and ongoing to this day. The story is illustrated by Kotugno and other artists including Julia Elliott, Lucy Zhu, and Tina Purin. Forgive any mispronunciations. Looking at the cover, I can just tell it's going to be LGBT. I don't know what it is, but for some reason this art style is like triggering a gaydar, I guess. Sorry, poor choice of words, but I'd argue that it's like Tumblr art style, which, I mean, hey, it's all well and good if you like it, more power to you, but like, y'all can draw LGBT stories in different art styles, just so you know. Anyway, we got all that. It seems to be a mashup of public domain stuff, including Dr. Frankenstein and Jekyll and Hyde, but let's see what the author says in their synopsis, and oh boy, it's really long, so I'm just going to speed it up 2 times. The city of London is not the safest place for mad scientists. 30 years after the death of infamous Dr. Frankenstein, the citizens have gotten awfully good at killing monsters, destroying laboratories, and generally wrecking anything new or strange looking. Soon, every scientist within city limits will find themselves behind bars unless someone can turn their luck around. That someone is a respected gentleman and socialite who also happens to be a scientist himself. He believes that mad science, or rogue science as he prefers, could flourish in London, only it could improve its reputation in the public eye, and he plans to give it one hell of an image makeover. With the help of a ragtag group of scientists from across the globe, he plans to end the reign of fear and superstition that has held London captive for decades, so long as no one discovers his one little secret, a secret that could ruin him and unravel the lives of everyone he knows. This man's name is Dr. Henry Jekyll. Set amidst the landscape of bubbling potions and misunderstood monsters, the Glass Scientist explores themes of identity and self-acceptance in a world ruled by shame and fear. This story includes LGBTQ themes and characters. The story also includes many references to characters from Victorian literature. Check back soon for a full list of references. Under construction. Recommended for ages 13+. Content warning: light swearing, action, violence, blood, body horror, sexual themes, depictions of homophobia, transphobia, mental illness, and trauma. Okay, well, quite descriptive. Alright, so now it's time for the mandatory 2-chapter read, and we're back to the dreaded uncentered pages and click-through format. Well, the ads aren't too bad, though. Alright, so the story is about this rich dude that collects science experiments gone wrong, like the werewolf at the start of the story. I'll admit, I didn't finish the first chapter because the characters just kept babbling on and on with an excess of exposition. Have you guys ever played an Atlas-made game? You know how sometimes it feels like the dialogue almost goes in a loop, feeling like it's there for padding rather than progressing the plot or character development? That's kind of what that felt like. Despite making jokes about the Tumblr art style, the colors are very beautiful. Like, seriously, hats off to the colorists. But let's see what other people said about The Glass Scientist. Top positive review. Crustaceo says, I love gay people. I don't know, I found that funny. Gay people are pretty cool. Top negative review. Ash says, thank you to Razorbill and Penguin Team for an advanced copy of this book in exchange for an honest review. Oh, so they got a review copy. Okay. So Ash says, it's really unfortunate to say that I don't think I've ever struggled through a graphic novel as much as I have with this one. Despite really appreciating the art style, I really could not get in the story very well. Punctuation, lady. We threw right into it with honestly too many characters to keep track of. It was hard to remember who was who beyond our main cast, Jekyll, Hyde, Rachel, Lanyon, and the wolf guy I can't remember the name of, and of course Frankenstein and their monster. The main cast is already a ton of creatures to keep track of, and then we're introduced to 30-ish more scientists. Wow, it was a lot, and really no one stood out to me, unfortunately. Also, this book is marketed as young adult, however, all the characters are adults beyond university age. They use curse words, talk about sex, shagging, and definitely get a bit too drunk a few times, and yet this book is marketed for 12 and up. I definitely say that's a bit generous. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit outside the target demographic, and the excessive exposition at the start kind of turned me off to it, but I'll definitely give it another shot in the future. Next comic, Goonish Shive. Goonish Shive is a webcomic that feels like it's going to give my computer various STDs with the amount of ads on its site. This is worse than the time I looked at Ctrl-Alt-Delete. Holy shit. Anyway, this story is by Dan Shive. So, the synopsis taken straight from Shive is a strange comic about a group of teenagers and the bizarre, often supernatural situations that they face. It includes a continuing storyline with non-linear joke comics on the side. Warning, often ignores the laws of physics. Alright, well, that didn't give me much, but let's update our antivirus software and give it a look. Well, the story started in 2002 and is giving me the same vibes as Ctrl-Alt-Delete, which also started in 2002. There are some jokes that make me blow a little air out of my nose, and the characters are unlikable so far. Again, my biggest problem is the adware all over the site it's hosted on. It's, like, ridiculous with how many ads there are on it. Like, damn, dude. Like, with how many ads are on it, the author has the gall to ask for Patreon donations? Get out of here. I would read this, but I'll have to check it out on a different site where the ads don't make it illegible. No, I'm not going to install an ad blocker. I'm a YouTuber. Google will assassinate you for that. That's hyperbole, but not really. Also, there are so many different ad blockers, I don't even want to be bothered, you know? But, let's check out the reviews. Top positive review. Vera says, Goonish Shive is an incredibly long series running for over 20 years at EGScomics.com. This collection is a nice little booklet of the first 150-ish comic pages out of 2,800. It's not perfect being that this was drawn and written in 2001 when Dan was just starting out. There's a lot of rough patches. The art's amateurish, the writing can be both dense and light at the same time, and it's not very consistent. Still, despite the really humble beginnings, people loved it, so Dan kept it up. 20 years later, Goonish Shive is one of the best webcomics on the internet, especially when it comes to LGBT and mental health threat. Characters will nonchalantly change genders or date the opposite sex or even come to terms with their own asexuality. All this while weaving in stories of high school kids dealing with fantastical going-ons in their own backyard. That's science fiction mumbo-jumbo. There's nerds reference galore that also don't feel obtrusive or annoying. There's moments of genuine heart that makes me cry so much, and just thinking about it had me feeling a whole lot. Dan's art and writing has improved so goddamn much over the years that going back and reading from the start, i.e. this book, is such a nostalgia trip. I adore Goonish Shive. I always will. Well, I didn't get far enough to see the LGBT stuff, but hey, that's cool. A lot of gay stuff in this first tier, huh? Hey, that's all well and good. The gays are okay. Anyway, top negative review. Well, despite Goodreads telling me that there are 2- and 3-star reviews, none of them will display. As a matter of fact, only the previous review was available, so I can't really gauge what someone who didn't like it would say. My biggest problem is the excessive amount of ads on the website. I'll check it out again, but probably not on the official site. More ads than a long YouTube video on the TV app, good lord. Well, next up, check please. We got another webtoon. This one is from creator Ngozi Ukazu. Forgive my most likely poor pronunciation. This one launched in 2013 and is still ongoing. So, straight from the author's mouth to the webtoon page to my regurgitation in this video verbatim, Ukazu's synopsis for the series, quote, Eric Biddle is a former Georgia junior figure skating champion, vlogger extraordinaire, and amateur patissier. Why couldn't you just write baker? But as accomplished as he is, nothing could prepare him for his freshman year of playing hockey at the prestigious Samuel University in Samuel, Massachusetts. It's nothing like co-ed club hockey back in the South. For one, there's Checkin'. Second, there is Jack, his very attractive but moody captain. Ooh. So it looks like we got another BL. Damn, there's a lot of gay stuff on the first tier. Damn. Alright, sounds like Yuri on Ice, but with hockey instead. Let's give it a fair shot, though, you know? That is the mandatory 2-chapter read I gave myself. So, right off the bat, we got the Tumblr art style, so I was right on the money identifying it as BL. And yeah, I'm not liking this. Not for it being BL, that's totally fine. But for its negative portrayal of heterosexual men right in the second chapter, certain language in this comic, even just reading through the first few panels, feels like the author is more of a propagandist than an artist. Maybe Ukazu got a little bit better as it went along, but what I can only call heterophobia, I guess, is bugging me. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt, though, when I revisit it. However, let's see what other people has to say about it. So, top positive review. CC, Problems of a Book Nerd, says, this series is one of the best things that ever happened to me. I read it first in college, reread it as I was graduating, and now I get to read the first 2 years as collected physical books. Biddy owns my heart, and I plan to cry about him for the rest of time. He's my perfect, soft-loving, patriot-happy, gay, hockey-playing southern gentleman. Read this. Then get up to date with the webcomic so we can all yell together. Alright, well, glad CC enjoyed it. Top negative review. Tatiana says a lot, so we're gonna have to speed this one up too. She says, just rated this comic highly, can you help me out? Am I reading this wrong? I'm all on board of a story about a gentle pie-baking gay hockey player who gets embraced by his bro dumbass teammates and finds love, and I can understand why I personally didn't like how the story is written. Sometimes hard to understand. Jack is so not swoon, the only one female character who almost has no speaking lines, but others think it's all cute and fine. Okay, tastes different, but why is no one mentioning that while Biddy's friends are gay-friendly, they talk disgustingly about women? Winter Screw? Poor guy's probably up in his room getting stuck by another Zimmerman puck bunny? What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck indeed. What? Puck bunny? I don't have a problem with the fact that they are hockey bros saying these things, but I have a problem with the fact that this bullshit isn't challenged by the narrative. Oh no, they are just really awesome friends and teammates. Barf. Would everyone have let it pass if this comic was written by a man? I just don't get it. The prince and the dressmaker was cute and kind. This one, problematic in my opinion. Really, Morris Committee. You couldn't find anything better to put on your shortlist? So, yeah, this one seems a bit hit or miss. Personally, I don't like the portrayal of the heterosexual men in the second chapter, or episode, I guess, but as aforementioned, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt moving forward. It was just 2 chapters I read. Alright, next up we got one I have heard about, but never checked out. Eddsworld. Eddsworld is not a comic. It's a series of flash animations. Having said that, there are comics about it, produced by the creator Ed Gould. This is a bit of a rabbit hole that I'm going to save for its own dedicated video. I will, of course, take a look at these comics as well. Unfortunately, the creator Ed Gould passed away in 2012. Rest in peace. I know a lot of people really love this franchise. This series intrigues me, and I'm looking forward to checking it out, but I'm just going to move on for now. Eddsworld will be looked at on the channel in depth, so stay tuned for that. Cyanide and Happiness. This is a webcomic I don't have to do much research for because I've been following it for decades at this point. Cyanide and Happiness started in 2005 and has been ongoing to this day. It was a team of 4 creators that made it. Chris Wilson, Rob Denblaker, Dave McElfatrick, and up until 2014, Matt Melvin. This is a series of short comedic strips with the jokes usually being on the darker or edgy side, although on occasions the humor can lean a bit more on the lighter side. While this is an episodic series, there are times when a story arc is implemented or recurring characters such as the purple-shirted eye stabber make an appearance. The artwork is what some might call crude, but it fits the more over-the-top tone. Not to mention some of the darker visual gags probably wouldn't be as funny if someone with higher skills drew them and they would just be dark without the humor. Cyanide and Happiness was so popular and successful it even got 4 seasons of an animated series. It also released a few card and video games. Personally, Call me crazy, but I think some of my favorite strips from this series are from the infamous Depressing Comics Week. Once a year for a week, the creators would make these incredibly dark, unfunny strips. The punchline is just sadness. It feels so incredibly jarring from the rest of the strips, but I can't help but like them. Why? I don't know. I might have problems. No, rather, I do have problems. Anyway, let's take a look at the reviews. Top positive review. Miss Ryoko says, "Ha ha, these comics are spectacular. I am only familiar with one Cyanide and Happiness comic prior to this, so I was looking forward to reading the Book of Comics compilations. They were great, and I will definitely read the next one." Top negative review. Mark Robinson says, "Really hated this one. Cartoon strips featuring stick figures who do unexpectedly offensive, often violent things. The problem is it's filled with old jokes and bad puns, and they often aim their attacks at those with less power rather than those with more." That's a run-on sentence. Consider two typical strips. One shows a woman asking a man when he's finally going to fix a leaky pipe. She suggests duct tape, and he says it's worth a shot and puts it over her mouth. That's funny. Another strip shows a guy talking to a girl on a couch at a party when he realizes she's not actually listening to him but is passed out. He squeezes her breast, and that's the entire joke. They think they're being edgy, but the best they're doing is... What? They think they're being edgy, but at best they're doing the equivalent of recycling dead baby jokes. Grade F. Alright, well, I disagree, Mr. Robinson, but whatever. Well, that was the wildly popular Cyanide and Happiness. Most of you guys have probably seen it before clicking on this video. Next comic. Space Boy. Wrapping Tier 1 up with a webtoon. Space Boy is a story by Stephen McCrane. It's been ongoing since 2018 and currently sits at 355 or 363 chapters? I'm actually confused. What's up with this? Anyway, let me just read the description the author provided to Webtoon for a synopsis. Quote, "A girl who belongs in a different time, a boy possessed by an emptiness as deep as space, a story about an alien artifact, a mysterious murder, and a love that crosses light years." Yeah, that didn't really give much away. Sci-fi, romance, murder mystery, I guess? Well, guess I gotta do my mandatory 2-chapter read. Alright, so after my 2-chapter read, it appears that the two main characters, Space Boy, I guess, he wasn't named in the first chapter, and a girl named Amy. Space Boy is lost in some void, and Amy lives on some space colony. Amy's dad gets fired from his job, then they have to move to Earth. I'm assuming at some point early on, Amy and Space Boy are going to meet, and maybe a love story will unfold, or a murder mystery. I know the author didn't want to give too much away in the description, you know, but I feel like I need to read a bit further to see the direction of the story, to give you a better summary. The art style actually gives me retro Hanna-Barbera cartoon vibes, especially the Jetsons with the space setting. I like it, it's cute. But let's read the reviews. Top positive review. Melissa Heart Dog / Wolf Lover Heart Martin says, "I love this graphic novel. It was sad and sweet and good." Top negative review. Naja says, "This seemed a little short and like it was missing the hooks that were supposed to pull me into the graphic novel series. This might be on me. I often feel this way about graphic novels. The art style was kind of cute, but the dialogue felt a little stilted in the way it was used for exposition." Seems we all agree that the art style was kind of cute. Anyway, that's it for Space Boy. And that's it for Tier 1 of the Webcomics Iceberg. So, took a peek ahead at some of the stuff at the bottom, and I really wish I didn't. Some minor corrections to the previous tier. Apparently, Persephone is pronounced like Persephone, but I think it's funny, so maybe I'll do the whole review for it when I get to it in a Chill's voice. Number 11. Lore Olympus follows the romance of Hades and Persephone, Greek gods from ancient mythology. Or not. So yeah, my bad, it's Persephone. Oh, also, Zach Morris has a chronic wrist injury, which is why, despite Paranatural running for so long, it doesn't have too many chapters, so I feel like an asshole now. Oh, and one more thing. There was also this comment that irritated me, again, pertaining to Lore Olympus. Like, look, dude, I am right there with you, and wholeheartedly agree. Due to YouTube's automated bots, there are certain words I can't say without getting the video flagged. Getting your video flagged is something that every YouTuber doesn't want. Also, speaking etymologically, in the context it was used, the word used to mean something along the lines of abduction or to take, and not necessarily what it means today. Even using it in historical context is a no-no to YouTube. Trust me, I don't like censoring myself for these alternative words that circumvent the auto-flag system. It really devalues the impact of these words and takes all the seriousness out of them. Another example being unalive. It ain't great, but it's what we gotta do. So moving forward, Tier 2 is looking like it has the most comics and the most that I'm actually familiar with. If you're just tuning in, this iceberg will get a bit opinionated with my first impressions of each series, so be prepared for that. Also check out the first Tier 2. So, enough preamble, this is the Webcomics Iceberg, Tier 2. Anonymous Asexual. Before even looking this one up, I'm assuming this is another LGBTQIA+ story. Emphasis on the A. Spider the Yandere, the Iceberg creator, must have really liked LGBT stories. Well, let's take a look. So, Anonymous Asexual is a story by a person named Luna. They don't provide a description of the story in Tapas, just a bio. But one of the first links I got when Googling it was the Bad Webcomics Wiki. Oh boy. So this webcomic started in 2015 and is still ongoing, and the Bad Webcomics Wiki is calling the genre SJW soapboxing. Thrilling. Let's see if we can pull an unbiased synopsis, which I can't. So I'll just read the first few chapters or shorts and give you what I got from it. Okay, so it appears to be a series of episodic strips revolving around this character Luna. Yes, the same name as the author, so I'm assuming it's meant to be autobiographical. However, this seems to just be a series of strawman comics where Luna puts anybody they deem opposition into some kind of antagonistic one-off character and creates an imaginary argument where they always come out on top. The art style is very Tumblr-y, but somehow not quite as good. So, no surprise on the art style given the LGBT genre. Admittedly, I am not the target audience for this one. However, I wasn't the target audience for Magical Boy, and that one piqued my interest. I also thought Boyfriends, when I reviewed it, was kind of a cute romance, just a tad boring, despite not really being interested in BL. It is entirely possible to intrigue readers outside your target demographic with good writing. The art is quite stiff, and all the strawman characters are depicted as these, amorphous blobs. So now I understand why the Bad Webcomics Wiki was the first link that showed up. Really wasn't feeling this one, not to mention going through the first 10 or so strips, there was hardly any mention of asexuality. The thing that's in the title. But that's just my first impression. Let's read the reviews. So usually I go to Goodreads, but I don't think this one got officially published, so I had to look elsewhere. There was, however, a Reddit thread on this series. The creator of this thread, a now deleted user, says, "I've been assuming that everyone collectively agrees that the anonymous asexual is more like the unanimously bad asexual due to their aggressive posts, lack of self-awareness, and just cringe for someone who is in their adult years. But I've seen some people unironically repost comics of theirs, so now I'm a little confused. How do you all feel? If you like them, I was never here. Lol." Professor of Ice says, "They're not my favorite personally, but I think they're usually pretty harmless. Most complaints I see about them are either BC the person complaining or is aphobic or because they find them cringy, neither of which is a sufficient reason in my mind for the amount of vitriol people seem to have towards them, which reinforces my suspicion that a lot of hatred of them is still the echoes of when Ace discourse started to truly rear its head on Tumblr a few years back, and as well-known Ace blogger, they were a big target. Just like, while I don't have strong opinions on Thomas Sanders, I do still get wary of people who deeply vehemently hate him because I saw his reputation start to get torn down when he posted something in support of Aces in real time. Some people on the internet making imperfect but seemingly well-intended and usually harmless content. Nothing for me to get up in arms about, nor super invested in." Yeah, it was a bit cringy, but I didn't despise it like some other people seem to. Honestly, it might just be a target demo problem for me. Hey, if you're an asexual person and you enjoy these comics, more power to you. Honestly, enjoy. Next comic. Assigned Male. Well, from one LGBT comic to another, people are going to think I'm queer baiting at this point. I'm not. Don't blame me. Blame Spider the Yandere. Before even looking this one up, I'm under the assumption that this one's about transgenderism. Okay, so we got our synopsis here from Wikipedia. Yeah, I know. No, not Wikipedia. I prefer a website that was last updated in 1998 and could give my computer a variety of nasty malware for an appropriate source. Or so the educators go. Quote, Assigned Male is a webcomic illustrated and written by Sophie LeBeau. It draws upon her experiences as a trans girl and woman. Comic and series of zines address issues of gender norms and privilege. It began in October 2014 and is ongoing, published in English and French. The webcomic is released in printed anthologies on LeBel's online store. Oh boy, I can already tell I'm not gonna like this. Not that it's about transgenderism, that's whatever, it's the privilege in the synopsis that made me groan. And upon further investigation, I do not deem this a comic. This is a work of propaganda. Rather than give you my thoughts here, this series will be included in a planned video looking at propaganda comics, in a sort of compilation style video. The art's okay, I guess. On to reviews, we'll revisit this as well as take a look at other propaganda comics in the future. So, let's look at the reviews. Top positive review. Tina Athena says, "This is great, smart, funny, laid out with no nonsense, would recommend for all audiences 11+. Personally, I'd say 18+, but that's a can of worms I'm not going to open until a later date. Top negative review. Strawberry Library Reviews says a lot. So, it's time to speed up the read. So, Eminem here says, Mom Spaghetti. Eminem here says, what the heck is wrong with Steele's eyes on the cover? Why is it bulging out like that? Does she have a tumor pressing up behind her eye or some shit? The artwork itself is pretty mad. There's not been much improvement since LeBel did her first strip of Assigned Male. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that in and of itself if the storytelling is good and entertaining. Look at Cyanide and Happiness, for example. However, the narrative is unrealistic. Often Stevie, who is supposed to be an elementary school kid, sounds like a college professor for LGBT studies. Kids just do not sound/talk like that, even if they're bright. This author has been lauded in the past as a role model for trans people, especially trans children, but be forewarned that this author is part of the ABDL community. I'm having fucking flashbacks. And uses photos of actual children to create diaper fur art for other people to wank off to. What? Oh boy. Not looking forward to reviewing this one. I read Assigned Male in the past after hearing about it, and the comic features children, elementary school age, talking about sex genitals, adult jokes, etc., etc. It always came off as squicky to me, and now knowing the author is a pedophile and into baby fur, I get why. Not only that, but this degenerate has worked as an elementary school teacher and camp counselor. Jesus fucking Christ. Just to be clear, I'm LGBT friendly / an ally. However, I am not pedo / ABDL friendly. Anyone who supports pedo / ABDL shit needs to GTFO. People like Sophie LeBel, Riley Kylo, and Stephanie Walsh give trans people a bad name. Whoa, okay. Wow. Looks like we are going to have to do some real-life investigation when we get to the full review of this one. Wow. Not sure if I should stick this in my planned propaganda comics video or now put it back into its own dedicated video. Depends on the investigation. We'll see. Well, I knew I wasn't going to like this one, and I got what I expected, and a whole lot more from that review. We'll revisit this one when we get to the propaganda comics, but for now, we're just going to press on. Dinosaur Comics. Finally leaving the LGBT space for the prehistoric space. Dinosaur Comics is a series of comics about dinosaurs. Shocking. Well, let me give you the synopsis. According to the website it's hosted on, the creator, Ryan North, says that Dinosaur Comics is about talking dinosaurs. And that's it. No further explanation. Wikipedia basically says the same thing, but does mention that the main characters are a T-Rex, an Udoraptor, and a Dromaeosaurus. Whatever that is. Well, we'll just have to take a look at the first few strips, won't we? Okay, so after looking at the first few strips, this comic has pretty much zero background and recycled art. It has that really cringe millennial writing style, but not the, like, that just happened shit. The, let me use bigger words to make a blatantly obvious statement because the character swallowing a thesaurus makes it funny style. Similar to that one comic by Nathan W. Pyle, what was it called? Strange Planet. The joke is that they're using fancy words. Thus, the joke is not funny for anyone with an IQ above room temperature. I will say, though, that the recycled artwork and crude layout of Dinosaur Comics lend themselves quite nicely to meme culture, and I'm surprised I haven't seen any meme edits of this. So, let's see if we can find reviews. So, from Goodreads here, top positive review. Steph says, Ryan North, writing comics about everything from the male gaze to Wikipedia articles about chickens. What's not to like? Personally, I don't trust anyone that uses the phrase male gaze unironically, so I don't know if I'm going to enjoy reading the rest of this. Top negative review. Goodreads says there's 3 and 1-star reviews, but Goodreads being Goodreads doesn't display them. Might have to look at a different site for reviews, but here's a 4-star one. Josh says, still pretty good, but I think he may be running out of material. Yeah, I wasn't really feeling this one, felt millennial cringe, and I say that as a millennial who has no doubt at one point or another committed cringe. So, moving on. Mr. Boop. Mr. Boop is a comic by Alec Robbins. The synopsis, according to Robbins' own summary on Webtoons, is, it's the true story about me being married to my real wife, Betty Boop. What? So, upon actually reading the first few strips, I believe I stumbled upon an avant-garde masterpiece. It depicts the author Alec Robbins as himself married to fictional cartoon character Betty Boop. Yes, that Betty Boop. I don't want to dwell on it for too long because I want to save some of my genuine reaction for its own dedicated video, but the art style is very sketchy and cartoony, but like in a good way, and the dialogue looks like it's all written by hand and not typed. It's got a surprisingly strong visual language. I think Alec Robbins might be a big fan of the cartoon character Betty Boop, but I'm not sure. It seems that every strip is depicting a perfect married life in almost a power fantasy way. The storytelling belongs in the theater of the absurd, as every single strip ends with each spouse professing their love to one another. Almost like there's no conflict and this is a picture-perfect relationship. It's kind of funny in an absurd way, but if it drags and there's no conflict, I don't know if I'll praise it in my inevitable review. However, I liked what I read. It's stupid, but in a really fun way. Let's see the reviews. Top positive review. Clint says, incredibly funny and weird, and such a daring provocation of copyright. Brown bricks. Top negative review. Stephen Colbert says, rather silly and bizarre. Doesn't really sound like a 1-star review to me. I don't know, it seems kind of like praising. I'm looking forward to reading the rest of this one. Next, comic. VGCats. We got a classic webcomic now. So, VGCat's launching in September of 2001. Wow, poor timing. Anyway, VGCats is by Canadian artist Scott Ramsoomair. Ramsoomair? Ramsoomair. We're going to go with Ramsoomair. Because every comic created by a Canadian must be noted that the creator was Canadian for some reason. Seriously, literally every other webcomic created by a non-Canadian did not have their nationality mentioned in my research. Gotta give them the old maple syrup dripping, hockey playing, poutine eating, nickelback listening trigger warning. I love you, Canada. I'm just making jokes. That aside, the synopsis. Well, the website it's hosted on is quite old, very early 2000s. There is no about page, so I googled the synopsis, and the first two links are Wikipedia and the Bad Webcomics Wiki. Oh boy. It's never a good sign when the Bad Webcomics Wiki is one of the first results, but it is a good sign for the content of my channel, because people love negativity. Well, let's take a look at what Wikipedia says and give the comic a fair shot. The synopsis says, published on its own website, it follows the adventures of a pair of anthropomorphic cats who both have an interest in video games and often play the roles of characters in popular games that are parodied in the strip. Well, feels like a Ctrl-Alt-Delete or an Awkward Zombie kind of comic. Let's check out the first couple strips, shall we? Okay, upon doing that, so it's basically the same exact thing as Awkward Zombie, but with cat characters instead. And as everyone knows, cats make something more popular on the internet. I mean, look at them, they're so cute. Too bad I'm super allergic. Also, I should note that the 6th episode is just a black square. Damn, guess Ramsoomair was standing with BLM before it was cool. Anyway, shoehorn poorly done political jokes that aren't funny aside, the art's decent enough. Looks like that early 2000s westerner trying to adopt anime aesthetic art style. You know the one. Oh, and for some reason the website says it's for an 18+ audience only, so I'm assuming the later chapters just devolve into furry for profit, as do many artists trying to make a living. Or maybe not, who knows. We'll revisit this for the full review. Speaking of reviews, there are no reviews of VGCat's Book 1 on Goodreads, just ratings. They seem to range from mid to bad. So, the inevitable infamous webcomics installment will do wonders for my channel for sure. Just like you can by hitting the subscribe button. Do it. Do it now. Myths of Unova. So, Myths of Unova is a Pokemon fan comic by a creator who goes by Kyleenen. According to their description on Comic Fury, it's, quote, an ambitious colored comic of my Nuzlocke playthrough of Pokemon White, finally in Comic Fury for archival purposes, now with extra side story content episode gray. So, I'm not really a big Pokemon guy. I don't know much after, like, Crystal. Yeah, I'm old. So, I had to look up what a Nuzlocke was, and maybe you watching this didn't know either. So from a quick Google search, some Wiktionary defines it as follows, quote, Nuzlocke, plural, Nuzlocke's video game fandom slang, Pokemon, is a self-imposed challenge where the player can only catch the first wild Pokemon encountered in each area, and any caught Pokemon that faints cannot be used again. By extension, a similarly challenging playthrough of any game other than Pokemon. So it's basically hard mode for Pokemon. Okay. So let's see what this comic's all about. Well, it's a Pokemon fanfiction. I'm not really a Pokemon fan, so I don't think it's necessarily my cup of tea, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Apparently this is an entire genre of webcomic called Nuzlocke Comics. I think when I get around to it, I'll do a master review of the most popular ones, just like kind of put them all together in a compilation. The art style in midst of Unova is very Scott Pilgrim-y, if I'm going to compare it to another series, but it has this like nice textured effect on the highlights and shadows. I like the colors. Not my personal favorite art style, but it's very legible. Again, I'll save my further thoughts for when I get around to the Nuzlocke Comics video. This is the part where I look at reviews, but Comic Fury just has a comment section and most people seem to like it, so it's generally viewed favorably. Perhaps I may revisit the Pokemon series to get a better understanding. Actually, on second thought, with these prices, I will not. Moving on. Gunshow. Gunshow is an episodic comedy strip by K.C. Green. It is also the originator of the "This Is Fine" meme, which I mistakenly attributed to animator Schmorky in my dark, weird, and controversial artist Iceberg, so correction on that. Schmorky simply animated it. According to the site it's hosted on, quote, Gunshow is a comic about a lot of different things, like bones and blood and sadness and love, and also nerds and hell and dogs and death, and also growing up and breaking down and getting over something and ghosts, and also family and kids and moms and dads, and then maybe a comic or two about a mummy with a huge erection. What? Truly, Gunshow must be the comic for everyone. I mean, I don't know how many people want to read a comic about a mummy with a huge erection, but okay. Okay, so just looking through the first few strips, it feels kind of like that late 2000s, like, lol so random style of humor. I think I went over this last time. There were a few that made me blow a bit of air out of my nose, but that's about it. I wasn't really a big fan, but it wasn't necessarily unpleasant to read. I don't mind that I have to revisit it for its inevitable review. The first few strips are a little rough with straight black and white art, but colors added in later episodes. Very cartoony style, but I don't mind it. But those are just my first impressions. Let's see the reviews. Top positive review. David Thomas says, "Them some grade A gag strips. They start out mostly 3-panel strips but evolve into longer and longer ones. Lots of very simple physical humor and some great facial expressions. Not super highbrow stuff, but not everything has to be high art, you know." Top negative review. Well, Goodreads is telling me there's a small handful of 1- and 2-star reviews, but as always, they're not displaying. But here's the 3-star review from Connell Fitzgerald. He says, "I read Gunshow Superbook Volume 1 by K.C. Green while packing up all my belongings, and it was a lot of fun. I first became aware of K.C. while becoming obsessed with the medium of webcomics in high school. I read a ton of webcomics during that time, and I was on a school bus for nearly 3 hours every day. I must have been up to date on 25 plus different daily webcomics at the height of my obsession. I was a big fan of K.C.'s comics Back, He Is a Good Boy, and his adaptation of Pinocchio. 3 comics that I think exemplify the medium. Despite being a fan of these comics, I never read all of his original magnum opus, which is titled Gunshow, from cover to cover. I found this book at Downtown Books and News in Asheville for $7 while perusing before a concert. It may have been Boris at the Orange Peel, I don't know. The title page even had a doodle that Casey himself hand drew, so I knew I needed to pick it up. Overall, I think it was a great buy. Casey's dry wit is fully apparent, even from these early pieces. I think 3 comics I mentioned earlier are a lot better examples of Casey's artistic talent, sense of humor, and as a storyteller, but it is still cool to see a favorite creator's humble beginnings." It was a lot of words, very in-depth. Also, Boris, good band, good taste. It seems like a fun read, but we gotta move on for now. Oglaf. Okay, well, we have our very first spicy comic in this iceberg. This one is by a team of Australians, Trudy Cooper and Doug Bain. I'm intrigued, not because I'm a degenerate, but also because these usually have intricately bizarre plots that standard comics usually don't. Also, because I'm a bit of a fucking degenerate. Anyway, from the site itself, quote, "Warning, this comic started out as an attempt to make porn. It degenerated into sex comedy pretty much immediately. Even so, there are some things depicted that are best kept away from children and work. Please click on the button below to certify you're over 18. Of course, if you are under 18, you can't legally certify anything. So if you're a minor, please get a parent or guardian to click the button which says you aren't. Thank you." So, yeah, absolutely not for children. Gotcha. Also, if you're a minor watching my channel, you probably shouldn't be. My content is aimed at an adult audience, okay? So, moving forward, let's take a look at the comic. And you won't be taking a look at this comic because of YouTube, but my thoughts... Alright, so after reading the first few shorts, this is an absurdist sex comedy as advertised. The art is quite well done, albeit a bit more on the cartoonish side. It did make me laugh once or twice, more so about how ridiculous it is than the jokes themselves. It does seem to have a medieval coat of paint to it, but let's check out the reviews. Top positive review. Patrick says, 1. One of the funniest comics I've ever read. 2. It's NSFW. 3. Very NSFW. 4. It's one of the funniest comics I've ever read. 5. It scores points for treating sex with playful lightheartedness, a true rarity. 6. It manages to be outrageous without being stupid or unpleasantly vulgar. 7. I'm giving copies to all my best friends as Christmas presents. You can read a lot of it online at, the website. Oh, seems Patrick there enjoyed it. Top negative review. Jolanta says, tasteless, primitive, lacking sense of humor, simply gross. Times I had to hold back with all my might not to destroy this book while reading. It's just basically a parade of genitals and nothing more. It's neither funny nor sensual. It's just a shallow pornographical content with some poorly executed plot which serves as an excuse to draw all these obscenities. It pretends to be comical, actually more comical than graphical, although you may have serious doubts counting all these penises and vaginas. An attempt at which it fails terribly because it's simply too vulgar, cheap, and nasty instead. I couldn't find even one single stripe which could at least make me pretend to smile, let alone laugh. If you can find any trace of humor, which is a great challenge, it's most extremely childish. Quite a paradox of an adult comic. Potential jokes are in very bad taste. The way it depicts sexuality is just horrible. Reading it was torture. 1 out of 5 is a very, very generous rating. Well, I mean, personally, I didn't hate it, but I'm not so sure if I can sit through an entire book of this, like, oh, sex so funny, haha kind of humor, and still enjoy it. I mean, a strip or two, sure, but a book's worth? I don't know. Alright, next comic. What do we got? Sonichu. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sonichu. Oh, man, do I really gotta talk about Chris Chan again? You know what? Let's scratch this entry. Just go watch my first webcomic review. I mean, it's a little rough around the edges because I haven't figured out the proper review formula yet. It was my first one. That's right, it was on Sonichu. It's a bad comic, okay? A really, really bad comic. Don't read it, okay? It's not good. Don't know Chris Chan? Buddy, that's hell you're walking into. We're just going to move past this. I don't ever want to talk about this character on the channel ever again, okay? One of those people that you can't believe is actually real. We're going to move along. Housepets. So, I looked this one up and was immediately greeted by buff furries. Oh boy. Okay, so I went on the website looking for an about, a synopsis from the author, but I couldn't find one, so here's a synopsis from TV Tropes. I'd like to look these up beforehand so I know what I'm getting into, you know what I mean? Especially after that last webcomic I reviewed. Fucking traumatizing. So TV Tropes says, quote, this comic by Rick Griffin portrays pets virtually as children who are almost human besides heightened differences in clothing style. Okay, so we got like a furry slice of life kind of story. Might be fun. Let's give the first few strips a read and get some first impressions. And after giving a first read, wow, I'm getting flashbacks to Lightbringer from all the words. I said it before and I'll say it again. Comics is a visual storytelling medium. Yes, words may be necessary to tell the story, but in a visual medium, the visuals must reign supreme. We have a comic series with the dreaded walls of text. So I was right about sort of a furry slice of life. The art's pretty nice, though. I appreciate the grayscale manga look, but damn, bro, hire an editor or something. This is ridiculous. It was a bit boring, too, so that doesn't help, but maybe it'll get better when I give it a proper read, instead of just the first few strips and give my impressions. Speaking of people that gave it a proper read, let's take a look at the reviews. There aren't too many out there, but there are actually no 1 or 2 star reviews, so good on you, Mr. Griffin. Here's the top positive review. Valerio Pastori says, 14 books, 15 years of Housepets. June 2008 began almost quietly this epic, gripping adventure with a rich, diverse cast, very strong characterization and capable of making us laugh, cry, hope, even revise some conceptions about the afterlife. Housepets is the comic strip that most of all in the furry subgenre has impressed me. From that first simple strip starring the most stereotypical of couples, a dog and a cat, the seeds of greatness were visible. Rick Griffin knew how to play well with just a few elements, but straight to the heart. But even when, as the cast grew from one-shots, we moved on to story arcs and increasingly complex world building, Rick was able to keep consistent with a rare example of fine storytelling. With this volume, the world of Housepets as we have known it thus far comes to an end. Big changes loom on the horizon, beautiful ships are born, and the promise of consistently good stories remains. Housepets, we'll be back, closes the volume. We're counting on it, Rick. Thanks for 15 years of awesome. Well, I guess Valeria there freaking loved it, so good for him, or her. Or they, them, I don't know. Top negative review. There are actually no negative reviews. I'll have to change that. This didn't really grip me. Like, maybe if I'm in a different mindset and not writing the script while violently sleep deprived, I might like it more. Anyway, seems people enjoy it, and you know what? I like when people enjoy things. Good for them. Speaking of things I didn't enjoy, Control-Alt-Delete. This is a webcomic I actually already took a look at. It's the third episode of my infamous webcomic series. It piqued my interest due to the Lost meme. You can watch that video to get more of my thoughts on it, but being only the third comic review, it's still a bit rough around the edges, but better than the Sonichu video. Anyway, Control-Alt-Delete is a long-running comedy/drama webcomic created by Tim Buckley. It started in 2002 and is still running to this day. It's 23 years of comic. God damn. The story of Control-Alt-Delete is about two characters, Ethan and Lucas. These two are roommates that make jokes about video games. It's in the same vein as VG Cats or Awkward Zombie. The cast slowly expands to add characters Lila and Best Boy Scott. Eventually it shifts from one-off gags to a continuity that shifts genres away from comedy. There's even a whole story arc about the romance between Ethan and Lila. I've already done a review of this and we'll link to that in the card and at the end of the video if you haven't seen it, but in retrospect, it's alright. The biggest problem is that the characters are all assholes, and not like in the way that characters that you're supposed to love to hate are done. These characters are dicks, and the way they're portrayed, the author wants you to side with their asshole-ish shenanigans. The art does see a significant improvement over time. Oh, and there was also an animated series, and it was hot garbage. That you had to pay for, too, by the way. But that's just my thoughts. Let's check out the reviews. Top positive review. Zombie0721 says, if you have any love for Penny Arcade, you owe it to yourself to check out CAD. Tim Buckley has created an ode to all things gaming full of laughs. I highly recommend seeking out this great web series and getting the books. Top negative review. Jasmina F says, thought I would like this, but for some reason I didn't. I think this will get better and better, but the start is just a bit too boring for me, and I'm not that patient. Again, I've already took a look at the first 2 years of the comic, so if you want my further thoughts on this series, just go watch that video. Moving on. Hooky. And back to Webtoon with this one. Hooky is a story written and illustrated by Miriam Banastrater, which is by far the hardest name to pronounce in this list so far. It launched in April of 2015 and finished in January of 2020, so we actually have a completed series. That bumps it up on my review list. Anyway, let's check out the synopsis. From Ter herself, quote, Danny and Dorian have missed the bus of the School of Magic. Now they must find someone who teach them how to be a great and good witches, or maybe not. Well, I'm assuming English is not the author's first language. That's alright. I got the gist of it. We got like a Harry Potter-esque story. Those can be fun. I like some witch and wizard stuff every now and again. Alright, let's check out the first 2 chapters and I'll give you my first impressions. And okay, so after reading the first 2 chapters, I'm still not sure if I like it or not. There are a handful of grammatical errors and strange choice of words that can only be attributed to my suspicions that English is not the author's first language. Upon further research, if sources serve me correctly, Ter is actually Catalan, which is like Spain, kind of? I don't know, I'm a little confused with that. Maybe some history nerd watching this can explain this to me in the comments. Anyway, it's about these siblings, Daniela and Dorian, in search of a mentor after missing the bus to magic school. In this world, witches and wizards are secretive, however this story has a more lighthearted tone. I'm a pretty big fan of the aunt's character design because Of course I am. But the story hasn't quite gripped me yet. The art is very pretty though. I like the manga-esque line work with the more earth tone watercolory palette. It just makes my eyes go, you know? Anyway, that's just my first impressions. We'll probably be revisiting this one sooner than later since it's completed. But here's hoping the English got a bit better as it went along. That's just my thoughts. Let's read the reviews. Top positive review. Maria Clara says, Santa cachucha, yo sin saberlo, y es que esto se aviso hombre con zambombos y lo que haga falta, y es que no sabes lo que te estás perdiendo. Es más, si te gusta Harry Potter, no puedes dejar de leer esta novela gráfica porque el mundo que ha creado la autora es una pasada. Yeah, I know a bit of Spanish. A little bit. She basically said, like, it's like Harry Potter in graphic novel form, but better and with more cool magic shit, or something like that. I'm not fully fluent. Anyway, top negative review. Lindsay says, D and F. I think a younger me would have loved this, but this reads a little too young for me to enjoy. I keep rolling my eyes at the shenanigans instead of enjoying them. It felt like one of those that I had to read a little bit further to see whether or not I liked it, so we'll revisit it soon. For now, next comic. Gunnerkrigg Court. Okay, so there's no synopsis on the website, so we'll have to use everyone's favorite trusted source, Wikipedia. So this is a comic by Tom Siddell that launched in 2005 and is still ongoing. Respect, 20 years strong. That's admirable, friends. Whether you like it or not. Like, goddamn, 20 years. Anyway, from Wikipedia, since the site doesn't have a synopsis, quote, the comic tells the story of Antimony Carver, a young girl who has just started attending a school at a strange and mysterious place called Gunnerkrigg Court, and the events that unfold around her as she becomes embroiled in political intrigues between Gunnerkrigg Court and the inhabitants of Gillety Wood, a forest outside the school. The comic style and themes include elements from science, fantasy creatures, mythology from a variety of traditions, and alchemical symbols and theories. The literacy style is heavily influenced by mystery fiction and manga. Sounds kind of like one of those YA dystopia kind of stories, but we'll give it a shot. We got that annoying click-through style I hate, but at least the site isn't bombarding me with a battalion of advertisements. Okay, so I'm going to be completely blunt right now. I hate the art style of the characters. Antimony looks like those Bratz dolls from the mid-2000s, which, granted, this did launch in the mid-2000s, but like in a bad way. The environments are pretty nice, though. I mean, art style is really a personal preference, though. Not everyone's going to like everything, you know? Actually, while I have you here, I've seen some of these manga tubers talking about the art in Gachiakuda and how it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Well, I personally think it's the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, art is extremely subjective. You know, I just really wanted to mention, I think that manga looks like ass, okay? I'm sure the story's great, okay? But, like, I hate the art. That all these manga tubers are like, oh my god, the art is so good. It's like, no. Anyway, as for the story of Gunnerkrigg Court, getting back on track, there's a lot going on in the first few chapters. It's established that Gunnerkrigg Court is a weird school in the UK. Guess it's a horror. Just kidding. Love you guys. Beans on toast and all. The main character, Antimony, gets a second shadow that wants to go to the Forbidden Forest. I mean, the woods outside the school, and she finds a way to escort the shadow there. There's some foreshadowing that the woods might be haunted or something. Then they make friends with a Minotaur in the next chapter. I don't know. I kind of got bored. You know, also not really liking the art is kind of making me not want to continue. But hey, let's see what other people thought. Top positive review. Mirror says, monsters, robots, ghosts, mythical creatures of all sorts, challenging coursework, awesomeness, also free. Top negative review. Dakota Morgan says, I think if I read Gunnerkrigg Court as a webcomic in 2006, it would have been more compelling. As is, it feels disjointed and ill-conceived. Ostensibly, it's a Harry Potter-style young girl goes to weird school for scientists story. There's a dark, mysterious woods that's at odds with technology-focused university, but the stories seem random and untethered until the very end. The girl is a cipher. Where are the other students? Why should I care about any of this? The art is very webcomic circa 2006, which I suppose I can't hold against it. Still, I'm in no way interested in continuing. I'd estimate I skimmed 50% of the volume, which is never a great sign. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that voice was. I just found this one to be kind of boring, but that's just me. If you loved it, that's great. Next comic. XKCD. So, this isn't really a comic. It was created by Randall Munroe in 2005 and still updates to this day. So damn, 20 years, you know? But I tried to find a synopsis on the site, but there is none. This just seems like some stuff Munroe sketched while occasionally making a comic here or there. Or rather a sketch in comic form, I guess. I don't really have any thoughts on it. I think it's fine, but I don't feel like this belongs on this iceberg in the same way Eddsworld didn't necessarily belong on the iceberg. If you like it, hey, that's cool, but we're just gonna move along. Kill 6 Billion Demons. This is a comic by Tom Bloom and is actually physically published by Image Comics. Ooh, we got a big boy comic. Ooh. So this started in 2013 and is still ongoing, but is apparently approaching its conclusion. So since the site it's hosted on doesn't have a synopsis, have a fucking synopsis. Wiki says, quote, the plot follows an initially insecure sorority girl named Allison Ruth who finds herself thrown into a plot many thousands of worlds larger than her. After Allison is forcibly given a powerful fragment of this setting's gods, called a key, instead of her unstable boyfriend, she discovers that she, alongside a demon named Sio, and an angel named White Chain must fight through a council of 7 other keyholders, known as demiurges, who currently rule the multiverse in order to save her boyfriend. So it's like a buddy superhero kind of story? No wonder Image published it. Alright, let's give it a shot. Wow, the first page. You know what this is reminding me of? It'll come up later in the iceberg, but have you guys ever heard of Moon Over June? Yeah, I'm not liking the art on the first page, but hey, the one thing about long-running webcomics is that usually you can see the artist improve, and I always like that. Upon further reading, the guy's creatures are pretty good, but the human faces... Ugh. Alright, so this is an isekai. Main character forced into a different world against her will, forced to play a role she doesn't want to. Pretty by-the-numbers stuff. While I do like the art direction and the creature design, something about those human faces, man. There is so much expositing from the helmet dude. Like, shut the fuck up. And granted, I understand that exposition is necessary, but you can't have it take away from character. They need to coexist. I'm nearly 40 pages in and I couldn't give a shit about these characters. But then again, this is published by Image, so what the fuck do I know? Anyway, I am willing to give this another shot though. That's just my first impression, so let's read the reviews. Top positive review. Ryan King says, I'll be honest, sometimes I don't know what's going on, but thank goodness the heroine feels the same way. This is phenomenal. The world created here is so deep and rich, propelled by some amazing artwork and beautiful illustrations. The story moves well and never drags, and is altogether a brilliant read. Fantasy, philosophy, history, myth. Kill 6 Billion Demons is amazing. Top negative review. J-Max says, Kinda thought if this is the best or worst thing I've read since Neil Gaiman's Sandman. The artwork is just as imaginative though, but I felt just as lost as the main character. In a world, multiverse, trying to find out what the hell 71 is going on. Yeah, listen, as someone who makes a comic with world building involved, my one tip is build your world slowly. You may know everything that ever happened in that world and how it works, and your readers will want to know about it, but not all at once, or else you're going to get an information overload situation. Your readers are not going to care about the characters, which in my opinion are the most important part of any story. Anyway, I'm actually going to cut the iceberg here and split this tier into 2 parts due to the overwhelming size of it. So firstly, if you made it to the end, thank you so very much for watching, or if you're watching the inevitable supercut, well, just keep watching. Alright, welcome back to Tier 2 of the Webcomics Iceberg. Seems there aren't any corrections, but some of you guys are asking for a link to the original chart, and it appears that Spider the Yandere, whose username I made a point to take down, may have deleted their posts. I don't know why. I think the chart's pretty good, so sorry if you can't find it, neither can I. But I have it panning on screen now, okay? So we're going to move on to the second half of Tier 2 of the Webcomics Iceberg. Welcome back. Tails Gets Trolled. Oh boy, that's an infamous webcomic. See what I did there? Anyway, Tails Gets Trolled is only the second worst comic on this iceberg starring Tails from the Sonic the Hedgehog series. I'm pretty sure you guys may have seen a video by Best Sonic YouTuber Cybershell going over the series, but that was quite a few years back. Love that guy. Check out his stuff if you've never heard of him. I would recommend that video, and I'll even link it in the description. But, like all memes based on bad art, it began on DeviantArt. DeviantArt. Satan's little corner of the internet. So this story is by a user going by the alias LaserBot. So it begins with Tails getting trolled, and then there's a whole bunch of crazy shit and various characters from various IPs, and it just kind of goes off the rails. However, most people actually praise the comic and enjoy it despite its convoluted structure and crude art. Crude art that has spawned quite a few evergreen memes, Tom Reaction being the biggest of them all. This panel is my favorite, though. I'm so mad. I'm gonna have sex with my girlfriend so I won't be so mad. I love this panel so much. Granted, I don't know the context, so I'm gonna read the first a little bit and give you some first impressions. Okay, so I need to stop before I read the whole thing. I thought Mr. Boob was an avant-garde masterpiece that remained to be seen, but Tails Gets Trolled is on another level. It's amazing. I love that Shadow and Sonic are still pretty much in character here, too. So the premise is that some trolls call Tails, quote, gay and shit. Then he goes to... quote, gay and shit. Then he goes to his friends for some help, and this leads to some kind of snowball effect that spans years. I cannot wait to get back into this. It's riddled with typos, and the art is rudimentary at best. Some details are just plain wrong from panel to panel, like Tails growing the third tail, but I'm hooked. I don't know what it is. It just works.
All of this just works. It's not, I'm not kidding.
I want to read the reviews. Top positive review. K. Wheatbread says, the most beautiful thing I have ever read. Top negative review. Yolanda says, I have no idea why my friend brought this for me. This doesn't make any sense. With the reply, how to downvote a review. I can't wait to binge this one. It feels like lightning in a bottle. Bluechair. Alright, so we got another webtoon. This one is by an artist calling themselves Shen. And the description for the webtoon reads, quote, the internet's favorite visual stand-up comic to make memes out of. I don't know what the fuck that means, but let's find out. Alright, so checking out the first few episodes of this series, we have an episodic gag strip. So the premise is that the main character shares his thoughts, and then some kind of skit plays out. I didn't find them particularly funny, but I did like the more generally simplistic art style. Very heavy on shape, very minimal on line. Kind of reminds me of like Katamari Damacy. Shit, now I want to play Katamari. Alright, I thought Bluechair was okay so far. I mean, I'll give it another shot, you know? Maybe I'm just not in the right mindset, but I don't know. I wasn't doing it for it. Alright, so let's move on to the reviews. Top positive review. Moniza Rafiq says, short, light, and funny episodes with a hint of the author's own daily life and struggles in this weird world of ours. Top negative review. Charvy J says, I feel like Shen is my best friend now. If he were to stop churning out content, I might not recover from the loss. There was a 1 and 2 star rating, but they didn't write anything. Those are just ratings, not reviews, refusing to display to correct myself in the previous tier. So, yeah. Also, I would have thought that Charvy there would have given it a bit of a higher score with that review, but let's move on. Clinic of Horrors. Another webtoon. This one is by Merriweather. Oh, I know them? I'm not sure if it's one person or a whole team. Alright, anyway, let's check out the synopsis. In a strange city, there is a clinic that will treat the victims of horrific diseases for a price. So, I'm assuming this is an American city? Like, is Merriweather Canadian? I didn't get the usual poutine warning. Like, that's just the American healthcare system, dude. It's like, you aren't rich and you got leprosy? Tough. Deal with it. I do too. As well as individual thought patterns and spiritual healing. Rip Chuck. Alright, enough dawdling. Let's check out Clinic of Horrors. Okay, so this is a series of episodic strips starring the Doctor and Best Girl Bianca. Sorry, I got a thing for cooteries. I mean, come on, women that say what they mean and mean what they say, what's hotter than that? Anyway, the synopsis is pretty on the nose. The world is a dystopian hellscape and modern medicine can help, but only if you're rich enough. I think this might be some kind of social commentary, but I'm not so sure. I do like the art. A very Westerner trying to do anime, but actually succeeding vibes. I'm not sure if I should look at this one specifically in an inevitable review, or just do one on all of Merriweather's stuff, you know? Consider their, not notoriety, but I guess popularity. Anyway, let's read some reviews, and this doesn't have a page on Goodreads, but a Google search seems to show people liking this one. I kind of liked it too, but here's hoping it actually starts developing some kind of overarching plot rather than just short strips. Brawl in the Family. So this is a Super Smash Bros. Brawl fan comic by a guy named Matthew Toronto. Alright, time to piss off the Nintendo fans here. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I looked at it and I have almost nothing to say. It's just gag strips of Nintendo characters. Now, I am a certified Nintendo hater, so I know I'm already not gonna like it. More so the fans of the company Nintendo, but the company themselves are pretty cringe too. I mean, the art got better over time. Just really gonna gloss over this one. He ran a Kickstarter and got some books published, so good on him, and for anybody that enjoy it. I'm sorry, it's just, if I have to talk about Nintendo, it makes me feel like I took a mega dose of Ritalin. I find Nintendo stuff so boring and lame, and Nintendo fanboys so cringy. But that's just me. I'm sure Toronto's a normal guy, you know? No offense, but I also think he'll talk my ear off about how Ocarina of Time broke him, or whatever the fuck these video essays are saying these days. Listen, if a video game or a movie or comic book can break you, use a fucking bitch, bro. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I reviewed fucking Bench Tales. Still not broken. I refuse to review this one because I don't think I'd be able to give it a fair shot, considering my hatred for Nintendo. I'm just gonna move on. Apologies to Nintendo fanboys in the comments section, but a lot of y'all need to stop being cringe. Next comic. Wait, hold on. Damn, I feel kind of bad. I kind of went like a little too in on Nintendo in this entry, using Toronto as a springboard. I'm sorry, dude. I just really don't like Nintendo. Also, someone went on a tirade in the comments section about me making fun of Nintendo fans a few videos back, so maybe I don't feel so bad. Problem Sleuth. Problem Sleuth is part of Homestuck. I'll get to that when I get to that. I went over Homestuck already in Tier 1. Next. TwoKinds. Someone commented that they really liked this one, so here's hoping I do too. Okay, so I click on the link and I'm greeted by a furry tiger girl. Oh boy, we got a furry comic. This is a story by Tom Fischbach, and according to his synopsis, we're going to have to speed up the read. Alright, quote, Summary. After losing his memory to a mysterious battle, Trace Legacy... Really? That's his name? Are you kidding me? A former leader for an organization of mages called the Templar finds himself in the company of Flora, a girl of strange tiger-like qualities. As Trace gradually begins to relearn what he once knew, he soon discovers that Flora belongs to a race of people who are enemies to his kind. As friendship confects with racial differences, Trace and Flora find themselves in a situation more critical than either of them can imagine. Overview. TwoKinds is a webcomic that takes place in a world conflicted with racial tension, primarily between the human-like humans and the animal-like Kydron. The human-like humans? They have dramatically different societies and ideas on how to live and act. It is because of these differences that the two races are almost always in some sort of conflict. The story begins as the world hinges on the brink of another war. However, unlike before, the time war seems to be the result of a single man manipulating the two races for his own personal gain, though he no longer has any memory of doing so. Okay, so, that was a lot. So we got some kind of furry fantasy epic with racial equality as the symbolic undertone. Interesting, might be good. Let's get a first impression going. This is the manga that Mike and Melissa is based on. Wonder why they turned her from a tiger to a skunk in the anime. Okay, I kid, but I will look at Eminem one day. Not really feeling it. Has a lot of generic tropes and you know, amnesiac main character that's like the chosen one or some shit. You know, and there's a very obvious enemies to lovers plotline being set up. The art gives me like mid-2000s DeviantArt vibes, you know, before it was fetish central. I mean, jumping ahead, the art did significantly improve, but hey, that's just my thoughts, right? Just the first impressions. Maybe the story gets better as it goes. Sometimes good ones can have a pretty basic start. So, you know, let's see the reviews. Top positive review. Francesco Terrani says, definitely my kind of story in more ways than one. Nearly everything I wanted in a story was in this one. Characters and art are beyond amazing and I absolutely loved it. This was a fantastic beginning and I look forward to what happens next. Top negative review. Fluttershy Real says, a lot. So it's time to speed up the read. They say, Natani is probably the worst trans mask rep in all of furry history. He deserves better. Okay, because someone is going to ask your context. He's super hypersexualized, like his binder explodes, and it's like, damn double D boobies. Despite all that, some furry trans masks do see him as a formative, brain-changing character. After all, he was, and probably still is, unfortunately, the most prominent trans mask character in furry media. 90% of TK fans see him as a sexy booby woman. There's a part that kind of goes hard about Natani doing some self-reflection and having gender feelings and shit, but that's like that one part of the narrative where he's taken seriously, and apparently now they she, her, him, and retcon his entire transness. Fuck! I haven't followed TwoKinds since I was a naive kid searching up cool furry comics online, and there's now better trans mask furry rep elsewhere. Oh, and also this comic is horny as hell for enslaving furry women and transforming and transformation fetish. So if you like that, go ahead, IG. Although the similarities between furry enslavement and antebellum America are kind of hard to ignore, even if you just read it as isekai type shit. Like, why the fuck does the story try to play off Eric Vaughn as a good guy? What the fuck? He was a slave owner. He keeps Catherine as a slave, and their relationship is super creepy. Like, what the fuck, girl? What did a lifetime of slavery do to you? Why does she prance around naked like that? Like, yeah, I get that this is totally not a corn type of webcomic, but still, what the fuck? How did I read this as a freshman in high school and not freak the fuck out of me just reading with one brain cell? Markiplier's brother, how could you have done this? Haha, Markiplier's brother wrote this, lol. Wait. Markiplier's brother wrote this? Get the fuck out of here. Well, I'm a pretty big fan of sexy booby ladies, so maybe I'll give it another shot. Okay, I don't know. I guess this person just wasn't happy with some LGBT representation of some kind. I didn't get that far in, but hey, you can't please all the people all the time. And there's slavery? Well, I guess Fishbach was ahead of his time. That's all the rage in the weeby fantasy genre these days. I don't mind hypersexualization in my comics. Hell, some can argue my comic is, and I have no defense. But I haven't got that far, and if you're gonna have content like that, put a warning on it somewhere, you know? I think I'm just not in the right mindset to read this one right now. I do want to give it another shot, especially since someone commented about how much they liked this one in the previous episode. So, for now, we're just gonna move on to the next comic. This was a long entry. So, you're a cartoonist. Dobson has returned. So You're a Cartoonist is a series of episodic strips by notorious lolcow Andrew Dobson. If you don't know who Andrew Dobson is, I'd recommend Magic Mush's mini doc on the guy. I'd also recommend Magic Mush in general. Love that dude. So, this was a series that Dobson posted online illustrating typical struggles of his life as an independent artist. However, with the advent of the GaMERCat movement, it shifted to hard left political commentary. I'd call it the antithesis to someone like Stone Toss, but that would actually be Adam Ellis. Anyway, this series is infamous for producing the Power Girl meme comic, and I just have to do a reading for you. Tell your girls to smile. Hey, quit it! Excuse me a second. Understood. Help! A blue bear in a fedora is attacking me with a baseball bat. Sir, this 911 line is for emergencies, not prank phone calls. Boop. Hey, Barbara. I'm sorry I had another call. I've been smoking these parliaments all day. They were all out of Pall Malls in the 7-Eleven. I don't know, I couldn't understand a damn word the guy was saying behind the counter. Just 2 more years and I can cash out my Social Security. Then we can go hit up the slots. I love going to the casino when they're playing the slots with you, Barbara. What are you talking about, tables? There's too many Chinamen over there. Okay. Alright, anyway, elderly racist boomer woman aside. You like that character? I might incorporate her into my own story. Sorry, I just kind of went off on a tangent there. That's kind of the vibe that voice I get from... Anyway, this comic became so notorious that it even rivaled stuff like Cow Tools and Lost in terms of memeability. There are millions of edits of this comic. It was actually kind of a hard time finding the original version. And the funny thing is, this is based on a real scenario. Apparently, Dobson was working at a convention when he saw some guy taking pictures of a woman in Power Girl cosplay. Now, Dobson got it twisted and thought this guy, who I believe was literally her boyfriend, was harassing her, so he had to draw this White Knight scenario to self-flagellate to. What a guy. I really want to do an infamous webcomics episode on this series and a look at his other series, Alex the Pirate, but I can't find a full archive. I should also note some people are critical of his portrayal of lesbian characters in Alex the Pirate. Now, I haven't read it myself, so I can't say for sure if that's true, but as someone who writes a comic with various characters from different backgrounds, be that race, gender, or sexuality, the most important thing is always to write them as a person first, and all that other stuff second. That's my tip for any of you working on your own comics. Everyone's a person just like me and you before all that other stuff. Always remember that. And so is Dobson, honestly. Some trolls came up to him at a convention and threw some liquids in his face. I can't remember if it was water or something else. Like, the guy's a clown, but come on. That's not cool. Leave him alone. This is the part where I'd read reviews, but like I said, I can't find a full archive. If you come across it, for the love of God, send it to me. That's a golden goose-ass video right there. I want it, and I know you do too. Dobson left the internet a ways back and seems to have disappeared for good, especially after the discovery of his inflation fetish DeviantArt account. Oh yeah, I kind of speed ran the lore. Again, Magic Mush doc, link in the description. Next comic, Scandinavia and the World. Alright, so I go on the site and there's no synopsis. Have a fucking synopsis. Okay, so from TV Tropes, quote, Scandinavia and the World is a webcomic by Human. It is a... Human. I was sent here by humans.
Humans!
It is a comic about stereotypes, history, and culture in the form of national personifications interacting with one another and focusing on, well, Scandinavia. So I'm guessing this is the creators' play on country humans, and maybe they're really into Norwegian black metal and Swedish melodic death metal. Well, I guess he or she or they, them, or whatever has good taste. Let's check it out. So, it's a series of episodic strips focusing on the personification of Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, as well as various guest countries that make stereotypical jokes. Gotta say, humans, a bit hard on Norway in the first few. It's okay, but I feel like I'd enjoy the jokes more if I was Scandinavian myself. I like the one where they beat up England. It made my Irish-American blood smile. The art style is pretty cute. I kind of like it, but it could use some backgrounds. I'd read reviews now, but there are only 2 saying they liked it and not so many words, so we're just going to move on. It was okay. I think I'll incorporate this into a potential video with a deep dive on country humans. Try to work out that lore. Maybe that'd be a cool video. Give me some advice on that in the comments, why don't you? Because I don't know where to look for country humans lore. Awful Hospital. This is a webcomic created by Jonathan Wojcik, whatever, however you pronounce that. Alright, the site's a little poorly designed. I should be able to click a first button as soon as I get on the homepage, especially if it's a sequential story that has a beginning, But that aside, I had to pull the synopsis from the wiki because apparently none of these comics that are hosted on their own sites have synopses, whatever. Anyway, quote, the story follows a mother named Fern, whose son becomes ill with a mysterious disease. Under mysterious circumstances, both have ended up in the hospital, separated from each other. Not wanting to find her son, Fern takes part in an adventure across the zones to save her child and return home, eventually uncovering a shadow attack from a group called the Parliament. The commenters play a crucial role in the story as they can influence Fern's actions and sometimes the actions of entities like Jay and Willis. Sounds like a interactive death game thriller. Intriguing. Let's read the first bit for a bit of a first impression. And upon further investigation, this isn't necessarily a webcomic per se. This is an interactive choose-your-own-adventure style story in the vein of Homestuck. The art is kind of fun, though. I understand that this is using images and words in conjunction to tell a story, which is somewhat the definition of a comic. This, however, has a level of interactivity, so I'm disqualifying it from this iceberg as a comic. It is a pretty interesting concept, and perhaps when I finally get around to covering Homestuck, I'll talk about this one too and any other interactive stories like this. Could be a good video. Next comic. Everything is Fine. Back to Webtoon with this one. This is a story by Mike Burchell, and according to his own synopsis, quote, Sam and Maggie are a normal couple in a normal house in a normal neighborhood. There is nothing strange about their heads, their neighbors, or their sweet little dog. Everything is fine. Okay, feels like we got a bit of a dystopian nightmare plot. Where there's all sorts of weird and awful things going on, but the characters in the story act like everything is fine.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
Anyway, let's give it the good old 2-chapter impressions. And I am absolutely hooked. I'm honestly probably going to keep reading this after I'm done with this tier. So, in this world, everyone has a weird cat head and something feels really off. But everyone acts like everything is fine.
Oh, that's why they...
Wait, I already did that joke. But there's some sort of mystery brewing. The more you read, the more you want to know. Why does this world feel so oppressive? What's up with this couple? What's Charlie really doing in the basement? What's with the red eye? Why are their heads like that? This is how you get a reader to latch onto a story. Either make the reader ask a question or get them invested in the characters ASAP. Burchell chose the former approach and nailed it with flying colors. I like the art too. It kind of feels like a low poly indie game, but like in a good way. I can't wait to get back to this, but let's see what other people thought about it. Top positive review. Grapey Del Taco says, Holy shit. Deeply unsettling and had me on the edge of my seat from the moment we meet Sam and Maggie. In this bizarre dystopia, the town's citizens are heavily monitored by cameras. What the fuck is this voice? They're all... In this bizarre dystopia, the town citizens are heavily monitored by cameras and all require animal helmets and each other. Pieces slowly but surely fall into place regarding the circumstances of how these people are being controlled under a strict and vague regimen. Regime, not regimen. What the fuck? I never know what's going to happen next, but I can't bring myself to tear my eyes away from it all. All is not swell in this totalitarian nightmare, but it's unclear just how sinister the town's creation and enforcement goes. I am losing my mind. CW. Murder. S-word ideation. Attempted S-word. Blood. Kidnapped loved ones. Depression. Extreme totalitarian surveillance state. Grief. Animal death. Paranoia. Yes, I gotta say S word. I fucking hate YouTube. Top negative review. Meshi says, a lot. So it's speed up time. They say, quote, I received this graphic novel from NetGallery in exchange for an honest review. So I really wanted to read this one, and I can tell you that I have a lot of feelings. Conflicting headache, what the F is going on, wait, hold on, and more like these. I am still not sure if I like this one. I mean, it just felt very weird, and at times I was very much disturbed, and as the story went on, it got more and more disturbed, and WTF. Oh, excuse me. In this graphic novel, we follow a married couple as they go about their day. Sounds nice, right? Well, now imagine if they were wearing cute cat cats, whatever you call it, and that things are definitely not fun. Right from the bat, when we see that Winston, their cute dog, well, that was just a no. And was like, wait, how can you not see that? WTF? What did you do? And then there is the neighborhood outside. The stores only carry simplistic product. Someone buys all the foil. The neighbors are all happy and preppy, and everything is fine. Oh, and there are cameras. Sometimes when something happens, a red light goes on inside of those mask/hats, and there are more hints of things. It was at times very interesting, but because we barely got anything on why or what, I just got a bit bored. Plus, the dinner conversation just had me yawning. Plus, also very confused. I would also like to see some flashbacks, like how it was before. Maybe some more hints of before. Anything that would have taken at this point. Hand me something. I mean, by the time we got some hints, I was already so disturbed and thinking about DNFing this book that I wasn't interested in them anymore. Also, given how people reacted to the person sellers, I thought he had a torture chamber or something else horrific there, but the truth, well, I won't spoil it, but it was way more boring than that. The ending suddenly went into full roller coaster mode, which just felt a bit rushed to me, especially given that ending. Holy fuck. I'm sorry if my review is chaotic as heck. It is already much better than my first review. What the actual fuck did I just read? My headache already persisted since last night. Has decided to hold a house party in my head now. Thanks, I'm so confused, so utterly confused. Cat head wearing humans in a dystopian setting with death, gore, murder, disappearances, weird, so weird. Not sure what to think. That ending, the fuck. As you can see, this review is much better. Haha. I'm not entirely sure if I would recommend this, but hey, if you're into weird dystopian cat stuff with lots of confusing WTFs, check it out, I guess. I really want to know what's going on in the story, but sometimes these intriguing mysteries give you anticlimactic payoffs. Hopefully that's not the case with this one. Boyfriends. This is a series I actually already did cover. I took a look at the first fourth of it. The story is by artist Reframe Bro. For some reason, it had a ton of controversy around it. Maybe because it was popular. I looked into it for the video that I did on it. Reframe Bro said the N-word when they were an edgy teenager. That's about it. Like, come on. Like, let it go. We were all edgy teenagers once. Anyway, the story revolves around 4 gay men and their polyamorous relationship. They're named after their aesthetic. Goth, prep, jock, and nerd. Anyone who has read it will agree with me that goth is best boy. It was kind of a cute story and an interesting window into alternative lifestyles. I am not poly nor am I gay, so I'm way outside the target demographic for this. But if either of those apply to you, maybe you'll like it. It was kind of cute, but I found it to be a bit boring, honestly. I'll link to my review in the card, but before we move on, time to read reviews. Top positive review. Lauren says, this is a sweet comic about a pansexual nerdy man, a bisexual jock man, a goth trans man, and a gay preppy man, starting a quad ploy relationship for the first time. It deals with different real-life situations and issues like self-worth, communication style, and problems, class differences, love languages, life plan, and goals in serious but easy to relate to ways while still being lighthearted and cute. It also shows the same stereotypes, but portrayed as women and their friends who are also super cute. I binge all 148 episodes and can't wait for more once this hiatus is over. Top negative review. Afra says, thanks NetGallery and Publish for this advanced copy. I didn't like it. I've been reading webtoons for years, but I've never tried to read Boyfriend. Why? Simply because the author was problematic. Fucking hate that word. He had heard all dramas about him. I'm pretty sure they go by they, them pronouns. That's rich coming from somebody that calls something problematic. Anyway, but this time I tried to give it a chance to try this. Let's start with the positives. Unique art style, simple storytelling. Then let's start with the negatives. The authors felt like to try adding all those diversity aspects he can found in universe in one book. Without any thought at all, it was not needed, it was too much. Run a fucking spell check, my fucking brain. The fact that all characters were stereotypical characters. We got a jock, nerd, gothic, ha! It was funny how the author tried to put a label on his characters. The maximum cringy level. Overall, if you want to read a story where everybody is queer, you should try this. I like that voice. I might use it again. I mean, I thought it was fine. You know, just not really for me. Next comic. The GaMERCat. Alright, this one is by Samantha Witten. Looking like we got another epic gamer comic crossed with cats. This goes all the way back to 2013. So, from the comics website itself, thank you for having the synopsis, by the way. The comic. Quote, The GaMERCat is a comic that mixes gaming humor with mischievous felines. It started in 2011, a correction to my previous statement, as a fun little side project and quickly gained popularity from both gamers and cat lovers alike. This slice of life features an appropriately named cat with access to a large library of games and an overactive imagination, who literally dives into popular franchises and tackles topics in gamer life from a cat's perspective. He's haunted by materialistic fairy and preoccupied with raising a gamer kitten protege, all while he and his cat friends fly under the radar of blissfully ignorant humans. So, it sounds like we got VG cats crossed with Awkward Zombie, but starting in 2011, you know, a little late for that genre. Well, let's give it a shot, and I'll give you my first impressions of the first few strips. So, yeah. It's exactly like I said. It's basically awkward zombie starring a cat. Because everyone knows that cats make everything better. Except for the air. For me. Super allergic. So allergic. Like, they could be 10 feet away and my freaking eyes start turning red. I wasn't feeling it. Felt kind of millennial cringe, you know? But let's see if we can find some reviews. Top positive review. Jill says, "This was such a cute book. I followed the comic online for a while and I'm so glad to have this book in my collection now." Top negative review. Dylan says, "I think it was great." Then why'd you give it 1 star? Whatever. I don't know. These gamer comics always strike me as a bit cringe. I'm kind of indifferent to it. Next comic. Bluey Capsules. So, I typed this into Google search, and the first thing I see is that the guy in charge of what seems to be a team got canceled for being racist. Absolutely riveting. Alright, it seems it was taken down and archived on various wikis, but the majority of the synopsis, I can say it's a Five Nights at Freddy's fan comic. Alright, I'll give it a shot, but this franchise is the reason why the indie horror genre became overinfested with those evil mascot YouTuber bait games. And searching, I can't seem to find a proper archive. But some of the out of context and out of order screenshots are showing me that this is kind of not my vibe. If you enjoy it, that's cool. I'm just gonna move on. I kind of hate Five Nights at Freddy's, to be honest. Like the actual game. The fans are a little weird, but, you know, they're fine. Just the actual game, I think, is kind of shit, to be perfectly honest. Happy Roadkill is one of the most difficult websites to navigate. Dude, I just want to see the comics in order. Why is that so hard? Alright, so this seems to be a series of one-off gags created by a user that refers to himself as a, quote, 24-year-old gay boy comic crafter. His words, not mine. Happy Roadkill is just his username. I can't really get a grasp on what he's trying to do with it, but it seems fine. He also seems to be a big Regular Show fan, which is seen on his Instagram page and in his art style. I read a few. They're a little funny. I don't think there's any physical copies with reviews. Honestly, I'm just going to gloss over this one. I define this as inoffensive. I guess that's the best adjective for this. Sandra and Woo. Woo! Alright, so this is a story by a team writer Oliver Norzer and artist Puri Andini. Forgive any mispronunciations. We have an international affair here with Norzer being from Germany and Andini being from Indonesia. Pretty cool how art connects people. So, as for the story, from the official website itself, quote, about the comic, Sandra and Woo is a comedy comic strip featuring the 13-year-old Sandra North and her mischievous pet raccoon Woo. While most strips are just supposed to be funny or tell an exciting story, some also deal with more serious topics. We also want to show what growing up means for Sandra and her best friend in middle school, Cloud and Larissa. Another regular feature of the comic are Woo's trips to the forest to meet his furry friends Shadow, a fox, and Sid, a squirrel, and his love interest Lily. Okay, so it looks like we're looking at a bit of a wholesome slice of life with a coming-of-age story arc. I like those every now and then. Let's read the first little bit and I'll give you first impressions. By the way, guys, if you have a long-running comic series, please have a big-ass first or start here or first comic or chapter 1 button. I can't believe how many times I've run into this issue in the series. Anyway, alright, it's about a gamer girl and... A gamer girl, why did I say that? Too many gamer comics in this fucking iceberg. Alright. Gamer girl. What the fuck? That's not even on the script. What is it? Hot Boys and Gamer Girls? I miss Jakey. Alright, it's about a girl and her pet raccoon. Kinda cute. I like the black and white art. There are no reviews. I, however, typed Sandra and Woo into the Google search bar and one of the autofills was controversy. So I clicked it out of curiosity and just had a lesbian in it or something. I don't know. I didn't really do extensive research. These iceberg videos are supposed to be just general overviews. Not in-depth deep dives, but like, who cares? Lesbians exist. They're actually pretty chill people based on my personal experience. Maybe the representation was bad. I don't know. I don't really want to read too deep into this terminally online rabbit hole. Whatever. Shout out to any lesbians in the audience. I thought the comic was kind of cute. Let's wrap up tier 2. Cucumber Quest. So, this is a story by GGDG. Or GigiDG, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So, from the official site, here's a synopsis, quote, Cucumber Quest is a comic about bunny kids going on adventures and having fun. Alright, sounds like another wholesome slice of life. Now with furries. Okay, so this is a cute coming-of-age story about these anthropomorphic food people, not furries. It stars the titular character, Cucumber, who's tasked with the... Titular. It stars the titular character, Cucumber, who's tasked with saving the world from the ancient returning evil. Seems a little by the numbers for a fantasy story, but the art style has a unique children's book kind of feel to it, and the humor is light and fun. You know, I kind of like this one. It's got a lot of cuteness and charm to it. I'm looking forward to reading the rest, but let's take a look at the reviews. Top positive review. Jenna says, 7/20/20. Reread for book talk. Fantasy tropes, gender norms. Little sisters aren't heroes. Humor family expectations. 8/20/17. So apparently I just binged on 852 pages of this webcomic and was puzzled by a new page that didn't pop up. No. Adorable drawn style. Slow but steady character developments, especially with the main siblings, and an adorable romance brewing. Was still at the teasing, flirting stage. And it flips typical fantasy tropes upside down, and then sometimes throws them completely out the window. I think Jenna may have gotten a bit woke between 2017 and 2020. Like, come on. Some people are totally fine with conforming to their own gender norms. Breaking out of them is totally fine too. Like, just let people be normal. Like, I'm so tired of people saying it has to be one way or the other. Leave people alone, goddammit. Alright? Everybody's their own unique individual. They don't have to fucking subscribe to any single ideology or perspective on gender norms. Or any of this shit. Sorry. I'm sick of all this slop content on YouTube, this woke and anti-woke shit. It's fucking everywhere. And now the AI's even making it. Alright, going off on a tangent there. Let's get back to business. Top negative review. Elijah says, the illustration style is fantastic, and I love this color scheme, but the story fell flat. I may continue on with the rest of the volumes at a later date, but at the moment I'm not interested enough. Fucking Australia, mate. Kangaroo. Fucking cunt. You guys like my Australian accent? I apologize, Australia. You guys are cool. And I liked it. I think I'll revisit it when I'm looking for something a bit cuter and lighter. Alright, and that's a wrap on Tier 2 Part 2. I'll see you next time when we look at Tier 3. Alright, welcome back to the Webcomics Iceberg. This is Tier 3. Alright, before we begin, we don't have corrections, but an addendum. It's about why I hate Nintendo. It's the fans. Okay? That's it. The fans that get soyed up whenever Miyamoto goes, new console using hardware from more than a decade ago that runs like ass and costs 50% more than other hardware on the market, and cream their jeans every time they rehash old games. Okay? They've been selling you the same games for decades. Alright? It's the fans. They're cringe. And all I'm saying is, there are at least 4 lolcows that come to mind that are big Nintendo fans, you know? Also, I'm panning a comment from another video that I mentioned my distaste for Nintendo on screen to show you what I mean by their cringeness. Case in point. Anyway, I'm going to try the gameplay footage for this one just to change it up a little bit. Let me know if you like it or if you prefer if I went back to that flashier editing style. I don't know. With having said that, welcome back to Webcomics Iceberg. This is Tier 3. Ennui Go, starting right off the bat with a spicy comic. This one's over on Comic Fury. So I go to the site, and once again, no synopsis. Come on. This story is by Doc Glasgow. Alright, so from TV Tropes, shout out to TV Tropes for having synopses. Quote, Ennui Go is the story of Elizabeth Izzy Pritchard, a video game programmer who was bored with her life and ended up creating the biggest accidental success story in the games industry. Now, with her pockets filled with more money than she knows what to do with, this webcomic details the misadventures of Izzy, her circle of friends with benefits, and other characters as they are all roped into the constant insanity, debauchery, and materialism that Izzy subjects others to. That, and the slow reveal of the messed up circumstances that made Izzy the person she is, and the question of whether or not she'll be able to move past it. Alright, sounds like it could be a fun story. Let's give it a good old 2-chapter try, or first couple strips read-through, or whatever. And I'll give you some of my first impressions. And so, it's kind of like a slice-of-life story about this girl, Izzy, who made a ton of money making an adult video game. Classic Pokemon but horny version. Anyone who's ever played any adult games knows what I'm talking about. Those are a dime a dozen. Basically, it's just a series of gags about her trying to figure out what to do with her immense wealth. It's kind of goofy. I had a bit of fun with it. I won't mind revisiting it when I give it a proper review. And as I said in the first video in the series, yes, every single one of these is going to have its own dedicated review video. The art style is kind of nice. It's a bit cartoony and might border on a Tumblr-esque style, but never crosses that line. Jumping ahead to the most recent strip at the time of recording this video, the art improves significantly as it goes along, which I actually quite like the look of the comic now. This is a breath of fresh air after having reviewed the first chunk of Moon over June, which, if you're new here, you might have missed. Link in the card and at the end of the video. Make my suffering worth something. But that's just what I think. As always, what did the reviews say? Top positive review. Ian Burb says a lot, so let's speed him up. I've been a fan of Ennui Go for 5 years now, and I was instantly hooked when I first found it by pure change, trawling the internet for new webcomics to read. I was there when the first collection of books was announced for Kickstarter, and I plan on being here until Doc Glasgow dies of a nuclear pancreatic meltdown or other equally horrendous yet hilarious end. The esoterica that suffuses the series may not be for everyone, but as someone who doesn't much care for everybody, I find it some of the best writing for a serial there is. Volume 1 consists almost entirely of early form of the Ennui Go comic. That is simple 3-panel strips compared to the full-page installments that come 3 times a week, but the unique spectrum of humor and impeccable comedic timing that remains endemic to the series to this day is on full display from page 1. Volume 1 consists almost entirely of the early form of the Ennui Go comic. That is simple 3-panel strips compared to the full-page installments that now come 3 times a week, but the unique spectrum of humor and impeccable comedic timing that remains endemic to the series to this day is on full display from page 1. Though the art in the first installment may be primitive compared to the heights of the nearly 10 years of constant progress and improvement have delivered in the still ongoing series, it does not distract at all from the excellent plots and jokes that every arc or one-off strip delivers. There's also a fair amount of cartoon adult stuff if you're into that sort of thing, and hey, even that stuff is largely played for laughs. Though I definitely recommend reading the webcomic at its official site in order to see the full scope of what the story has to offer. The book volumes neatly split the arcs and stories to allow better savoring of the comic's evolution. Some people might think that doesn't matter much, but I know there's plenty who appreciate that unique context that the bespoke volumes partition such a large series into. Anyway, this review is becoming a bit of a tangent and I'm not sure how to end it. Smegly for present. Fucking dude swallowed a thesaurus. Jesus. Alright. Top negative review. Yeah, I saw those comments. Allow me to enunciate a bit more. There are no negative reviews. People who reviewed it liked it. I don't know, I had fun with it. Not quite a masterpiece, but honestly, anything's a masterpiece after Moon over June. Seriously, you should go watch that video. Next, Rain. Another one hosted on Comic Fury. By the way, if you use Comic Fury, I just recently put Doomsayer on it, so it might have a bigger reach, so I can get to more people. So, if you don't want to read it on my site, you can read it there. Mature audiences only. I recommend it on my site, though. It's better. No ads. Anyway, Rain is a story by Jocelyn Samara de Dominic. Quite a name. Once again, can't find a synopsis, so from Wikipedia, quote, Rain is a slice-of-life webcomic first published in November 2010 by Jocelyn Samara de Dominic. It follows a teenage trans girl named Rain Flaherty, whatever, as she attends a private Catholic high school and interacts with the community around her. In 2013, Volume 1 of Rain was published in a book format. Ugh. Oh boy, trans girl in a Catholic school. Listen, not being that familiar with the LGBT comics space before starting my infamous webcomics reviews, I wasn't really familiar with the tropes, but the one that is just so boring and bland that I cannot ignore anymore is the religion bad trope. Now, I understand throughout history LGBT people have been persecuted by religious institutions, and yeah, not cool, obviously, but dude, it's 2025. You literally have priests wearing pride flags. Come on, dude. Also, I have yet to see an LGBT story in an Islamic setting, but I guess people just aren't ready to have that conversation yet. Anyway, getting a little spicy there, let's step aside here. I probably won't like this because I'm not particularly interested in these kinds of stories, although there are occasions where I'm pleasantly surprised, so let's just give it a shot and I'll give first impressions. Yeah, it's not really my thing. Just a slice-of-life comic about a trans girl trying to fit in. Inoffensive at best. However, this one bit of dialogue kind of bugs me, right here. Taking extra long to get ready is a nice touch. Yeah, that's a bit, well, look. I thought the majority of these people are all about breaking gender stereotypes, but they conform to them when they want to switch genders. The messaging of the whole movement is unclear, and I find that a bit demeaning to women, but that's just my take. Maybe somebody will roast me in the comments. Someone always does. The art is a bit crude, but it's also kind of charming at the same time. It kind of reminds me of Lightbringer by Linkara insofar as the person is clearly not the best at drawing, but there's just so much heart in it, you know? When I read through Lightbringer, though I found it a bit generic and overly wordy, I could tell Linkara really loved his superhero comics, and I feel the same way about Rain here. It's just a case of not for me. Also, it's a bit wordy, but hey, what do I know? This one was a hit for De Dominic, so, you know, good for her. I think her, if that's the pronouns that are appropriate. Anyway, let's see what other people have to say. AA says, awesome, but buy it at Lulu instead. This is an awesome, inclusive, and often hilarious story of Rain, a transgender girl making her transition, male to female. It features a wonderfully complex cast of characters representing just about every orientation, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they like the representation, but apparently this listing is stalling. Top negative review. Yeah, they just say that the Amazon listing is a thief. So if you want to buy the physicals, get them in a place called Lulu. But since people like this, you know, so it's just not a story for me, but it might be for you. Next comic, Sleepless Domain. Holy shit, we have a synopsis. Sleepless Domain is a story by Mary Cagle, also going under the name Cube. Yo, you guys ever see that movie? Good 90s horror. Anyway, from the website itself, what is Sleepless Domain? Sleepless Domain is a comic about an isolated city in the middle of a dangerous world filled with monsters. During the day, the city is perfectly safe. At night, however, the populace lock themselves inside as the city streets fill with monsters. The only ones that can combat these creatures are very special girls with the power to transform into magical girls. Okay, so we got a magical girl story. Why not? Also, someone actually noted this one in the first video in the comment section and said they really liked it. Here's hoping I do too. I don't know. My expectations are always increased whenever somebody says something's good. But let's give it a shot. Alright, so, first impressions. It's actually pretty good. It's about a team of magical girls that fight monsters at night in this magical city. There's a barrier that keeps out the monsters in the daytime, and then they take care of the threats at night. I guess that's why it's called Sleepless Domain.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
The pacing is actually really well done. The first 2 chapters really give a sense of identity to each of the girls' personalities and show some cool action too. I think the creature designs could have been a smidge more inspired though, but for the art style they fit. The art style is kinda Tumblr-ish, but the one thing I do commend the Tumblr style for is the use of color, and it's no different here. The colors are very pretty. There's also some foreshadowing that the story might take a darker turn at the end of chapter 1, and I'm interested to see where this goes when I revisit it for a review. I like it. I don't love it, at least not yet, but I do like it. Despite not really being big into the magical girl genre. Also, this comic is very anime. I can tell that Cube is a big weeb. Hey, that's okay. I'm something of a weeb myself. Anyway, let's check out the reviews. Top positive review. Messi says, "This was a ton of fun, but also sad. Good stuff. Love your cuz. Have fun reading this. Definitely hoping for more of the comics chapters to be bundled into books. Cannot wait to see what it is for the next Undying, but also for Tessa." Top negative review that doesn't have a spoiler warning. Magical girls, but everything goes absolutely sideways when actual permanent and awful things happen. This is another comic I've been reading online for years, and each reveal is so good. It is the type of book I wish I had when I was a teen. I'm looking forward to revisiting this one for a full review. Anyway guys, should I keep doing the voices for the reviews? Somebody complained about it in the comments. I'm like, I think it's funny, you know? Anyway, next comic. Skadi. Skadi is a tough webcomic to track down. So, the original site it was hosted on is no longer available. I guess the owner of the domain didn't pay their hosting fees. However, thanks to the Internet Archive, I can access it. Please stop your war on the Internet Archive, copyright lawyer scumbags. Seriously, half of my content wouldn't be possible without it. Anyway, Skadi is a story by Katie Rice, published in 2008. Well, since the site's down, I'm not going to be mad about no synopsis, so from the Big Cartoon Wiki, quote, Skadi is a webcomic created by Katie Rice and Luke Comican, currently drawn and written by Rice, that made a debut on Dumb Comics on May 7, 2008. It is about a Nordic barbarian woman questing to eat every meat in the world before her death. Okay, so first impressions. The synopsis is pretty accurate. Skadi is a barbarian in this medieval setting and goes around eating every meat possible, just as the synopsis said. And honestly, I kind of love it. The art style is really, really loose and cartoony and gives me vibes of something I might have watched on Cartoon Network when I was a kid. Skadi is such an asshole to everyone, but not in the intolerable way like characters in the comic like CtrlAltDel were. More so in the Always Sunny way, where the comedy comes from them being a dick rather than the author trying to get you to root for them. The comic knows she's an asshole and plays into that. And the art style is so much fun. Everything is so over-exaggerated. I love it. Looking forward to reviewing this one. And since I had to download a full archive to even read it, you'll probably be seeing a review in the next few months. But, as always, let's read the reviews. And can't seem to find a comprehensive index of reviews, but the ones that pop up on Google seem kinda mixed. Some are praising it like I did, some are saying the humor is too lowbrow. I don't know, I had fun with it. Have you guys read this one? What do you think? Monster Pulse. This is a story from Magnolia Porter that ran from 2011 to 2021, which, wow, 10 years, hell of a run. Props. Anyway, the website luckily has a convenient new readers tab with the synopsis. Let's take a look. New to the comic, here's all you need to know. A small town somewhere in the Pacific Northwest is home to strange monsters that are born from the body parts of human beings. The body monsters continue to function as the original part did, even when far apart from the human. So everything is fine and dandy, unless the monster is hurt or killed. These monsters were created by a sinister shadow organization called Shell. Their reason for this are unknown, even to most of their employees. They're not exactly 100% evil, but their experiments and secrecy are more important to them than the lives and safety of the people and monsters. 4 brave kids, along with their monsters, struggle to keep themselves hidden from the public and safe from Shell. Along the way, they vow to help and protect anyone else who has a body monster and to discover why and how the monsters were created. So we got a government conspiracy meets Pokemon plus body horror story. Interesting. I don't know, I'm not really feeling this one. So we got this girl that can't focus in class taught by her mom, and then a body horror sequence where her heart escapes her body and becomes this Pokemon looking thing. Then some G-Men capture the Hark creature and shoot her, and then she wakes up and it's revealed that she's been injected with some chemicals, and then there's even more exposition dumping, and I can't remember this girl's name. We're running into that same problem I had with Kill 6 Billion Demons. It's just front-loaded with lore. Let me learn a little bit about the characters first, damn it. Your characterization should take precedence before a lore dump, you know what I mean? The art style is kind of fun though, very manga-inspired, but very cartoony too. Jumping ahead, there is color added, but I think I like the manga style better. I'm willing to give it another shot though, but man, do immediate info dumps turn me off to things. Like, I don't mind if they're in stories on occasion, you know, but that's a bad way to start, in my opinion. But that's just my thoughts. As always, reviews, top positive review. Time to speed this one up. I discovered the work of the cartoonist Magnolia Porter in 2015, with Monster Pulse being my first introduction to her work. Ever since Monster Pulse has been one of my all-time favorite comics. I initially was drawn in by how proudly it wears its clear influence and love of monster pet media such as Digimon, as I have a massive special interest in soft spot for media, even as a grown adult, while simultaneously being a piece that feels extremely fresh and unique. The premise, without spoiling anything, concerns a young dinosaur-obsessed student named Bina, Bina? That was her name? Bina? Alright, well, whatever. It's just like, I like it because it reminds me of Pokemon. Whatever. Yeah. Which is probably why I don't like it. Top negative review. Well, seems there's no negative reviews, but Good Reviews says there's a few 3-star ratings. I don't know. I think that it's the Pokemon vibe that's really turning me off to it. Like, I had fun with Gen 1 and 2 back when I was a kid, but yes, I'm that old, but I never liked the anime. Just not for me. Also, you already know how I feel about Nintendo. Anyway, what's next? Nuzlocke Comics. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nuzlocke Comics Original is a website that's going to give me a million viruses. It's by a guy named Nick Franco and is about a Nuzlocke playthrough of some Pokemon game. There was an archive.org link, but it's broken. I'm fine not being able to read it. Honestly, I cannot express in words how much I do not care about the Pokemon franchise. Like I said a minute ago, had fun with Gen 1 and 2. The games, that is. But after that, you might as well be speaking a foreign language. If you enjoy them, enjoy them. That's fine. It's just not my thing. Also, Nintendo. No shade on this Franco dude at all. Wonder if he's related to James. Let's just move on. Also, if I covered Pokemon stuff on this channel, it might attract kids. And then my channel and my content in general is absolutely not for kids. So, yeah. We're just gonna forget this one and move on. Next. PPG Doujinshi. Guess what? No synopsis. So, from the Snafu Wiki, Snafu being the site the comics hosted on, quote, Powerpuff Girls Doujinshi, also known as Powerpuff Girls D or PPGD, is a manga sequel drawn by Vincent No, commonly known as Bleed Man, and is hosted by SnafuComics.com. Until Chapter 7, Bleed Man mostly did all the work himself. From Chapter 7, BR helped with the story and Seryuga with colors. But since Chapter 8, Seryuga stopped, probably because of his own projects. So he only worked on one chapter. Why even note it? Anyway. Okay, so we got a Powerpuff Girls fan comic. I liked the original show back in the day, but it was never my favorite. The glue monster freaked me out, though. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Honestly, kind of an interesting take on these characters. So the plot is that the Powerpuff Girls move to a new town and are trying to fit in with their class, and it looks like it's going to do a classic shonen anime style escalation. Oh yeah, and Dexter from Dexter's Lab is in it too. Also, the latest page has Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot in it, so I'm guessing Bleed Man was doing a Cartoon Network cinematic universe kind of approach, which, now that I say that out loud, sounds like it would be kind of sick, dude. Very anime. I think I like it. I'll keep reading it, but reviews. And there aren't many reviews, but there was a bad Webcomics Wiki link, which I think I'm just going to go ahead and do a whole video on that site in the near future. It's very useful for my content. I didn't find it bad at all, but the entry says, quote, I could say that this comic has always been pretty awful, but crossover comics are nothing particularly new. A typical crossover comic makes a few appearances, then fades away into the ether once the author finds something more productive to do, like contemplating his navel, so deciding that they need to write a comic with original content. But Bleedman is not your typical webcomic hack. No, he takes a bad idea and runs with it. He takes a bad idea and makes it into an epic. It's one thing to make a crossover where the characters get together to fight or screw or meet the Flintstones. It's a whole other can of worms when you try making your crossover into a coherent plot with many overarching elements. Bleedman's biggest mistake is where he takes these characters from the typical monster battle of a week into something that requires actual forethought, like introducing original characters and villains. Oh, and a dramatic and very ham-handed subplot involving Dexter's laboratory characters. Things go downhill when Bleedman introduces his own villains, but the whole comic flies from mediocre to god-awful the moment Bleedman introduces Dexter's dying sister. Actually, Dexter's android remake of his dead sister. Way to go from ham-handed plot to creepy shit on one page. Bleedman, you truly are a master of timing. Well, I wonder when that happens. Well, looks like I'm just going to have to read ahead to see what the author of this wiki page meant. I will be doing a video on that site at some point, so please subscribe for that. Do it. Do it now. Next comic. Las Lindas. Oh, great, a furry comic. Whoa! Okay, furries. I was not familiar with your game. Yet again, can't find a synopsis on the official page, and yet again, I will say, have a damn synopsis. So, TV tropes coming in again. Quote, a long-running furry webcomic drawn by Chalosan, let's go with Chalosan, and written by Soulcat, and that ID Fox guy. The story is a slice of life that revolves around Maura Linda, who inherits her family's farmland after the death of her mother Diana. At first attempting to manage the farm on her own, she quickly realizes that she will need help and goes out to recruit some more workers. Things are complicated when an old rival shows up and tries to run Maura out of business. The comic was originally hosted on the Catbox, but after its shutdown, it can be found on Kimono Cafe, which hosts this comic here. The main comic, as well as some of the side comics and supplemental material, contains occasional NSFW material. Okay, so we got a slice of life comic with some absurdly proportioned furries with a bit of spice. See, I'd probably like this if they weren't furries, but that's just me. But hey, let's give it a fair shake. And honestly, kind of like this one. It's just about this goat girl, at least I think that's the animal she's supposed to be, and her struggle maintaining a farm that her family left her. It's really lighthearted with a little spice. I personally would enjoy this more if the characters were human because, well, not a furry, guys. But hey, if you are one, you might enjoy this one, or already know about it. I like a little slice of life every now and again. Put a bit of spice in it, and I'm all over it. But, you know, the furry thing, which I hope you guys aren't interpreting that as some kind of bias I have against furries. It's just not really my thing. But you guys are cool, especially the suspiciously wealthy ones. Patreon link in the description. Anyway, yeah, it's a fun read. Art style is fun, reminiscent of that late 90s, early 2000s anime style, but with a furry coat of paint. DeviantArt would have ate this up back in the day, and jumping ahead, the art improved significantly. One of my favorite things about webcomics. I'd recommend it to any furries watching. Reviews. Well, no Goodreads entries. I guess there wasn't a physical copy, but a DeviantArt review complained about fan service. Dude, it's just not for you then. If you don't like it, read something else. I am so sick of this fan service bad debate. It's just not for you then. That one comic from earlier in the video, Rain, the one about the trans girl, it's just not for me. I'm not going to go off on a tirade like some people do about fan service. But if you enjoy it, read the shit out of it, dude. But what do people say about me? Fuck them, dude. Like what you like and never apologize about it. I'm so sick of it. Not to mention, nobody ever brings up how jacked some of the dudes are in media. Like, every single one of those Marvel actors are on roids. You know it, I know it, the whole damn world knows it. But when they're naturally in shape off the roids, it's just a dad bod. Seriously? Hollywood really ruined women's perception of men. Okay, ran over. I'm going off on a whole disjointed rant right now, but, like, fuck off. Fan service is for people who like it, okay? And if you don't like it, don't fucking read it. And yes, that's why there's so many big titties in Doomsayer, because I like them. Alright, one other review I saw from TV Tropes was referring to Maura, the main character, as a Mary Sue, which, well, I'm not that far into it to confirm nor deny. It just seems like a lighthearted story about a goat girl with big titties running a farm. Next, Grinders. Back to Comic Fury with this one. Grinders, not to be confused with the popular dating app for homosexuals, is a series by an author I can only find credited as, quote, Dark Roast Phoenix. The synopsis is, well, let me just read it. This work is dedicated to all the fanatics who hit the gym before the sun comes up, who sit down and beat out their words on their pages every night, who find a way to make the numbers work for their startup. This is for those who are too dumb to stop, who don't have a plan B, who keep pushing through blood and mud and tears. This is for the grinders. Please note that there are a significant number of other creators, characters, and work that are used and referenced in this comic. Blah, 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 blah. Something else, there's a lot of smut in here, I won't deny, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of links to, like, fucking scam courses. Okay. Sounds like it might be an avant-garde NSFW comic about douchebags. Intriguing. Let's check it out. Oh, and the comic says it's by Lervillas, not Dark Rose Fans. I don't know. Comic Pure is a weird formatted website. And yeah, I kind of fucking hate it. Like a lot. I think it's shit. So our main character, Donna Panks, is like a stocks person. I don't know what you call them. Broker. They sit in offices and make calls and buy and sell shares in stocks and shit, you know. And this comic feels like it was made by Gary V. The characters are all pieces of shit, and I do not like them. The art style is cartoony, but not too cartoony. I'm not quite a fan. Everyone's always cursing everyone out, and it's just a bunch of stocks people being shitty stocks people. If I wanted that, I'd just watch Wolf of Wall Street again. Also, like, is this the prophecy that foretold of the Gunashide, the Bikini Cafe? It was in legend. Some knew it would come to pass. Or maybe I'm making shit up. It's not for me, but reviews. Searching for reviews of a comic called Grinders is very difficult, but the comic section of Comic Fury seemed to review it favorably. Me, personally, I kind of hated it. Maybe you watching will like it, and that's cool. We can have a difference of opinion, but I think it's garbage. Next comic. Zoophobia. Oh boy, we gotta talk about Vivzy Pop again. I might have to put a filter on everything so I don't get a copyright claim. Zoophobia is a webcomic by the notorious Vivzy Pop that ran from 2012 to 2016. I can't seem to find a proper synopsis for it, but it looks like a cringe furry comic from the world's greatest writer, Vivzy Poop. Whoops, that was a typo. But that's really funny. I'll leave it in. Interesting excerpt from the fandom wiki here, though. Quote, on August 11, 2023, unexpectedly, the webpage/Tumblr blog went down, but was initially believed to be an outage. This was until October 22, 2023, when it was labeled deleted under Archive Binge. It was unknown what had caused it at this time, but at first it was rumored to be the doing of a hacker. Then after the resurfacing of a tweet from Viv herself, it can now be believed that the page was deleted in response to toxic fans, along with a Twitter thread of supposed accusations towards Viv for tracing homophobia, amongst other things. Honestly, Vivzy Pop has got to have one of the most toxic fan bases on the internet. Hopefully one day the John fandom can rival it. Come on guys, be more toxic. Anyway, my expectations are lower than a modern deathcore guitarist tuning, so let's give it a shot. Well, right off the bat, the font sucks ass. Like, listen, make your font legible. No one can read your story if they can't read your fucking story. I don't know, the site it's archived on is formatted atrociously, so I'll have to go find a properly formatted archive for the inevitable review. Apparently some people said there's depictions of animal-human relationships in it, so big yikes on that one. The art is Vivzy Pop style, you know, a style I personally find unappealing but others enjoy. It's recognizable though. It's got, like, you can look at a Vivzy Pop and be like, yep, that's a Vivzy Pop. The main issue I have with it is the font. I can barely read the damn thing. It's not doing it for me. But reviews. Oh wow, bad webcomics wiki at the top of a Google search. Seems there isn't a physical copy, so no Goodreads, but there's also a TV Tropes review with a positive review, so let's read them both. So from TV Tropes, the positive review. Alright, so Dial and MC says, generally wonderful. Zoophobia is a really drawn. Alright, I'm done with the voices. I'm done with the voices. No more voices. Zoophobia is a beautifully drawn, funny, charming, and simple comic, albeit at first glance. It's because I can't come up with more voices, which is why I'm not doing them anymore. At least at this time. Anyway, back to the review. All of the characters, there are a few, are all varied in both personality and design, and none of them are boring in any way. Not relatable, but they're fun to watch and see interact. The sheer amount of expressiveness and their facial emotions and subtle cues are probably the art's strongest aspect, while not resorting to cheap tricks like cheeky mouth and more anime tropes that get overused. The story is simple but well done. It mostly serves as a vehicle for the characters to do the funny things, and it works. It doesn't need to be especially story heavy, and it's fine that way. All in all, a wonderful comic. Negative review. From Bad Webcomics Wiki. In late 2014, I saw an animation on Tumblr to a Kesha music video, and at least the process for the animation. Tumblr was quite into it for a time until it eventually came out, was praised, and then I stopped hearing anything about anything to do with it, because Tumblr is a fickle beast with a poor attention span. I did take notice long enough to see the creator had a webcomic. It was down at the time, and so it quickly passed from my memory without being read. Several months later, Zoophobia turned up on forums in question of its quality, so I figured I'd give it a look to see now that the site was up. I don't have great things to say about it. Downfall. It's hard to pin down what exact point Zoophobia fails, but I'd say somewhere within the third chapter. It's here that our setting is explained somewhat, and it brings up many contradictions in the story's universe, leaving too many questions to be truly immersive. Cameron is a human guidance counselor sent to the Zoo Phoenix Academy with the Safe Haven, a place full of a variety of fanciful character species. However, Cameron has zoophobia and was sent to the Haven unaware of just how many animals there will be running about and can't leave because magic. Okay. Yeah, scene's pretty mixed, just like the rest of Vivzy Pop's work. Scene's people either love it or hate it. Unfortunately, I'm on the side of not liking her work. I'll have to find a properly formatted archive because I'm sure some of you would like me to review it. Next, Power Up Comics. This one is by a guy going under the alias Shadow Gamer. Very elite, much ponage. Hey, guess what doesn't have a synopsis on its site? That's right. This one too. So, from TV Tropes again, pretty useful site for this series. Maybe one day I'll see reviews of Doomsayer on it. I'd love to read them. But in this case, Power Up Comics synopsis is as follows. Quote, Power Up Comics is two gamers on a couch webcomic detailing the awesome adventures of the Uber PS3 360 gamers Shadow and Chug. Wait, no. Power Up Comics is the half-baked product of two man-child PS3 360 fanboys. The protagonists are a pair of Mary Stu self-inserts who talk big about their gaming prowess, but spend most of the comic getting into inane adventures that are only tangentially at best connected to video games. And this excuse for a plot often gets tossed to the side so the author can soapbox their uninformed opinions on whatever topics happen to have grabbed their interest that week. The artwork consists of, at most, 2 poses for every character, which are then abusively copied and pasted, and then the punchlines are either non-existent or consist of Shadow shooting whoever he happens to disagree with. Okay, seems like we got another Control-Alt-Delete VG Penny Arcade awkward zombie type of comic with a bit of soapbox twist. Yeah, I really do think I gotta do a video on all of these gamer webcomics I want, and I do owe you guys a Control-Alt-Delete Part 2 video too, though, because the original one got to the likes threshold. God damn it. Anyway, let's give it a read. Well, first of all, Ninja Gaiden was an Xbox exclusive for a long time, and they're implying that it's on the PS3. Probably the inferior Sigma port. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Let's read a few more. This one is entirely coincidental that I decided to use DOA 6 for the gameplay footage. It's a solid fighting game, dude. The whole system is great. Also, not a lot of volleyball games out there, so DOA Extreme is really the only option. Also, who doesn't love giant tits? Come on. And here's a Nintendo hater. Pretty based in my opinion. Alright, let me read a few more and give a proper first impression. Okay, so I read a few more and oh my god, this is the laziest comic ever. The amount of recycled PNGs of characters and even the exact layout of panels, this is making Dinosaur Comics blush. It's a classic comic about toxic gamers being epic and cool, dude. Now, being a certified Nintendo hater myself, it gets a few brownie points, but this is just lazy. The creator is just spouting his opinions in these comics, so I guess you had to do webcomics before Twitter. It's kind of impressive how lazy it is. Although something about it doesn't make me hate it. There's just something about these gamer comics from back then that I can't put my finger on. Some kind of charm, I think. It's like this was probably super cool back then, but now it's just kind of cringe. I don't know. Anyway, let's see if we can find reviews. No physical release, so no Goodreads reviews, but I found this old forum talking about it, so apparently this was supposed to be a parody of the bad gamer webcomics of the time, and a lot of people, including myself, didn't realize that. Mostly because it's on par with all the other ones at the time and it just kind of blends in. But here's a review. Quote, if you haven't read the Power Up Comics, spare yourself the pain. If you have, this is your support group. Seriously, this is possibly the worst webcomic ever. It has no punchlines, terrible artwork. Artwork? I just insulted artworks everywhere. And possibly breaks the record for using gay as an insult. And apparently it has over 30 updates. A lot over 30. And anyone find any contestant for the title? Honestly, it was kind of cringe, but kind of fun cringe. I don't know. Moving on. Prequel Adventure. This is one by an author going by the alias Kazarat, and this is vetoed from inclusion as it's not necessarily a webcomic. It's another one of those Homestuck-like choose-your-own-adventure style stories. As I said prior, I will inevitably cover Homestuck at some point, but now I will make another video about these Homestuck-likes, since this is the second one so far, and there will probably be more. Guess it's technically a webcomic, but it's also technically not. I will revisit it in the future, though, for sure. I just want static panels with word balloons in sequential order hosted on the web, hence webcomic. But we'll come back to this someday. Next comic. Nerf Now! I'm hoping this is about Nerf guns. Nerf Now is a story by Josue Pereira. I hope I'm saying that right. And the synopsis from his site, thank you by the way, reads, quote, about Nerf Now. In the year 93,203 AD, humanity expanded its grasp to the most of the known universe, and blah, 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 blah. It's just a bunch of rambling that has nothing to do with the actual comic, okay? Because I wrote this script ahead of time, and I've read ahead, and it has nothing to do with the actual comic. It's a bit of a word salad, but, you know, I just gotta read it. And I thought it was a sci-fi comic, but it's a cringe gamer comic. I should note that this has been running since 2008 and still going to this day. I applaud the commitment. So, checking it out, we got another gamer comic. Uninspired gags around video game franchises that don't make sense to people that have never played the games. Also, the archive has only a few instances of the comic actually being called Nerf Now. The first one I saw was a side comic, and there wasn't a story under that name until 2015. This one's not doing it for me, and yeah, I'm just going to add it to the pile of gamer comics to look at. But let's look at the reviews. And I can't because the only site that seems to have reviews is TV Tropes, and despite creating and verifying an account, I can't seem to access the discussion section. Come on. Personally, wasn't feeling it. Another kind of cringe gamer comic. I'll do a mega review of all the gamer comics eventually, alright? I didn't really like this one. Moving on. The Carpet Merchant of Constantinier. That's a mouthful. Damn, this one got nominated for an Eisner Award. Kinda weird being sandwiched between a shitpost about tales crying about being trolled and a story about scarily drawn nightmare lesbians. Anywho, this one is by Remena Yi, if I'm saying that correctly. From Remena's site itself, quote, an Eisner-nominated graphic novel duology set in the 17th century Istanbul and 18th century England about a carpet merchant's reconciliation with faith, love, home in the aftermath of his death by a vampire. A magic realist, romantic, historical epic with a modern satirical take on gothic fiction and the literary vampire genre. So it's like a slice-of-life story slash historical fiction plus vampires, I think? Well, we'll just have to give it a read. Alright, so first few pages, and I'm not particularly hooked. The issue is that it's a bit of a period piece, and personally I just kind of have to be in the mood for those. It's just a me thing. At the time of writing this script, I'm not. I could see myself getting into this. I mean, there's vampires are cool, but the story didn't grab me right away. The art style is fun, really flat, almost like it's trying to emulate the style of the time. The carpet designs are really pretty and the spreads have cool borders. I just need to be in a different mindset to read this kind of story, not in a I have to look at like 50 more webcomics for the series kind of mindset. Interested to revisit for the actual review. But speaking of reviews, top positive review. Atika Wahid says, I am crying. I am inconsolable. How can you do this to me? You would think an author would know how to use punctuation. Top negative review. Natalia K says, you have to really love comics to enjoy this book. It was a waste of money and time for me. Yeah, those reviews didn't give me that much to go on. Again, I quite like the flatter art style and the carpet designs. I just have to be in the right mindset to read this, you know? Next comic. Twin Dragons. Not to be confused with the Jackie Chan movie of the same name. By the way, do you guys remember Jackie Chan Adventures? Love that show. Anyway, getting derailed here. Twin Dragons is a story by Robin Dassin. It started in 2015 and is still going to this day. As always, I applaud the persistence and commitment. The synopsis from the site. Thank you, by the way. Quote, Twin Dragons is a comic written and drawn by Robin Dassin. It's about the daily lives of the twins Kai and Kaya Romero, born as dragon hybrids in a human world. Another slice-of-life furry comic. Lots of slice-of-life in this tier. I do wonder if Spyro the Yandere intended to break it up by genre. Anyway, let's just give it a shot. And yeah, pretty much what I predicted, except there's a catch to the furry stuff. Instead of being about animal people, the furries are hybrids in this world. Humanoid animals. The main characters are humanoid dragons that just go about their day-to-day. However, they're discriminated against, so there's a bit of an X-Men vibe to this. Not sure if it'll escalate or if we're just heading into a more wholesome direction. Probably the latter. I think it's fine. The art's got a fun style too. Pretty anime, kind of early deviant art looking. It's fine. Yeah, fine. Also, jumping ahead, it looks like the style stayed consistent for 10 years. But, reviews. There are none. No, seriously, can't find them. I guess I'll have to do it myself when I revisit it for its own dedicated video. And when I said at the beginning each comic will have its own dedicated review, I did mean it. But these are just my first impressions with a general overview and general feedback. These are not meant to be super in-depth deep dives. We would be here all day if we did that. So we're just going to move on for now. Goblins. I wonder what this one's about. This is a webcomic by Ellipsis Stevens. Hell of a name. This one started in 2005, and I believe it's still ongoing. Again, 20 years. God bless. So, from the site itself, the synopsis is as follows. Quote, what is Goblins? Goblins is an ongoing webcomic that looks at a fantasy game realm from the point of view from the low-level monsters, namely the goblins. The comic has been going on for about 13 years and has evolved over time, so don't be startled by the older artwork. That was posted in 2017. It's more than 13 years at this point. Let's check it out. Well, we start with a wall of text apologizing for bad art in the first bit of it. Dude, no need to do that. Trust me, the first chapter of Doomsayer I made was so bad I ended up redrawing it, and I think I could honestly go back and redraw it again. Don't apologize for humble beginnings, just push forward. So far, off to a bad start. Anyway, it's a goof on the fantasy genre. As a serious fantasy author, I say fantasy is no laughing matter. Nah, I'm kidding. It's just that those stories that poke fun at certain pitfalls and cliches of a certain genre are a dime a dozen these days. It's a bland premise. I'm sure it was kind of fresh in 2005, but now it's kind of, like, dull. Jumping ahead, the art does, indeed, improve significantly, and even adds color. It's just the, haha, fantasy so goofy gag is on par with those gamer comics that were all like, haha, gaming so goofy. Maybe I'm just becoming jaded from going through so many comics and becoming a cynical critic through these reviews. I mean, I hope so. YouTube viewers love that shit. I mean, the bad webcomics wiki does show up on the initial search for the comic. Again, it's another fine one. It's fine. But something about the art makes me feel like the author is British. Hold on. Oh no, Canadian lesbian. Huh. Wait a minute. I'm getting flashbacks. Reviews! Onto the reviews! Wait a minute. It appears that we have some lore around the author. That'll do wonders for my inevitable review. But let's see what the Bad Webcomics Wiki has to say. The first thing that pops out to me is this warning here. I've never seen that before. Okay, what's it say? Quote, the creator of this webcomic is a giant douche, even by internet standards. Their behavior may include, but is not limited to, rampant displays of racism, sexism, homophobia, and or other forms of bigotry and douchebaggery. May spew invective. I don't think I've ever seen that word ever. At critics and fans alike. Avoid real-life interactions as much as possible. Warning, this webcomic will nauseate many readers. This can be for a whole slew of reasons, including graphic depictions of gore, grossly unappealing depictions of sexual behavior, offensive descriptions of sexual abuse, and so on. In any case, this webcomic, and even the review, is not for the weak of stomach. Warning, the following webcomic is a glacier. We could have waited until the webcomic story progressed a bit, but by the time that happened, they'll be long dead and forgotten, so we'll make do with what we have. You know, that gross out warning should have been on the Moon Over June entry, I'm just saying. And I realized upon second inspection, this series is attributed to a Terrell Hunt, not Ellipsis. And doing further research, this author is actually transgender. Okay, my bad. Sorry to have dead named the author, but if you're going to look this one up, that'll clear up the confusion. I will only refer to the author by the chosen name for the rest of the segment at the inevitable review. Okay? But the Bad Webcomics Wiki says, quote, alright, Goblins starting out as a dumb but relatively inoffensive send-up of the absurdities of Dungeons & Dragons in a manner similar to Order of the Stick and other comics of that nature. However, Ellipsis decided to turn the comic into a dramatic piece. Since the characters have no personality, the only way Ellipsis felt she could make readers sympathize with them was to put them through the ringers of over-the-top gore and forced edginess. In the parlance of Goblins critics, sad happened. Okay, so it gets edgelordy, which remains to be seen. The first few trips I read for the first impressions seemed fine, just fine. But we'll do further research as to why there are those big warnings on the page when we get to its inevitable dedicated video. For now, we're just going to move on. Wildlife. Wildlife is a story by Pascal Lepus. And we have a great synopsis from the site it's hosted on. Wildlife is a supernatural adventure horror series set in a small town in rural Oklahoma. It focuses on stories about creatures from Native American mythology as witnessed and documented by a journalist from Chicago, Illinois. It launched on September 29, 2014 and is written and illustrated by Pascal Lepus. Perfect. I know exactly what I'm getting into. That's how you write a synopsis. I know the genre, I know the setting, I know what to expect. And I even know when it started and who it's made by. That is how you write a synopsis. Sorry for going off on a rant, but do you know how many of these don't have a goddamn synopsis on their sites? Anyway, let's read the first little bit of it, and I'll give you first impressions. And I actually like this one. The art is fantastic in my opinion. It has a sketchy yet refined feel to it. The story does feel like it's going to be a man buys old house but it's haunted kind of cliche going on, but it might go in a different direction. I'm looking forward to revisiting it. But, as always, what did the review say? Top positive review. Maggie Gordon says, one of my rare 5-star reviews because Wildlife is one of my favorite comic series. This is a collection of the first 3 chapters of the story, and I had forgotten how deftly plotted and characterized Lepus' work is. Readers are introduced to Oscar, just a guy, obviously fleeing some demons until he ends up in a podunk town in Oklahoma. Right away, you notice something off about the town. Kids that turn into dogs, ghosts, witches, there's all sorts of things happening in the background that Oscar starts to slowly clue into. This is a magical place infused with the strangeness and power, and I wanted to see all its secrets unfurled. But first, just bits and pieces. The plot is slow and oh so deliciously slow. Very slice of life tinged with mystery. It's just a delight, and I am super happy to have been able to pick up a copy of the print version. Top negative review. Well, there is a single 2-star rating, but they didn't write a review. This one was actually pretty good. I'll revisit it for a full review sooner than later. Next, we got one I actually covered already. The Borba Zootopia trilogy. This one I actually covered already. Go watch the video after this. But if you want the abridged version, this is a Zootopia fan comic by a Brazilian artist named Borba about Judy Hopps wanting to abort the Fox dude's child. I don't know, I haven't seen the movie. It's honestly a really well done comic, but most people criticize it for Nick and Judy being out of character. However, it was an engaging drama for me who has not seen the movie. There were also sequels where basically Judy gets JFK'd. Yeah, entertaining read, honestly. Next, 8-Bit Theater. This is a Sprite comic by Brian Clevenger. For those of you too young to remember, there used to be a whole offshoot of webcomics that were dubbed Sprite Comics. These were adjacent to those gamer comics. The creators basically just used pre-existing sprites from video games of the 16 and 8-bit era. I might actually do a whole video on Sprite Comics at some point. Anyway, let's check out the first few strips. Oh, actually clicking on the site, the last page is fully drawn and the art's pretty damn good. But we gotta go back to the beginning. And this is looking like a Final Fantasy fan comic. Nice change of pace from all the Pokemon ones. I've actually been slowly playing through the Final Fantasy series for the first time, on and off with those pixel remasters Square put out a while ago. I'm in the middle of 3 right now. 2 actually wasn't that bad, by the way. Anyway, comic. Yeah. I guess it's fine for a Sprite webcomic of its time. Our main characters are the Black Mage and the Fighter from Final Fantasy 1, where the Fighter's a dumbass and the Black Mage makes the punchline. Kind of what I expect from around the time. This was published between 2001 and 2010, so for its time, I can see why it was popular. Not really engaging me, though. Reviews. Top positive review. Vexing Replica says, Final Fantasy, as you've never read it before. This is a funny and amusing webcomic which didn't take itself too seriously, following the exploits of Black Mage, Red Mage, Fighter, and Thief. This band of misfit heroes save the world from chaos. The story and world follows that of the first Final Fantasy, although more personality and flavors are brought to the NPCs and villains of the game. In addition to the NPCs and heroes questing, there are many other side story folks, including White Mage, the actual 4 Warriors of Light, and the King. Sword Chucks out of 10, Hadoken out of 5. Approved by Princess Sarah because Garland is busy knocking people down. Alright. Top negative review. Kaylee says, with a 2-star rating, a lot of people have recommended this comic to me over the last couple of years, so I feel kind of bad saying that I don't much care for it. But, well, I don't. Some of the video games and pop culture reference made me chuckle, and I like the idea of the comic, but in execution it just fell flat. Neither the story nor the characters have any depth, which may have been intentional given the source material, but it was still annoying. And a good bit of the humor seemed over the top and forced to me. Honestly, it just kind of feels like another cringe gamer comic, except with Final Fantasy sprites. Sprite Comics video someday. I don't know, subscribe for that eventually. Next one. Hopefully we can leave gamer comics behind. Stupid short Eevee comics. Oh, for fuck's sake. No. I'm vetoing this. That's enough. I'm not doing any more Pokemon shit. I don't like the franchise. I don't like Nintendo fans. I cannot give this an unbiased review. I just can't, okay? I can't. I'm done. No more Nintendo fan comics. That's it. If you like this one, more power to you. Go read the shit out of it. Send your love to the creators. Support them on Patreon or buy their books or whatever. But it's just not for me, you know? We're going to move past this one, alright? My hatred for Nintendo is unmatched, okay? You can't get on this level. I hate Nintendo more than fucking Yuji Naka. Alright, anyway. Yeah, it's a Pokemon fan comic. You know, check it out if you like Pokemon. I'm done. No more Pokemon. I can't. I just can't look at it objectively. Next, Bittersweet Candy Bowl. We have a character sheet, but no synopsis. Once again, TV tropes coming in clutch. Synopsis, quote, Bittersweet Candy Bowl is a long-running teen dramedy webcomic by Veronica Vera. It follows a group of feline and canine friends through middle and high school, focusing primarily on a pretty white-colored tsundere called Lucy and her ongoing crush rivalry with nice guy Mike. Also featured are love triangles, actually a developing love dodecahedron, that's a long word, among Jerk with a heart of gold Paulo, cheery teen genius Daisy, Cloud Coolander, David, and Abby, Daisy's new boyfriend with the trouble past. There's also Jessica, a strong-willed cheerleader who has a fancy for Lucy and hates dislikes Tess Rachel, a cheerful cheerleader, and Jasmine, Paulo's new girlfriend. Okay, yet another furry slice of life. Why are there so many, dude? I thought there were a lot of LGBT comics, but damn, furries seem to be dominating this iceberg. Anyway, let's read the first little bit of it. And this is a long one, starting in 2009, and ongoing to this day. Again, I applaud the commitment and persistence as always. Okay, so we got a bit of a reverse harem kind of story with some slice-of-life elements with a furry coat of paint. Furry weebs will love this shit. Me? I don't know. It's alright, I guess. The main character, Lucy, seems like kind of a bitch, to be honest. Maybe if I wasn't writing the script while on my last bit of energy, I'd think differently about it. But again, fine. This seems to be the word today. Fine. Reviews. Oh boy, Bag Webcomics Wiki pops up first, like right at the top. Okay, it just got bumped up on the list because people love negativity. But for the top positive review, there are no reviews, but the ratings seem to range from 3 to 5 stars on Goodreads. Mostly 4 stars, so I guess most people thought it was fine too. Let's see what Bad Webcomics Wiki has to say. Quote, it's hard to pinpoint the downfall of this comic. I think it's different for everyone. It happens when, after reading several hundred pages of whiny cats, you realize you are just bored with it. That story is going nowhere and the plot lines will never get resolved. It will just go on and you just won't care anymore. At this point, a lot of the comics fans jump to the conclusion that the comic has lost its edge, but the truth is that it's always been boring. But just like watching a clown get hit with a pie in the face, it's funny the first few times, then it starts getting dull. But only after having to watch it for hours does it become torture. So, yeah, they're saying it's boring. I wonder if my comic is on here. Aw, come on. Come on, guys. I need some more haters. Can't really call yourself a success if there aren't some people that hate you. Anyway, on to the last entry of this tier. Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. This is part of Homestuck. Again, I will cover it when I inevitably get to a Homestuck video. Yes, I will cover all of it, right? The main thing, all the offshoots, even the fandom. That video is going to be a goddamn film, but I'll get to it when I get to it. I don't know why Spider the Yandere separated this in Problem Sleuth from Homestuck. Honestly, I bet there's going to be another Homestuck entry in the next tier. There's probably going to be a comment going, actually, it's technically not part of Homestuck. It's getting covered in the Homestuck video, okay? I will get to it all right? Just at a later date. Anyway, that's a wrap on tier 3. I was extra toxic in this one. Not gonna lie, being a YouTuber makes you very cynical. But thank you for watching. Hope you liked it. Thank you, Patreon supporters. Read my comic Doomsayer, mature audiences only. Go ahead and leave any corrections in the comments, or any distaste. If you're a big Nintendo fan, go ahead and leave a whole unhinged rant about how, actually, I got Shigeru Miyamoto's dick in my mouth right now. I might have to cut that line. But yeah. Tier 3, Webcomics Iceberg. John, forever. See you next time. Alright, welcome back to the Webcomics Iceberg. This is Tier 4. If you're just joining us, I've been going through this iceberg chart created by iceberg chart user Spider the Yandere and getting the general overview, synopsis, and first impression of each of these comics. I do webcomics reviews on this channel, and each and every one of these, for the most part, will be getting its own dedicated video, so make sure you subscribe. Before we begin, corrections to the previous tier. The character Mora in Las Lindas is a cow, not a goat. I was thrown off by the ear length, but then again, of course she's a cow, carrying all that milk around. The Powerpuff Girls Doujin creator may apparently like little girls, so, yeah. Why does that happen in a lot of these? I swear, every third webcomic, someone's in the comments like, actually, that person needs a PDF file? Like, what is up with that? Oh, you guys don't gotta worry about me. I've always liked older women. Anyway, lastly, Nintendo fanboys are still cringe. Okay, without further ado, let's begin. Tier 4. Hopefully it won't be too controversial. Stone Toss. Oh, god damn it. Stone Toss is an artist that I actually already spoke about in the Dark, Weird, and Controversial Artists Iceberg series. The long and the short of it, he makes right-wing comedy strips. He's considered a bit controversial because some of his takes would actually be considered far or alt-right. These phrases get thrown around like they're going out of style, but approaching things from a middle ground point of view, yeah, this guy is actually far right. He also really seems to hate Jews and black people, so yeah, that's definitely far right. I'll look at his stuff someday. Some of his strips, admittedly, I do find kind of funny, usually when he does those non-political ones, although some of the political ones do get a giggle out of me every now and again. Not really the biggest fan of that art style, but it's a style for sure. At a certain point, he decided to hide Among Us characters in his strips for some reason, and there was also the doxing incident, where this guy, who most people, regardless of politics, would think condones white supremacy, turned out to be a chubby Latino. Kinda strange, yeah? The history of Stone Toss is a rather controversial and very political thing to cover. I'll look at the comics eventually, but considering the tensions here in America and the majority of my audience being American, I'll have to be careful of that script. I always try to sidestep politics when they come up, which unfortunately they seem to do a lot these days, as I have no intentions to get involved in all that. Like, I pay attention and I got my views, sure, but honestly, most of it is just a waste of life. I'd rather just do my art and my videos in peace, dude, you know? Like, get a hobby, man. It's better than protesting all day. I'd recommend drawing. Okay, here's hoping the next one isn't too spicy. Natty. Based on that title, I think this is going to be about bodybuilding. Okay, let's look it up. Alright. Oh boy. I think I just stepped on a landmine. This has got to be a troll. Please tell me it's a troll. Well, this one just got promoted to the next episode. Well, episode after next of Infamous Webcomics. It's just, wow. Okay. Wow. Synopsis from the Bad Webcomics wiki, because that's the second thing that came up on a Google search. That's never a good sign when looking one of these up, but after taking a peek at the first few strips, it's a pretty accurate description. Firstly, this is apparently a spin-off of a comic called Little Boy's Room. I'll check that one out when I get around to doing the Infamous Webcomics episode on this one, but it's a story by a guy named Stephen Winchell, and the Bad Webcomics wiki states, quote, "This webcomic looks like it is drawn by a teenage edgelord, but in fact the author is a 31-year-old man. What is his motive for doing this webcomic? Evidently is to show what a white knight he is to the world, supposedly standing up for women oppressed and harassed by privileged males. If I were a woman, I would find the author's attitude patronizing." And that pretty much hits the nail on the head. It's pretty fucking bad, to be blunt. To the point, I really do think this is a troll, but these days, people are nuts, especially when it comes to politicized content, so who knows. I'll save my thoughts for an upcoming Infamous Webcomics episode, but we got some reviews on the Internet Archive here. Let's read them. Anonymous 2045 says, "I'm glad Winchell stopped Natty Comics. Natty and her family sucks. Winchell says Natty is undermined, underpaid, and underappreciated, but I can hardly sympathize with her. She kills/attacks every white man for the littlest of things like having an opinion. Natty wants to preach about creepy white men, and then she kidnapped a baby. The last time I saw a fictional character taking someone's children, he got a punch in the face and a restraining order. On the topic of preaching, she never mentioned R. Kelly or Bill Cosby. Most of the victims are white men. If Nanny didn't have Mary Sue powers, she would break down crying over the littlest of things. She is not a strong woman, she's pathetic. Newsflash, feminists, giving a woman superpowers or muscles doesn't make a stronger, likable character. She is the equivalent of a kid with a gun. Honeycomb is a fat nanny that loves cooks. Norma is a commie scum that needs to go to Cuba and experience the reality of communism. Winchell, stop being a white guilt cuck." Okay, Garg here says, no. Wandingo here says, "Fuck you, Anonymous, Natty kicks ass." Yeah, so, well, those were certainly reviews. Not sure where the white guilt thing came from. I read, I'd say, the first 20 strips because they're at the very least laid out in a legible fashion. I'll give them that. They're pretty quick reads, but not one single word on race. Perhaps Anonymous 2045 is reading too much into it. Anyway, I want to move on from this. Hopefully we're done talking about the world of politics. We used to tell these people to get a life. I mean, it seems to be a bit tough these days, so I will tell you, please, at least get a hobby. I once again recommend drawing. Moving on. Jerk City. Turns out this one got renamed to Bone Quest. That's fine. Only my most OG fans know that my comic, Doomsayer, was once called something else as well. Go read it. If you're old enough. Anyway, from TV tropes, because the original site didn't have a freaking synopsis, and honestly, I need somebody else to explain this to me. Quote, Jerk City, renamed Bone Quest in 2018, is a long runner of a webcomic starting August 17th, 1998. With strips coming out almost every day after that. It follows the adventures of Pants the Christmas Tree Monster, Spigot the Beatnik, and Deuce the Tiki. The story is essentially non-existent, with much of the dialogue coming from real IRC chat logs rather than being written specifically for the comic. That being said, the majority of strips feature the three plus some other minor characters having a gay old time. No, not safe for work. Yeah, I can't seem to find the full team of creators, but a wiki article says it was co-created by a dude named Michael Lopp. And who was the other guy? Or girl? Or they, them, or whatever, who cares? Like, who was the other person? Who was the other person? I can't find it. I don't know why. Anyway, after reading a few strips, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Everything about it is incomprehensible, clearly by design. The dialogue has no rhyme or reason. There's recycled assets in the art. This is kind of like Dinosaur Comics, but without coherence and slightly better art. I don't really like it. This comic has somehow been running daily since 1998. Holy shit, dude. That's so many strips. That's so many strips. This fucker is longer than One Piece. Nah, too long. Disqualified from review. It also just doesn't make sense. So how would I review that? Something like Sonichu didn't make sense, but there was an attempt at a plot. My brain hurts trying to figure this one out. Maybe I'm stupid? Probably. Let's see if we can find reviews. Well, Bone Quest reviews in the search bar brings up a different story, and Jerk City brings up a Jamaican restaurant in Brooklyn. Maybe I'll check it out if I'm ever in Brooklyn in the future. Any of my fellow New Yorkers ever eat there? Any good? Anyway, this one was a mess. Let's move on. Kevin and Kel. Not to be confused with Keenan and Kel. Although I'd much rather read a Keenan and Kel comic than this one. So, we got more furries, huh? Well, hopefully covering this will attract the suspiciously wealthy ones to my channel. Patrons only $2 a month. Haha. Shout out to patrons that have subscribed. Thank yous on screen now, Editor John. Okay, so this one's by a guy named Bill Holbrook, and has been ongoing since 1995. Wow. That's even longer than Jerk City, damn. I applaud the commitment. Let's see if we can find a good synopsis. Alright, so there is a synopsis on the official website, but it's a goddamn dissertation. I ain't reading all that. Your synopsis should be one single paragraph, 2 max. Okay? Any more and it's gonna look like a lore dump. Just give us the gist, you know? Like, let me know what I'm in for. Anyway, from Wikipedia, quote, the strip centers on the mixed marriage between Kevin Dewclaw, a rabbit, and Kel Dewclaw, a gray wolf. In their society, their major difference is their diet. Kevin is a herbivore and Kel is a carnivore. Their family includes 3 children. Lindisfarne, a hedgehog adopted from Kevin's first marriage, Rudy, a wolf-fox hybrid from Kel's first marriage, and their only biological child, Coney, an omnivorous rabbit. The comic's plot revolves around species-related humor, satire, and interpersonal conflict. Is this the plot of Zootopia? I mean, I'm only familiar with the abortion comic, but I'm pretty sure that's the plot of Zootopia. More or less. Wonder if Holbrook sued. Also, why is it always a rabbit and a wolf? Beastars, too. Anyway, let's get a first impression. Alright, so, after reading the first few strips, it put me to sleep. The earlier strips are in black and white, and I actually prefer that, but the story is what one would call fluff. It's not doing it for me, and because of its overwhelming length, I'm not so sure if I'm going to do a full review. Inoffensive is the best word I could use to describe this. Check it out if you're looking for something like that. Just use an ad blocker if you visit the actual site, because I think I need a scan for viruses and adware now. Yeah, I notice a lot of these legacy comics that started in the early 2000s or 90s usually have a problem with that. Anyway, speaking of reviews, let's see if we can find some. Well, there's only one review sitting at 4 stars, but the majority of ratings seem to have given it 3 stars. But that review said, quote, from Hannah Bellier, Okay, what anime girl is that? I have no idea. Kevin and Kill are considered an oddity, married despite being a rabbit and a wolf on opposite sides of the pecking order. But with their children, family, and friends, nothing can keep them from making it through whatever obstacles this mundane life throws their way. Holbrook will keep readers chuckling with every witty retort and reaction in this entertaining first to this long-running series. What's a society to do with such a strange couple? Lying Kamala. I don't know, that's the best Trump impression I could do. I gotta work on it. Anyway, so yeah, that's a pretty solid review. It's fine, I guess. Inoffensive, like I said. I like stories that have conflict, though, personally. Okay? Moving on. Sluggy Freelance. This one is by Pete Abrams and has been running since 1997. Damn. Long time. I'm guessing this is the long-running legacy tier. So, synopsis from Wikipedia, because the official site didn't have one. For fuck's sake. You had 3 decades. Why didn't you put one in? Okay, I'm calmed down now. Quote, while the strip began as a gag-a-day based series in which the 3 main protagonists, Tor, Griff, and Zoe, would stumble from one brief bizarre parody-centric adventure to the next, the characters and plotlines gradually became more complex and serious. Some critics have praised the humor of the strip and its use of subject matter not available in newspaper comics, while others have criticized the long and complex stories and continuity. Alright, so we got a comedy. Let's check it out. Alright, so the first mini-story arc is about this guy named Riff. Right? Riff. Really? That's his name? Alright, whatever. Trying to summon Satan from his computer. Okay. Sounds like a good premise. Isn't that Shin Megami Tensei? The game I'm playing on screen right now? Wasn't that like the first one? Right? Anyway, some Archangel comes along and they're deadlocked in a Quake deathmatch. That's right. Quake. Not Quake 2. That's how old this is. And Riff gets the devil out of his computer by inserting an Alanis Morissette CD. This is 90s boomer humor, isn't it? It feels incredibly dated because of all the real-world references because, well, it is dated. Not sure if Abrams planned on it for going on as long as it did. It's fine, I guess, but its age is showing a lot. The art's serviceable enough. It's okay. I call it okay. Better than a lot of the other really old webcomics I've checked out. Let's check out the reviews. Top positive review. CJ, It's Only a Paper Moon, says, I left Sluggy on accident. I left Sluggy because it became too much to read on the internet. I left Sluggy in between. I miss Sluggy smiley face. If you got a chance to go back and read the first adventures, you will find a wonderful funny blend of sci-fi geekdom. If you can't get into the plot, there's always a homicidal bunny. Winky smiling. Oh my god. I should note that review was posted in 2010. Top negative review. Very uneven. The best bits are okay. The worst bits are terrible. Very little sign of the bright future ahead. But then back in 1997, it must have been difficult to imagine anything meaningful about the future of webcomics. Anyway, I don't have a review for the book itself, but I reviewed the first 3 books together over here on my blog. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to click on that. I'm going to have to agree with Wastrel here. It's really just dated. Maybe if I read it way back, I'd have different thoughts, and maybe the story gets better. Who knows? Probably someone who read the whole thing. That's who. Anywho, shall we move on? Wait, before we do, did you know 90% of you aren't subscribed? 90. Guys, what the fuck? If you don't subscribe, I'll come to your house and shit on your carpet. So do it now. Man, I have hardwood floors. Well, then I'll call up your local carpenter, have them install wall-to-wall carpet, and drop a big log on it. But not in the middle. In the, little crevice between the floor and the wall where no matter how many times you pass the vacuum cleaner, you're always going to get that little line of dust. Unless you have one of those fancy good suck vacuums. So, yeah. Please subscribe. I'd appreciate that. Alright. Let's see if the threatened potential subscribers method works. Let's move on. Law for Kids. Oh boy, first result is the Bad Webcomics Wiki. Man, those guys are the real MVP of this iceberg. So, this was made by Arizona law enforcement in 1997. Yeah, like the state of Arizona. What is this? Looking at a few of these strips, the BBW. No, not that one. That's, we don't like that here. Looking at a few of these strips, the BWW story synopsis is pretty accurate. Quote, each comic page is a self-contained story that informs you about each law in Arizona and the consequences of breaking those laws. At least that's what they're trying to do. Half the time I have no idea what the fuck is happening. When it comes to telling a story with the comic, you gotta make sure people understand just what is happening. To do this, you need to show the most important actions that are taking place. However, in the comic's second panel, we have no indication as to whether or not those two are really driving aside from the boy's hands on the wheel. There's no indication as to who truly owns the vehicle either. A little exposition can actually help short comics like this, so long as it's not a gigantic info dump and walls of text a la Tim Buckley. Yeah, so they're talking about this first strip right here, and I looked at this, and to give you an idea of just how bizarre this comic is, I will do a read-through / narration of the first strip. Alright, so we got these two, I guess, teenagers here? I don't know, they could be young adults. Let's see, this girl says, "Cool car, let's take a ride." They're in the car, right? Then the cops show up. The girl says, "But I wasn't driving." And the cop says, "Even the passenger gets in trouble." And that's it. That's the whole strip. There's no indication that the driver's drunk, maybe, or there's no license, or anything. Why is the passenger getting in trouble too? What even was this, dude? This definitely got bumped up on the list. I am, however, having a hard time finding a full archive of it, so I'll have to fidget with the Wayback Machine for that inevitable video. I'm also having a hard time finding reviews, so we're just going to move on for now, but this definitely has piqued my interest. I'll review this one sooner than later. Speaking of stuff I've already reviewed, Moon Over June. Sorry, I just had a flashback. Moon Over June is bad. It's really bad. I'm turning that one review I did for it into a trilogy. Check out that video for my review for the first third of the story, but if you don't want to, the abridged version is as follows. Okay, so Moon Over June is a story by someone using the alias Woke Girl. That's W-O-C, not W-O-K-E, for those just listening. It's been running since 2007. This is an adults-only comic about a lesbian couple, Hooky and human garbage Summer. Hooky is an adult film star and Summer is a gynecologist. They are both sex addicts that live together in a very progressive neighborhood. These two are horrible people with no consideration for others and both decide to take on the role of motherhood. While it's obviously a recipe for disaster and it's advertised as more of a comedy slice of life with gooner bits in it, not a single character in it is fleshed out at all. Summer hates men and Hooky is a raging whore. That's it. For 17 years. Also, introducing children in an adult comic like this is highly suspicious, Woke Girl. It's god-awful and the art is grotesque and somehow gets progressively worse. It's honestly the third worst thing I ever read on this channel. Lightbringer was better than this. Don't read it. Or do. I'm not your dad, whatever. Next, comic. Re-Nightmare. Okay, so this one is by an individual going by the alias Sleepy Kink, who changed it to Twisted Doctor later on. Apparently this person's involved in the animation meme community. I'm not really well versed in that community. I think some people from there do watch me, so shout out to that community. But this person apparently deleted this comic at a certain point. Luckily the internet archives are coming in clutch in this one. Seems the general consensus is that this one is poorly received, made evident by the bad webcomics wiki, being the second result of a quick Google search. Well, let's see if we can find a proper synopsis. Well, from the Sleepy Kink fandom wiki, guess they're pretty popular. When are we gonna get a John wiki, huh? I wonder what people would say about me on there, huh? Anyway, quote, Re-Nightmare has little to no plot considering it's undone and most plotlines were never explored outside of Skrill's mind. The comic bounces around a lot and there are missing pages. So we got another non-sequitur nonsense comic like Bone Quest, huh? Well, maybe it'll be better than what I'm seeing on the BWW. So, it doesn't make sense, and it's all over the place. So that much is true. It's about these chibi furry people. I'm just mostly confused by the attempt at the story here. The art itself is kind of cute. I don't dislike that aspect. It's just kind of a mess in terms of attempting a story. I don't know what's up with some of these webcomic creators just creating bizarre nonsense comics like Dinosaur Comics or Bone Quest. Webcomics are meant to be read. I guess there's a chance they were trying to be experimental, but personally, I like it when there's actually a narrative, you know, in sequential art, you know, keyword being sequential. I don't know, I might not revisit this one for a long while, to be honest. As for the reviews, there's a few Reddit and Tumblr posts about it, but no actual reviews, so for now, I'll just move on to the next entry. Dresden Kodak. Weirdly enough, the first fill-in from Google after the title was trans, and I thought, uh-oh, is this going to be political again? Because for some reason that's a political issue, but no, the author's just transgender. Big whoop. Some people are trans. Get over it. I don't really see why it's a big deal. Anyway, the author of Dresden Kodak is A. Sena Diaz, just going by Sen, and she has been working on the comic since 2005. Damn, 20 years. Congrats. Firstly, the art is absolutely fantastic. Like, goddamn, the art is good. Okay, as for the synopsis, it seems Sen has created a universe and that there are 3 separate stories taking place. To quote her own website, Dark Science. Scientist Chemical Ross has a problem. Her money's gone and a bank exploded her house. The banks explode houses now? I guess this is like near future. That's kind of cool. You owe the bank money to blow up your house. They don't seize it. They fucking destroy it. That's extreme. Anyway, with no place else to go, she travels to Nephalopolis, the city of giants, built from the ruins of an ancient war and a fading memory of tomorrow. Follow our cyborg hero as she attempts to survive the bureaucratic behemoth with a little help from her friends. And what exactly is Dark Science anyway? Start at page 1. Hob, time traveler sure are a handful, huh? How will science doer Chemical Ross deal with the imminent technological singularity? And how will the Tokamak twins deal with her? Start at page 1. Hob is Dresden Kodak's first long-form story running from 2007 to 2008. Like what you see, look at it again in book form. Okay, I guess she's got books. One-offs. The collected short form from Dresden Kodak Comics are all in one place. Find more adventures with Kim Ross, the Takamaks, Rupert and Hubert, as well as cavemen with big imaginations and brilliant enactments of the most essential third act twists. Did you know you could potentially have these pages on your bookshelf and or walls? Alright, well, I guess there's physical copies, so that's good. Okay, so is like Hob like a part 2 of Dark Science? I don't know. I'll just check out Dark Science and give my first impressions on that. And the comic's a bit wordy, but as I stated prior, I really like the artwork. The order of the story is a little confusing. I'm not so sure if there are collected stories from different universes or the same one. It's definitely something I'll come back to, but not something I can really give my thoughts on in a first impression format. Apparently there's a bit of a decline in the story based on some of the search results from Google, but I only read the first little bit of it. Again, I can't really... This is one of those stories where I gotta read more of it to actually give you a proper, like, first impression. Let's see what people who read a bit more of it did have to say. Top positive review. John says... John, excuse me?
It's someone who only recently discovered a webcomic Dresden Kodak. The primer is perfect. It gives an intro story, background on the key characters, and other bonus art and content. Sen's art is at turns evocative, whimsical, and sexy, and it's awesome to own it in print. The book also gives insights into her character design process, which is brilliant. Highest recommendation for anyone into webcomics and artists in general.
I'm just using her preferred names and pronouns at this time, just out of respect for my fellow human being. That's all. It's not a political thing. And yeah, I didn't say that. Top negative review. Amanda says,
a little nice companion to Sen Diaz's work, but if you've been following her comic blog and Tumblr, there's not a whole lot of new stuff in it.
Yeah, I'll definitely revisit this one soon just for the artwork alone, but yeah, I don't know. It was a little bit wordy at first, and order's a bit confusing, but, you know, I'll definitely take another look at it soon. Next, Horde of Heroes. Okay, back to Webtoon for this one. Feel like we haven't been here in decades. Webtoon makes it easy for me because they require authors to write a good synopsis. Y'all know how much I like a good synopsis by now. This one is by a user named Gooseworks and started in 2020. What a year that was, huh? Anyway, the synopsis, straight from the author's mouth, or I guess hands, well, technically keyboard. Anyway, quote, when the Earth is invaded by mysterious, unintelligible beings from space, Valerie Lampiard is set off on a bizarre journey through the bitter dystopian world she grew up in, while learning about its many extraterrestrial secrets. Series will contain mild language and some gore. Okay. So we got a sci-fi thriller. Nice change of pace for this tier. Let's check it out. And, well, there's a group of elite aliens or robots. I don't know. They look like robots, but they act like aliens. I don't know. They're like heroes that protect the Earth from alien invasion, but this time the aliens managed to actually get to Earth, and we're told about this from the perspective of main character Valerie Lampiart. I can't really get too into this right now. It's a little slow to start, and honestly, it's just a personal preference kind of thing. I just gotta kind of be in the mood to read sci-fi. The art's pretty good, though. Has this nice, like, fluidity to it. Let's read reviews, which I can't find because there's a mobile game of the same name. I thought it was pretty decent. Again, just not in the mood for sci-fi at the time of writing the script. You know, it's more of a me thing, and it did start a little bit slow, but let's move on to the next one. Gone with the Blast Wave. Okay, let's just use TV tropes for the synopsis because the actual site is a bit old looking and the info page is completely blank. Why have an info page in the first place then? Anyway, quote, Gone with the Blast Wave is a webcomic created by Kimmo Lametti. It follows a group of soldiers fighting, for reasons they're more than a little hazy about, in a ruined city of a post-apocalyptic world. It, quote, is not a very serious comic, end quote, having a lot of black comedy. The author advises you to, quote, think of it as some kind of a parody, end quote, of more serious post-apocalyptic settings. Compare Romantically Apocalyptic. Weirdly enough, Romantically Apocalyptic is the next entry, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Alright. So we got a dark comedy, which right up my alley. Let's check it out. Alright, and so it's a Fallout type world where soldiers are killing each other because there's nothing else to do. The art is really nice, very painterly. I like it a lot, actually. The jokes got me to blow a bit of air out of my nose, and that's about it. I mean, humor is subjective, though. What's funny, the one person might be trash to another. You never know. Anyway, reviews. Top positive review. Austin McDuffie says,
Max, so much nostalgia. One of the best older webcomics. Amazing artwork and dark humor.
Top negative review. Emma says, I haven't checked out the author's website in a hot minute, but to my knowledge, the book is a bit hard to track down and all the reposts on Pinterest are out of order. But then a lone VA said, what if I dubbed the entire comic so far and upload it to YouTube? Despite the synopsis, this book is a dark comedy by one of the creators that worked on Romantically Apocalyptic. Oh, okay, so this person worked on the next comic, which we'll be getting into right now. Romantically Apocalyptic. So this is a story by Vitaly S. Alexius. Very Russian sounding name. Not sure where the connection to the Gone with the Blast Wave guy comes in, but it is what it is. This one started in 2015, but didn't get regular updates until 2017. So let's check out the synopsis on Webtoon. Quote, you are walking west. You find a wishing well. You wish for it to grant infinite wishes for every human being on Earth. The universe is now broken. The current weather is apocalypse with chances of fallout and nuclear winter. Also, everyone is dead. Good job. Hopefully it's not a choose-your-own-adventure type story, else I'm disqualifying it from the iceberg. Let's check it out for the first impression bit of this entry. And okay, first of all, the art. Wow. Like, holy shit, it's good, dude. Like, whoa. I think maybe the writer is this Alexius person and the artist is from Gone with the Blast Wave because it looks like their art but better. But this came afterwards, so that might be what's going on here. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me the lore in the comments section. But the story seems to be a bit more of a serious take on the Fallout premise. We got this nutty captain and some dude named Charlie. Wonder where it's going. Highly recommend for the art alone, though. It's fantastic. Reviews. Top positive review. M says, the remarkable post-apocalyptic webcomic is some of the most amazing things I've ever seen. It's developed with a bizarre, delicious mix of digital and real-life imagery, and it really is kind of a masterpiece as far as graphic novel-y type things go. The plot's a bit thin on the ground, but some of it's really quite funny, and honestly, it could be written in ancient Aramaic for all I care about the words. The pictures are seriously cool. Top negative review. Desmond Rivers says, 5 stars for the artwork, yeah? Maybe 2 stars for the plot. Still pretty good. I'll just have to get back into this at a later point. The bad webcomics wiki did come up on a Google search, so that's a bit of a red flag, but the art is so good, dude. Next comic. Scarp World. Alright, this is an adult comic by an artist using the alias Gurf. It's just adult content. The art is pretty good for what it is, a bit more cartoony, but definitely proportionate. Not that ridiculous like some other spicy comics. I literally can't show you a single page from it, however. There's not much to say in terms of plot, mainly because it's just sex. That's the plot. I mean, if you're into that, check it out, but when I read an adult comic story, I want some story, too. I actually quite like this genre for the generally weirder plots. Okay, and the giant boobs too, but this one doesn't have much of a plot, so we're just gonna move on from it. Tangentville. Back to Comic Fury for this one. By the way, in case you missed it, you can read my webcomic Doomsayer over there as well now. Okay. Anyway, this one is by an artist using the alias Kid Cthulhu. Their official description states, quote, "Welcome to Tangentville, a place where mundane people and the strangest assortments of oddities cross paths on a daily basis. Hijinks ensue. You're just as likely to bump into an extraterrestrial or an ancient deity as you are for the slacker down the street. And did we mention it's in New Jersey? Tangentville isn't so much a place as it is a state of mind. Come for a visit. Rating typically fluctuates between PG and PG-13, but sometimes if you are rated instances crop up." Alright, it's in New Jersey? It must be a horror. Yes, my New Yorker elitism has risen to the surface. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Alright, so, it's a gag strip. Just a cast of characters with the punchline in an episode. Nothing in terms of linear storytelling aside from the consistent cast. It's alright, worth a giggle or two. Again, humor is subjective though, so maybe you'd like it more than I did. The art has a certain roughness to it that I actually find quite charming. I like the chick in the Chinese dress, but I typically like chicks in Chinese dresses. They look good on like 95% of women. These are facts, people. Anyway, I won't mind revisiting this. It's pretty chill. And as for the reviews, I can't really seem to find any like official reviews. I thought it was okay. Comment section seemed to like it over on Comic Fury. The art is very charming, for lack of a better word. Glad we're taking a breather between the Gooner comics and the post-apocalyptic ones. Next comic, Pandyland. I can't seem to find much info on this one. This seems to have been a random webcomic generator back before AI really took off. I guess you put some prompts into it and slapped together something. Unfortunately, the official site seems to have been bought out by some Russian-looking adware, so yeah, don't go there. It looks weird. I might fiddle with the Wayback Machine in the future if I can find more concrete documentation from trusted sources about it. The info is very scarce, actually. It's a bit strange. Anyway, just moving on to a webcomic that was hopefully made by a human, my preferred type of creator. Arkin Blade. And back to Comic Fury for this one. This was created by a dude named Guy Person in 2020, and the synopsis he wrote is as follows, quote, "One day, a holy knight from the kingdom of Ragnar entered a small town on official business to capture a barbarian girl who has been causing trouble for years. Strange and devilish things begin occurring soon after he completes his mission, setting in motion a deadly conflict that leaves an unwitting pair wrapped up in a globe-spanning journey to find the legendary Arkin Blade, an epic weapon of yore that grants the hero daring enough to find it ultimate power, anyone wish, vast riches, no one is exactly sure, but that won't stop them. Arkin Blade is an action fantasy comic inspired by my love for over-the-top fight scenes, grand adventure, and action cartoons anime of the 80s to 2000s. Updates are not regular, but can expect 1 to 2 times a week." Okay, so we got a fantasy based around a MacGuffin, you know? Could be a fun read. One of the most influential stories of all time is a fantasy about getting the MacGuffin. And yeah, it's pretty standard fantasy stuff. Knight arrives in town, captures one criminal, they go on journey, encounter monsters. Kind of by the numbers, but sometimes I like it by the numbers. And honestly, I kind of like this one. I like the muscle mommy main character more if she wasn't also a furry. Sorry guys, just not into that, you know? But furries are pretty chill though. But I am not one of y'all. The art's pretty good, opting for a more fluid, cartoony style, but still having generally realistic proportions. The colors are nice, but I'm not the biggest fan of the way the faces are drawn. Anyway, let's see if we can find some reviews, and I can't. But the comments on Comic Fury seem to enjoy it. Man, I'd love to see comments on my comic on Comic Fury, if only more people read it. Okay, I think I've done enough self-promotion in this video. This one was pretty solid. I'll look forward to revisiting. Onward. Jack. Some people in the comments section have talked about this one in previous tiers. The vibe I'm getting from those comments are mixed. So let's see what we can find out about this one. And alright, this one is by a user using the alias Darkwing Dude, but I'm also seeing David Hopkins come up, and another one that says Drip Rat is another one of his aliases, so that's the person, whatever. And it looks like an edgelord furry comic. Seriously, check out the synopsis. Quote, Jack is set in a world populated by anthropomorphic animals. Jack focuses on its title character, a wizened green rabbit who lives in hell. He is the embodiment of the deadly sin Wrath, whose punishment is being the Grim Reaper. Comic created by David Hopkins. Jesus Christ, sounds edgier than Shadow the fucking Hedgehog. Is this Hopkins character 16? I don't want to bully children, that's not cool. But, wow, alright. Alright. Edginess aside, let's give it a shot. And, yeah, I can't get into this. It really is try-hard edgelordy as I anticipated. And, sure, I don't mind some edginess in my comics. One might call Berserk, my favorite manga of all time, a bit edgy. Or one might deem my own comic edgy. But this one kind of feels like something I would scribble on the back of my homework when I was 15 years old, you know? Art's pretty good, though, I think, you know, and jumping ahead, it does get a bit better. Definitely not world-class stuff, but it's got a style, and I can see people enjoying it. I do think he's scanning these in at kind of a low resolution, because there's a bit of artifacting on some of these pages, but I don't know, it's just too try-hard edgelordy for me, you know? As for reviews, the Bad Webcomics Wiki does come up pretty early on in a Google search. It's not for me. I think the comments I saw about it were generally mixed. I don't know, maybe if I read it when I was 13, I'd think it was the coolest thing ever, but I'm a grown-ass man. It just kind of feels cringe to me. Next, Cryptidia. Alright, we got another Comic Fury one, and this one is by a user under the name of Microraptor. There's actually a Dutch translation of it available as well. Pretty cool. His synopsis reads as follows, quote, The large and small adventures of the employees in a very special department of the local university, the Department of Cryptozoology. Alright, could be a fun one. First impressions. Wow. Yikes. The art is really rough. It kind of looks like Lightbringer. But, hey, we all gotta start somewhere. Honestly, I can't stomach this one right now. There are walls of text, poor layouts, rough art, and character designs. Honestly, going through this tier, there have been a lot of stinkers, and honestly, I can't really take it anymore. I'm glad we're almost done. Now, this isn't me telling this user to give up. No, of course not. I admire the passion of creating something like this. Despite it being of generally low quality, there's still a lot of heart to this. It's just rough, man. On the off chance this person does come across this video, anatomy and perspective, dude. Those are the two things that need to be studied the most. There's also some composition work that could be done, but he's got the general idea. I'm always trying to look for positives in the world's most infamous webcomics. Hell, I even said in the Bench Tales reviews that at least the art was consistent. Right? Even in that one I found some positives. And this one needs a bit of work. Keep at it. But also maybe edit the dialogue down a bit. Alright, reviews? Nope, not seeing any. This one has a long way to go. Hopefully the author will keep working at it, because comparing the first page to the latest, there is definitely improvement, but there is still work to be done. I feel bad, I kind of tore this one apart. Hey, it's better than Sonichu at least. Next comic. Ghostblade. Willop made a webcomic. The Willop. The art god of legend, Willop, one of the guys that comes up when people are looking for the greatest digital artist of the modern era? Seriously? And I had no idea? Well, let's see if he writes as good as he draws. Synopsis. Quote, Long, long ago in Neraland, the pious human built a great tower to show the respect to the goddess Nera. Goddess Nera was deeply moved by human piety. To reward them, she opened a door at the top of the tower. This ethereal door connected to another world. It was known as Heaven Eye. However what? That synopsis was super vague, and there was a typo. Oh boy, let's hope the actual meat and potatoes of the story are as good as his art. Okay, well, I have to read in the first little bit. The art is magnificent. That is an objective fact. Unfortunately, Willop decided to front-load this with a lore dump. There are 2 chapters of it, the minimum I read for a first impression, and I still don't know which character I should be dubbing as the protagonist. Characters first, lore second. This was the same problem I had with Kill 6 Billion Demons. There's too much world building at the front. I will repeat my piece of advice I said earlier on in this series. Build your world slowly. Your character should take precedence over stuff like history and magic systems. I'll probably take another look at this just for the art, but the story feels a little generic fantasy, demons versus angels kind of vibes. Well, there haven't been demons yet, and technically they're not really angels. They're an advanced species that used to live in harmony with the humans, but then there was a falling out, then 200 years passed, and notice how I still haven't named a single character? Neither did Wallop. Okay, well, he named the Queen Angel or whatever, but she's not even in the story. Characters first, lore second. Let's see the reviews. Well, there are only 3 reviews on Goodreads, and they're all generally positive. I will say again, the art is phenomenal. The art is so good, but the story definitely leaves something to be desired. Great art can only take you so far. The real reason a lot of us still hold something like Berserk up as so great is not just the art, but the amazing story, too. Ghostblade only has one of these 2 elements. Moving on. How to be a werewolf. Alright, this one is by a dude named Sean Lenoir. I bet it's about vampires. Let's read the synopsis. Thank you for having a synopsis, by the way. Quote, about. Since being bitten by a strange wolf as a child, Malaya Walters has attempted to live a quiet life. Hopefully a life free of attempting to eat her family or the customers at her family's coffee shop. Being the only werewolf she's ever known, Malaya has managed her condition by keeping tight control on herself and the world around her, with lackluster results. That is, until a strange guy wanders into her shop one day and introduces her to a whole world she never knew existed. How to Be a Werewolf is a long-form, ongoing story starting in February 2015. It's a story featuring complex characters who are all figuring themselves out, and sometimes each other out, and trying to learn to not be afraid of whatever comes next. Okay, so supernatural slice of life. Let's go. I actually like this one. Wow. Been a minute since I said that. This tier's been rough. So, it's a little bit more comedic than I anticipated, but the art's really nice. Has this kind of Disney meets manga look to it. Later pages do add color. It's about this Malaya character, or Malaya, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, working at the coffee shop dealing with her werewolf stuff. Just as the synopsis said. Haven't gotten too far into it, but I do like the characters. Oh, see that, Wallop? See how actually putting characters first works? Alright, I'm just throwing shade because I don't think I'll ever be able to draw as good as Wallop. But back to this story. This one's fun. Let's see if there are reviews. Top positive review. Nikki says, everything very fantastic you can find on Tumblr. That's in no way the story. Sean's characters are so well rounded, the art is spectacular, and the plot is paced so nicely. I thoroughly enjoy it. Top negative review. There aren't any. There are a few 3-star ratings, but most people gave it a 4 to 5 stars. I liked it. I'll revisit it soon. Next one. Red Stars. Awesome. Webtoon. Those are easy to format in the script. Red Stars is by Sacred Roses and started in 2021. The synopsis straight from the Webtoon page, quote, final story in the Between Darkness and Light series timeline. Oh, okay. A single clan stands alone from the 5 Rose clan. They are struggling to survive alongside the junkyard cats that lurk on the other side of the river. We follow Red Cat, a young cat who will have to choose where her heart lies, accept the warmth from all those she cares about, or let her past consume the entire forest whole. So, this is part of a bigger series. Okay, well then, disqualified. Why not put the first entry of the full series name here? Gotta start at the beginning, dude. You know? The art's pretty nice, though. It's about talking cats or something. I don't know. I'll check out the full series at some point, but I can't start at the end. Like, what are you doing, Spider? The Yandere? Dude, like, come on. Alright, we got one more to go on this tier, and then we're going to wrap it up. Meg, Mog, and Owl. This one, I can't really read. There are books available, but there's no online archive. This appears to be a print comic that somehow got mixed up in the webcomic category. It looks like a feminist witch or something. I don't know. I don't really care either. I am so done with this tier. There were a lot of duds this time around. Maybe next tier will be better. I'm disqualifying this one simply for the fact that it's not a webcomic. It's a print comic, and I'm not spending money on it because I'm not a big fan of the way it looks, honestly. Let me tell you, being a YouTuber It'll definitely turn you into a jaded cynic, especially if you work in the review format. Anyway, check this one out if you like it and have money to burn, I guess. I don't know, it's just, doesn't appeal to me. It's time to wrap this one up. Alright, welcome back to the Webcomics Iceberg. So, as for corrections and addendums to Tier 4, it turns out Gooseworks is not just the creator of Horde of Heroes, but also The Amazing Digital Circus, an animated show I have heard of but haven't actually watched. Maybe one day. Some of you guys recommended getting Meg, Mog, and Owl from a local library, which is a great idea, but this is the Webcomics Iceberg, as in comics you can access on the web. If there's no web version, it's disqualified, okay? Oh, and I think we actually got an artist comment on the last video. The artist said that this very clearly muscle mommy is not classified as a muscle mommy. Come on, you know what you did. Anyway, Ark and Blade was cool, so check that one out. I did like that one. Without any further ado, Webcomics Iceberg, Tier 5. Red Panels. Alright, so this is a comic by a guy using the alias Red, and it ran from 2015 to 2017. His own website describes the comic as, quote, I created this comic to share perspectives I have found lacking elsewhere on the internet. It is an attempt to achieve sanity through satire from the lunacy of a mad world. I hope it is also a place of respite for you. Is it respite or respite? I don't know. I never heard that word out loud. Anyway, I should also note that the very second thing I saw on the Google crawl after punching this into the search bar was someone calling it all the words that end in istophobe. So, this should be exciting. And we start with a comic debating circumcision. Wow, okay, 0 to 60. Wow. Weirdly enough, if you ever hopped on the cesspool of toxicity, narcissism, and lunacy known as X, formerly Twitter, this has become a really hot button debate in recent times. It's to my understanding this is a Jewish tradition, and some non-Jewish people also engage in this. Whether you agree with it or not, Stone Toss did this exact comic better. Art's rough, layout's rough, walls of text, but that's just strip 1. Let's see how we progress. And I actually think this might be Stone Toss before he was Stone Toss. Looking at the artwork and the framing, not to mention the political talking points being right-wing, I can't help but think that Stone Toss and Red are actually the same person. I'm positive they're the same. Red Panels only ran to 2017, and that's also the first year that Stone Toss popped up. The art style is rougher and looser in Red Panels, which predates Stone Toss. Expected improvements from just drawing the comic over time in the art department. I cannot find 100% concrete evidence though, but it seems like Stone Toss himself has never confirmed or denied it, unless you guys ever hear that conspiracy that Schmorky became Stone Toss? That was squashed because of the Stone Toss's doxing. But what if Schmorky became Red Panels instead? Nah, probably not. It probably is just proto Stone Toss. Well, at least his art got better. As for his opinions, you can debate that in the comments. I'm not going to touch it. Don't you guys love it when I have to front load these entries with politics? Isn't it wonderful? No reviews. Let's move on to something that I don't want to talk about. Bridget's Belly. I don't like that title. And wow, bad webcomics wiki right at the top. You know what? I gotta see if this site has a random button. Be a good idea for sort of a companion series for the Comic Fury Roulette series, where I'm looking for gold, while in bad webcomics wiki dumpster diving or something, I'm looking for the worst of the worst. That one will get way more views. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. What is this? Oh boy, inflation again. You know, the last time I covered inflation art in a pretty damn objective manner, the inflation fetishist found the video and had a shit fit, like, all I really said was something like, if you're not into this, you'll probably find it a bit weird like I do. That's about it. But I digress. Let's rattle that cage again, I suppose. So this is a comic by Andrew Frazier, and there doesn't seem to be a plot synopsis. Good, sooner we read it, sooner we can get this over with. Okay, and it's a furry comic. Bridget, the titular character. I said tit. Anyway, Bridget is pregnant and keeps getting bigger. Obviously to satiate the artist's inflation fetish, and I'm not reading anymore. The art is black and white, and I really don't think it's particularly good. It's presenting in this weird infinite scroll format, but they're just strips stacked on top of each other, and the text in the balloon seems to be stuffed in and even have hyphenation, which personally I'm always avoiding. I get that it can happen with like translated works, but in the native language I rarely see that because it doesn't look good. Not feeling this one, as expected, and no reviews, so let's just move on. Kipo. or Kippo. We'll just go with Kippo. Okay, so this one needed a little digging, but I found it, well, not really digging, more like a single scoop. But this was made by Radford Saychrist, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Apparently it's unfinished, but it was adapted into a Netflix show called Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. Oh man, Netflix adaptation, the worst kind. Well, I always say, hey, if the adaptation's shit, you always got the original source material, right? But I'm getting sidetracked ahead of myself and leaving a hint for a future video that I'm planning that might be a little out of left field for me, but it's about a franchise I care about. Anyway, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent. Kippo. 32 pages, posted in 2015, archived by the Internet Archives, the real MVP of people like me that research weird internet stuff. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so I ended up reading the whole thing because it's pretty short and there isn't a whole lot of dialogue. It's not bad. It's definitely got a very unique art style with these blocky, angular characters and extremely vibrant colors. As for the story, well, there's not much to go on. This was unfinished after all, but I guess the lore was expanded on in the Netflix adaptation. Titular character I said tit. The titular character, Kippo, seems to be some kind of drifter accompanied by some feral boy journeying across an apocalyptic wasteland. There's some implication that some kind of cataclysm happened not too long ago in a brief flashback from Kippo's point of view. There are creatures out in the wild called mutes, which I'm assuming is short for mutants, that pose a threat. At a certain point, the two characters get captured by some frog mafia, I like those guys, and are forced into slave labor, and the story ends there. There's really not a lot to go on unless I check out the Netflix show, which looks like they did some unnecessary redesigns. Part of the charm of the source material was the extremely loud colors, at least when I was reading it. There aren't any reviews, but I kinda liked it. Wish there was more. I think I'll give the Netflix show a shot. Moving along. The Cloud Factory. Oh boy. We got what I can only call content. Oh yes, perfect for my channel. The long and short of it, this was a Kickstarter scam. This was a fantasy comic made by one Alexandra Douglas. It collected over $80,000 on Kickstarter in 2013 and was abandoned after 8 pages. That's like $10,000 a page. Marvel artists would kill for those page rates. Well, since it's got a ton of lore around it in regards to the scamming, I'll save that for an infamous webcomics episode. Funnily enough, when the bad webcomics wiki popped up in the first few search results, as it has been doing for a lot of these, they defined this webcomic as infamous as well. I knew that was a good choice of words. And I know you guys are waiting for the next episode. That's either going to be the next upload after this or second to next upload, so stay tuned. Or it's already up if you're watching the Supercut. I know what you guys want. By the way, speaking of crowdfunding, would you guys be interested in me doing that for print versions of Doomsayer if you read it? I don't know, just a thought, just throwing it out there. It'd probably be a volume 1 and 2 thing after chapter 20 is done, like 10 chapters per book, since mine are usually longer. But I digress. Back to Cloud Factory. Going off the rails here. Let's check out the story, shall we? Steampunk plus magic, 100-year prophecy, yada yada. Not necessarily reinventing the wheel here, but I will say, for what it's worth, those 8 pages do have some very nice artwork. Kind of a more realism, painterly vibe. I like the art. Reviews? Who's going to review an 8-page comic? I mean, I will when I get to its infamous webcomics episode, obviously, but it seems no one else did. Anyway, we're going to save that one for another time, and we're going to just move on for now. Dare Sensei. Fur Affinity. This isn't going to be good, is it? Okay, since where the comic is posted doesn't contain a synopsis, TV Tropes is coming in clutch. Quote, Dare Sensei is a comic written by Mary Bell and illustrated by the Palcomics team that presents a version of Doctor Who as it may have been conceived by Japan. In this dimension, Rassilon visits Earth in 247 BC and returned to Gallifrey with the knowledge of the era's most advanced culture, the Japanese. Oh, okay, it's probably pronounced Dare Sensei. Also, the most advanced culture, the Japanese? Wow, okay. We got a Doctor Who fanfic written by a giga-weeaboo. Yeah, that synopsis is worthy of me upgrading weeb to weeaboo. Good lord.
A fucking weeaboo.
I'm learning Japanese on Rosetta Stone.
A disgusting weeaboo.
So I'm like basically Japanese now.
I'm not familiar with Doctor Who at all. It's like British Quantum Leap or some shit. He travels in a phone booth like Bill and Ted and they're like gay robots or something. I don't know. I'm too American for that beans and toast ass shit. Okay, enough jabs at the British. Hopefully there's context to this fanfic for people who stumble on it and don't know its source material. Reading time. And the pages are all out of order on Fur Affinity where it's posted, so I really can't read it. Now, can I? You can't put a fucking sequential story on shuffle. I don't know. There's time travel. Ichigo's here for some reason. Doctor Who. I can already tell I'm not gonna like this. The art's pretty decent, very weeby, as expected, no reviews. Maybe if someone could direct me to a version that's in order, I can do an episode on it, but until then, next comic. Yaoi High. Yaoi fucking High. Seriously? I really have to look this one up. Man, this would be a perfect spot for a VPN sponsorship, but we gotta pump those numbers up. Subscribe. Do it. Do it now. I think I know what this comic is about. So, the vagueness of this title seems to be hard to search for since a lot of yaoi is set in high school. Japanese thing, you know how it is. But I found a page of various comics of anime characters being homoerotic, so I think this is the one. The art is a bit rough around the edges in my opinion, but despite me not being the target demo for it, it's got a bit of charm, I don't know. But I'm not actually sure if this DeviantArt user is the creator. Again, vague as hell title. I do want to say I found a comic on Webtoon called High Class Homos though. That's an amazing title. I just needed to share that with you. Also, the synopsis sounds like it might be pretty fun read too. Anyway, I don't know. All these yaoi stories seem to be the same. The sub-dom dynamic is so obvious and in your face that the characters feel like caricatures at some point. And you know, there's always dudes getting rammed in these, a lot of times without consent. And these stories are usually written by and for women. And I just gotta say, y'all are sickos, bro. Look, I'm willing to give the genre a fair chance, though, but what I've come across isn't really doing it for me. How do I put it? It's kind of like an ecchi anime. You got slop that's degen garbage like Tolovaru, but then you have an incidentally great sports story like Keijo, and that's like Keijo with like a million exclamations. You know, I feel like I've only been exposed to the bottom of the barrel. Please, if you're a Fujoshi watching this, I'll take recommendations. I'm open-minded enough to give it a shot. Anyway, this entry turned from me talking about webcomics to talking about my issues with the yaoi genre. We're just gonna move on. West Tree Academy of Heroes. Okay, we're taking a trip to Comic Fury for this one. One of my favorite webcomic sites. Check out the Comic Fury Roulette series I started up in the last upload. Or quite a few uploads back if you're watching the inevitable supercut. So, this is by a user named Zach-a-Dude. The synopsis from his page says, quote, "Life can suck. That's no exception for Zach-Man and SD because they're socially retarded and are surrounded by weird demi-humans in a weird, dangerous universe. But they do have some normal friends. Well, as normal as they get in this world." Okay, seems like a bit of a slice of life meets absurdist humor. Well, let's give it a shot. And yeah, this one is hard to describe. The art is very rough. Like, I think this was made by a kid. The story is kind of all over the place, and I'm kind of confused just reading the first few pages. Again, we're just doing first impressions. The majority of these will be getting their own dedicated videos. The word balloons seem to be an afterthought, and the font is hard to read at times. This one panel here seems a little racist. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. Seems to be a lot of slapstick going on, but the roughness of the art makes it seem particularly violent. Not to mention the main character is named Zach, and the creator's name is Zach-Dude. I mean, is this a self-insert wish fulfillment kind of story? I'm kind of at a loss here. It's one of those things where you're just better off checking it out yourself. Oh, and if you do, let me really emphasize this point. Do not under any circumstances harass any individuals featured on this channel, okay? We are only here to observe. My videos are for entertainment and documentation purposes only. Alright? Reviews? Yes. I found one single review on a forum called Tapatalk where the author himself was looking for feedback. And apparently he was trolling the right-wingers or something? Fucking politics, always creeping its filthy little fingers onto every aspect of our lives. You know, there was once a time where things could be apolitical. It was called Before Trump, honestly. There's some alternate universe where Jeb Bush became president in 2016 and people weren't psychos about this shit. Anyway, I'm going off on another tangent again. Man, this episode is Tangentville. Oh, which was another comic I covered in the previous tier. That one was kind of fun, despite crude artwork. West Tree Academy of Heroes, on the other hand, was not. And this reviewer has as much to say. Quote, "I will review your webcomic right here in the forum. This webcomic is really boring and a sin to look at. After the first page, I did not want to read anymore because I noticed the main character has, presumably, the same name as the author. Or at least the author goes by the same name as his character. This tells me already this webcomic sucks fuck because it's a self-insert wish fulfillment." Just like I said, I read the next page anyway. Zack goes to school and gets bullied by the female lead, who the author attempts to imply is more masculine than him. For some reason in webcomics, when this exact thing happens, the two end up dating, even though it would never happen in real life. After a few pages, there is a page that is not in color. I expect you to at least be consistent if you're going to bullshit me the whole time. The rest of the chapter consists of a game of truth or dare with Zack and his friends, if it wasn't wish fulfillment enough. Something interesting to notice that Zack's undead girlfriend is the author's real-life girlfriend's favorite character. I find this very interesting. Are all the characters inserts of real-life people? I want to know more about Mr. Bling's real-life counterpart. The chapter ends with Zack in the hospital. In chapter 2, Zack is now Jack, and all his friends get to live in a big house and hang out and tell cool stories and drink coffee while they gossip about what's going on in their isolated friend circle. I skipped this one. In chapter 3, Jack is Zack again, but the tag says Jack. Whatever. They shout and bite heroes now. I skipped to chapter 7 because I'm aching for something to surprise me. I'm really in the thick of it now. At some point, I'm really going to guess chapter 5, everyone traveled to an alternate universe where everyone looks like it was drawn by Shen. Shen? The bike cuck? Okay. And all the really funny characters are attacking a school for some reason. They save the day by being huge perverts. For real, dog. This isn't a plot review, so I'm going to skip ahead again. All the way to chapter 20. Annabeth is fighting some nerd. I think we're in the middle of an arc here, but I can't be sure. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm running out of time, so I'm wrapping this up and skipping to the current chapter. I guess they just hang out now? I don't care. Content review is over. The main issue with the webcomic is that it's too long. Maybe give it a rest and do something else because it's 4 years of shit that means nothing. It's also very boring. For an action webcomic, most of the time the art showed is cartoony. In fact, you illustrate the action scenes like a Tumblr slice of life webcomic and the slice of life as a freakish nightmare. No one wanted to review your webcomic because it would involve reading it and then having the energy to say something funny about it. There you go. No green lighting, no chicanery. There's the review of your webcomic you really wanted. End quote. Wow. This guy tore him apart. Well, when I get to its episode on the channel, I'll try to be more charitable. I'm always at least trying to find, at minimum, one good thing to say about these comics. Hell, I even said that Bench Tales had consistent character models, despite being an abomination to humanity. But I've spent enough time on this entry, like way too long. Next comic, 3 Chord Dorks. This one's by one Kevin Griffin. Synopsis, quote, "Yo, I'm Kevin Griffin." I don't know why I gave him that voice. Yo, I'm Kevin Griffin. What up, what up? I draw a comic about rock, metal, and video game music called 3 Chord Dorks. And this is where I post my other occasional drawings. Bro, I just fucking hate it when people call it video. It just, like, makes my fucking skin crawl for some reason. I don't know why. It just, like, just type video games, okay? Just be normal. Alright, anyway. Tumblr comic, Pokemon fanfic, walls of text in the description of post, Nintendo garbage, disqualified. I cannot be objective when it comes to Nintendo fans. And boom, we hit the John shits on Nintendo quota for the video. Y'all were clutching your pearls when I called y'all out, but now you see that Nintendo fans will sacrifice their firstborn for the Switch 2, a console that barely hits PS4 performance. PC Master Race stays winning. Anyway, yeah, I can't with this one. Come on, man. Pokemon, Nintendo, I cannot take away my biases. No, not doing it. Art's pretty decent though. Next. Randall's Friends. Okay, so this one has an official site, but I kind of like how the Webtoon re-upload is formatted better. Holy shit, John actually prefers the Webtoon formatting here? Has hell froze over? What's next? Is he gonna say that Nintendo isn't cringe? Okay, sorry, I'm really going in on Nintendo today. Back on track. This one is by an artist using the alias Captain Howdy. Hell of a name. The Webtoon upload was posted by a user named RanFriend4Life. Hope they have permission. Anyway, the synopsis. Quote, Randall's Friends, also known as RanFriend, it's shortened named, is a series of surreal comics centered around 2 brothers and catmen people and other friends in a mysterious great Canadian suburbs. The series is created by Captain Howdy, or their other pet name, Monte, and it first started as short comic strips in 2011 and later became a full comic, with the first release being Lucids in 2015. The comic currently still ongoing, with it having 2 volumes. Canadians! And no poutine warning? Don't jump scare me like that, man. Alright, anyway, So reading the first little bit of it, the art style is extremely unique. It kind of gives me like Salad Fingers meets manga vibes, if I was going to compare it to something else. But the story didn't really hook me. It's a little hard to follow. There's a lot more text than I would like there to be as I reach the end of this tier. What can I say? After a while, I just don't want to read anymore. I'm not necessarily what one would call a constant reader, more so a casual reader. You know, I really should read more, though, like actual books, but I'm getting sidetracked again. This one does kind of remind me of Mr. Boop in terms of both the artwork and its absurd nature. They eat magical ice cream and start hallucinating or something. I'll have to revisit it. I kind of sped read it, admittedly. Reviews. Well, what do you know? There is a Goodreads page. Top positive review. Amity Dedrickson says,
A series of wild adventures with a cast of wacky, fun, and interesting characters. The art style is unique and fun with references to internet and pop culture galore.
Ew, it's got internet and pop culture references? That's points off for me. Top negative review. Yeah, I've seen those comments, alright? I gotta enunciate a little more, okay? People thinking I'm saying the bad word. Negative review. Stupid YouTube auto captions. PJ says, I really used to enjoy this comic during the summer of 2021, but I don't really enjoy it that much anymore since the author became problematic in the past year. What happened? Did they say read or something? Vote conservative? I don't care, man. Despite being charmed by the rougher art style, the story failed to hook me, but I am also writing the script while running on fumes. Admittedly, from catching up on Patreon stuff. Oh, by the way, if you like my own art and comic, check out the Patreon. Shout out to the people on screen. It is an 18+ Patreon and does have some spicy artwork, so do be aware of that, but only $2 a month. Alright, plugs done. Random friend, not really doing it for me. Next, Minimal. And back to Comic Fury with this one. This one is by a user named JMLovesBob. On to the synopsis. Quote, Minimal. With nothing left to lose, Taylor Morgan embarks on a treacherous journey to the center of the universe, a place no one has ever reached. With the help of Eleanor, her closest friend, and Beatrice, an artificially intelligent robot, she hopes to explore new worlds and find deeper meaning in life. So we got an adventure story. Alright, let's get them first impressions going. And it seems the JM in JM Loves Bob stands for Joshua Motes. Okay. As for the actual comic, the art's a bit rough, but in a more charming way, you know what I mean? It's got stick figures, but there's a lot of heart, you know? There's some kind of sci-fi story being told here, but I'm actually going to cut this entry off here out of respect for the family. It appears that Joshua Motes, the author of the comic, unfortunately took his own life. I'd feel wrong to put my usual snarky tone and poke fun at these comics, you know what I mean? I mean, it's a bit of a canned response, but it's worth saying. If you're struggling, it's okay to seek out help, you know? We all go through hard times in life. It's okay to reach out for some help. You know, seek out your local mental health professionals. My condolences to the family. Rest in peace, Joshua Motes. Crazy Noodle Massacre. Wow, okay, that title is tonal whiplash. Wow, alright. So, this one is by a creator using the alias Lutzbug. Looking at the official site, our synopsis is as follows, quote, a surreal psych horror comic about one man's obsession with a generic macaroni product and the nerds who spy on him. Gideon is a fidgety hermit who builds giant noodle sculptures he won't let anyone look at. He's being haunted by a psychic brain parasite named Gabriel who pretends to be his friend, but encourages his worst paranoid thoughts so he can feed off his negative emotional energy. Meanwhile, Rhodes and Dempsey, a pair of married gay nerds, become obsessed with Gideon's strange public behavior and treat him like their own personal cryptid. Follow the spiral of bizarre events that unfolds because of their unchecked voyeuristic tendencies and internalized ableism. Okay, this sounds kind of intriguing actually, to me at least. Well, let's get our first impressions underway, and I like this one. It has an interesting premise. The story is told from the perspective of the aforementioned Rhodes and Dempsey. They've been keeping tabs on Gideon, aka who they call the crazy noodle guy, and there's some implications setting this up to be a horror story. Honestly, I'd read further ahead, but I want to save it for its own episode. Good webcomics or something like that would be a good prototype for a series covering the good webcomics I've come across in this iceberg. The art style is really unique, feels like a cross between like cereal box mascots, Rocko's Modern Life, and those hyper-realistic frames of earlier SpongeBob episodes. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. I'd recommend this one if you're into horror, and I look forward to revisiting it. As for reviews, no reviews. Oh, man. I did like this one, though, so let's just move on for now. Pegasus Project. And back to good old Comic Fury for this one. This one is by user named Zaten. Zaten? Zaten? That, whatever. Synopsis, quote, a young Valkyrie gets dragged into piloting a Pegasus unit against the real monsters called Nemps. Nemps? Nepms. Nepmtes. Whatever that word is. Updates bi-weekly Fridays. Science fiction, furry, anthro, other LGBT monsters, mecha, psychological. Okay, we got a fantasy, I think. All the tags don't imply that, though. So let's get that good old first impressions going. And alright, it's basically just an Evangelion ripoff with furries. It started out as a slice of life kind of story, and then the main character gets dragged into piloting a Pegasus. Yeah, not an actual Pegasus, a robot called a Pegasus. An actual Pegasus would have been way cooler in my opinion. The art is kind of a vibe though. I wouldn't say it's good nor bad per se. I don't know. The characters read from panel to panel. It has strong design elements, you know. Everything is really angular, and everyone looks kind of lanky, giving it a unique visual identity, but the story really isn't doing it for me. I should also note it seems that the font resolution, or the actual font itself, changes sometimes within the same panel. I can understand a font differing in later chapters, which a lot of webcomics do as creators better learn how to implement word balloons and dialogue, as well as just develop technical know-how as they progress, but not in the same damn panel, dude. Not bad, just not really doing it for me. As for reviews, hard to find any since there's a Marvel comic about the thing called the same thing. Huh. The thing called the same thing. Anyway, that's annoying. I wonder if anyone else has a comic with a similar name who can't find any reviews online despite really wanting to see if there's any feedback, but it's just overshadowed by a more popular property that just happens to have the same word in the title. Yeah, I look up reviews of my own stuff once in a while, okay? Sue me. We all do. One more comic to go. How I Became Yours. Alright, sounds like a wholesome romance story. Bad webcomics wiki. Oh boy. So, this is an Avatar fan comic by one Jackie Diaz. I'm not familiar with the Avatar series. Bald Avatar, not Blue Avatar. I've heard nothing but good things about it though, so I'll get around to watching it someday. But we got a fanfic. This bodes ill. Took me a bit to find it, but let's check it out, and holy shitty font Batman. Listen, if you're going to do a wall of text, that wall of text must be legible. Not to mention the archive I found of it is really low resolution. I'm not sure if that's the original author's fault or if it's just the archiver's fault. When picking fonts for your story, make sure it's one that is highly legible and easy to read. This bootleg papyrus looking ass font is horrendous and it isn't even aligned on the page properly, making it actually unreadable. I cannot give a first impression of something I cannot read. Unfortunately, that makes this one disqualified from review. I literally can't read it. Sorry. Seems some people like this one though. I mean, I guess if you're a hardcore Avatar fan and just want some more Avatar content, good luck. I can't read it, but hey, we actually have some reviews over on TV Tropes from people who could stomach the font. Listen, as someone with a graphic design background, I find this typeface highly offensive to the eyes, and its use of crime to typographers everywhere. I get that she was trying to go for like kind of a mystical vibe with this font, but you'd be better off putting that bitch in Helvetica. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's read some reviews. Zivzav says, absolutely hysterical. Seriously, you'll laugh all the way to the emergency room as your brain slowly dribbles out of your ears. The wall bangers start off strong right out the gate with one of my personal favorites, Sokka, trying to comfort his heavily pregnant sister, tells her he thinks their mother would be proud of her. Yeah, you're 15, which even for their world is underage. What? What the fuck? What is this show? Maybe I don't want to watch this show. I'm pregnant with the illegitimate love child of a head of state. I'm sure mommy would be proud. It just gets better from there. From law-worthy mistakes and mishaps like Charred Monster to the painfully obvious traced art, you just can't get a better fix for your bile fascination. That said, if you're a fan of the show and really enjoy the deep and interesting characters, go in prepared because you're about to witness the utter defilement of everything you love about them. You have been warned. The main page to tell you all you need to know about what else is in store, so I won't retread any of that crap. Just know that there are a few things that compare to how I become yours when it comes to eye-catching hilarity. I heartily Why is my voice getting worse? I highly recommend it to anyone who enjoys so bad it's good entertainment. Alright, wow. Sorry for that voice, I don't know. I like to do a funny voice when I read the reviews just for entertainment value, but I don't know what the fuck that was about. One more. Alright, let's check out another review. Catmuto, or Camuto, whatever, says, Not even so bad it's good. I'm not a shipper Zatara, nor am I a huge fan of the series to begin with, but this is so blatantly going against canon, which is already a pet peeve of mine. If you don't like canon parents, fine, I tend to not like them either, but you could at least try to maintain a certain amount of dignity during. The characters are all bland and have no personality and are frankly idiots. This whole thing is based off of an idiot plot. The art is horrible, while using real photographs of places for backgrounds can work alongside drawn characters, it doesn't here. The repeated tracing of stills from the show is horrible. It barely allows for movement of the characters, slightly altered facial expressions look like they always convey the wrong emotions, and the few times when Diaz actually draws something herself and doesn't trace, it stands out like a sore thumb and looks spot. Why didn't she just write fanfiction instead of forcing this badly done comic onto the world? Oh right, because her lines suck and she doesn't know how to properly spell or seems all that familiar with proper English grammar. Also, reading the text is difficult. See? I told you, I'm not the only one. Reading the text is difficult, not just because of the bad grammar, but also because it tends to result in wall of text exposition and no way to make it stand out from the background properly. I don't know what the program was used for this, but it's obviously didn't have a stroke option or something to make the text stand out. This isn't even a guilty pleasure or something to look at, so you can laugh at it and have a good time. It's a boring one, and it isn't tediously stupid because of stupidity. Wow, alright. Okay, I guess I was wrong. People do think it's bad. Nice Haru profile pic, by the way. More of a Takemi man myself, though. To absolutely none of my regular viewers' surprise at all. That was a good game. Too bad Strikers sucked. Tactical was pretty good, though. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Yeah, that was the illegible How I Became Yours Avatar fanfic webcomic. Gonna pass on that one. And time to wrap this tier up. Alright, and that is Tier 5 of the Webcomics Iceberg. Thank you very much for watching all the way to the end. If you want to see Tier 6, make sure you subscribe, like, and comment for the algorithm and all that. Check out my own webcomic, Doomsayer. Share the video around to maximize reach. Patreon too, yada yada, you know the spiel. Every YouTuber does it. But does every YouTuber share your fan art? No, I do though. Check out these cool and cute dragon versions of my characters, Alyssa and Kieran. Aren't they cute? I love how Alyssa is smoking a pipe and she looks like she's so over everyone's shit. Just like how she is in the comics. Awesome work. Share your fan arts on the Discord to get featured. Yeah, I always forget to plug the Discord. Links in the description. And, yeah. Bye. Alright, welcome back to the Webcomics Iceberg. Corrections and addendums first and foremost, as always. Not too many, just two. One, apparently, the reason that the creator of Ranfriend was dubbed problematic was because of a bunch of weirdos that can't handle edgy humor or the shipping community. Like, literally just the shipping community in general. I don't know what their problem is, man. Those guys are weird. And two, this guy said I didn't get all the Chaos Emeralds. I always get all of the Chaos Emeralds. Unless we're playing Advanced 2. To prove this, here's the rest of the footage of that play session of me getting the last Chaos Emerald in Press Garden. See? Okay. Sorry, you can say whatever you want about me, but I will not stand for disrespect to my Sonic skills. Enough preamble, on with the show. Concession. Oh, we actually have a finished webcomic here. Okay, so this is a story by an author using the alias Immelman, who really wants you to know that their persona is a wolf rabbit. Okay. Listen, no shade to furries, I just don't get it. Anyway, we do have a synopsis, a bit wordy but not excessively long. Quote, background. Concession first went online at July 3rd, 2006 on its original host comic Genesis. Around November 8th, 2007 it moved to its own server space where it now resides. It began as a once-weekly comic, soon started with second black and white updates, and now goes twice a week in full color. That sentence has grammatical errors. The comic's initial scope was a gag-a-day format with only the minimal semblance of plot, but it wasn't long until full story arcs took place. Concession is not presented in a graphic novel format, but the arcs are split into title chapters, as can be seen in the archives page. Concession has two spin-offs, At the Heart of It All, which is a personal introspective comic by the author, and Concession Chronicles, a somewhat neglected blog featuring first-person stories written by Concession characters. Previously, there was a translation project to get Concession into as many languages as possible. The project is gone for now, but Imi plans to restart it someday. Amy. Alright. Okay, looks like we got a furry-themed comedy, I think. Guess we'll just have to get into the first impressions segment of this entry. And, first of all, please, have some kind of big fat first button somewhere on your webcomic site, so I don't have to go looking for the fucking Philosopher's Stone to find the first damn comic. There's a web design pro tip for you. And second of all, after reading the first little bit of it, well, the Black Wolf dude here comes off as a major asshole, but hey, strip one. A few strips in, there's a magazine mock-up of the cars from Pixar's Cars, fucking. So, I don't know, can I show that on YouTube? I also like how there's inclusion of current events from 2006, when the comic started in the magazine. That really takes me back to a different time. Nostalgic. Anyway, this is a story about a bunch of furries working at a concession stand in a movie theater. It's formatted like a gag-a-day kind of story, but seems likely it will deviate in future strips, considering the cast page having details about characters' psychological traumas and sexualities and religious upbringings. It's not terrible. The bad webcomics wiki did pop up when I googled it, but there may be a chance that the quality degrades over time. The art isn't amazing, but it's perfectly serviceable. Jumping ahead to the last few pages, the artwork did significantly improve, so there's that. I also did like the Time Squad strip, as that took me way back. I liked that show when I was young. Now I'm a miserable old man with a receding hairline complaining about bad media on YouTube. It was either that or become a crypto bro. I chose the lesser of two evils. But before we move on to the next comic, let's see if there are any reviews. I figure since we're getting deeper into this iceberg, it might be fun to see what other sites besides Goodreads have to say about these. Mostly because these lesser known and more disturbing webcomics might not have a Goodreads page, and I want to pad out the runtime to get those sweet, sweet mid-roll ads. Well, not actually, because I only put one in the video if it's long enough, and two if it's extra long, but if there's more than 2 max, that's YouTube's new auto mid-roll ad feature that I literally can't disable without physically placing a mid-roll ad myself. It's a weird and kind of shitty feature that fucks up the flow of videos. Much like this wild tangent I'm going on complaining about YouTube's functionality to delay the reviews you want me to read. Speaking of which, here's a review with the positive spin. JHM says, "The perks of being shameless, a counter-argument. Concession is a truly bizarre comic loaded with a potent combination of hard-to-follow plots, awkward writing, often repelling characters, and angst out the wazoo. It is brutal, perverse, and mystifying, and by all rights, I should really hate it. And yet, I find myself liking it a great deal for reasons that are difficult to explain. But why? It's not actually so bad as to have the types of entertainment value ascribed to watching a real train wreck, and as I, and many others, have clearly stated, this is far from classic in any normal sense. So what is it then? The appeal of Concession is that sometimes letting one's sanity and sense of decency take a day off isn't actually a bad thing. For some of us, it's a necessary kind of leave-taking that must take place so that we might keep ourselves sane. And if you look at the history of Concession, this was exactly why it was written in the first place, as a kind of outlet for all of the author's unspoken thoughts, however silly or disturbing, conveyed in a comic form. It pulls no punches and tells no lies. It has no shame and is proud of it. Granted, the lack of repression in the content tends to lead to some very uncomfortable places, regions of the mind that the writing is sometimes wont to hold the weight of. The resulting dramatic oscillations can fairly easily be broken down into 3 categories: the ridiculously overwrought, the utterly horrific, and the genuinely effective. No category is mutually exclusive, and that is which to whom will vary wildly. Comedy at times is nearly as contentious, albeit generally more accomplished and easier to accept at first blush, while perhaps overly sexual or violent or depraved, it fits into the overall sense of unrepressed weirdness and is often much funnier than it has any right to be. At times one almost expects pint size from questionable content to leap headlong out of the woodwork and declare himself God. What the fuck is questionable content? In considering some of the disconcerting funhouse mirror similarities between the two strips, who's to say that he'd be wrong? In short, Concession is probably not the comic for you or me, but for those of the necessary constitution, it is worth looking into. Love it or hate it, it is certainly something very unusual. Well, that review kind of sounded a little bit pretentious. Anyway, here's a review with a negative spin. A negative spin. Don't believe what YouTube's auto-generated subtitles tell you, okay? Second review. V-Sing says, darkness-induced audience apathy to comic. Concession as a whole is all over the place. The writing is confused and meandering. For long stretches, the comic can't decide if it wants to be a gag-a-day, a serious drama, or cosmic horror, or what. As a consequence, it suffers from an extreme case of mood whiplash. In some cases, if played for comedy, it actually works, but for the most part, it's just disturbing. The major characters are all incredibly unsympathetic, filling to jerk-ass fetish fuel for the author or existing to be abused by other characters. It's always one or more of the above for almost every goddamn recurring character. That wouldn't be so bad, but it's impossible to care about what happens to anyone. If the world would be a significantly better place if the entire cast of characters had a heart attack and died, or if you hadn't done any character dated, well, that makes it difficult to have meaningful drama. It might work in dark comedy, but it might work in cosmic horror story, but it requires consistency. Concession doesn't have consistency, and so it fails. The ice nice in the later comics, though, I'll say that. Alright, that's Concession. I don't know. I didn't hate it. Next comic. Witches and Stitches. Oh wow. looks like we have the first webcomic ever made that we know. This is going to take some serious research when I get around to doing its own dedicated review. So this is a webcomic by a person named Eric Milliken. It was first published in 1985. That's 40 years ago. Wow. 4 decades. Damn. Where does the time go? Apparently, this was a Wizard of Oz fan fiction that Milliken published online. Well, not online per se. I'm guessing it was like bulletin boards or Usenet or something like that. He got it on the net. Since we're going way back, might as well use boomer speak, via CompuServe, the first ever internet service provider. Now, this comic appears to be lost. Weirdly enough, not because of its age. Apparently, Milliken was facing legal problems due to copyright laws. The Wizard of Oz, despite being one of the major cultural touchstones of America, is actually not public domain. The movie, that is. The books entered the public domain in 1956, but the movie doesn't enter public domain until 2035, which is actually insane to me. It was 1985 when this comic was posted, so I don't really think the concept of transformative content and fair use were really in the public consciousness. Although I'm calling bullshit on the copyright holders because fair use laws in the United States go all the way back to 1841. That encompasses fan works. This is a rabbit hole I tripped into while going through this iceberg, a much deeper one than the last tier's Cloud Factory. This is definitely a comic I'm going to cover in far greater detail with far more research than the surface level analysis, which, to reiterate, if you're just tuning in, that's what each entry here is, just a surface level overview. But the majority of these will get their own dedicated review video, so subscribe. Do it. Do it now. Which if you're watching the inevitable supercut, I've already said 6 or 7 times. And if you still haven't, well, like, come on, man, just do it. Hit the button. It's not that hard.
Come on, man.
Should also note that archives of it online are extra hard to find since there are 2 other webcomics called Witches and Stitches with an N instead of an end. And there's Witches Get Stitches, which actually looks pretty sick, not gonna lie. Might throw it in the bonus tier because I like the art. Next comic, Diversity Lane. Oh boy, with a title like that, I got a feeling that 4-letter word might come out of my mouth. You know the one. Starts with a W. Wiener. Wait, that's not right. Diversity Lane is a comic by Zach Rosthrone. The full title is Diversity Lane, A Liberal Family Saga. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's infect ourselves with the woke mind virus and turn the friggin' frogs gay. I'm told that both Hillary and Obama smell like sulfur. The Aztecs did in fact smoke the blood of the penis. Sorry, once I start quoting Alex Jones, I just can't stop. Alright, let's check it out. Oh, I was mistaken. This is actually right-wing. Fascinating. So, this isn't necessarily a webcomic per se. This is a WordPress blog by Rosthrone, in which he makes political cartoons as well as blog posts, running from 2008 to 2012. I really thought this was going to be a preachy left-wing comic with that title, but it's a preachy right-wing comic instead. Riveting. And reading a few, well, look, I have problems with political commentary comics in general, which I might cover in a broader scope in a dedicated video in the future. Personally, the art, not bad. Grayscale black and white artwork with cartoonish characters, but there's some style here. Better than something like Stone Toss for sure, in my opinion. The layout style is single panels with one piece of dialogue at the bottom, a la Ziggy. But unlike Ziggy, there isn't really any entertainment value here. The biggest problem with covering a current events-related comic from 2008 and 2025 is that we're so far removed from this that the joke, if there is one, and not a "my side's better than your side, na boo-boo, piece of propaganda, is lost to time. Political cartoons fucking suck. Sorry, not sorry. They always have and always will. They are forever frozen in time, which is a trait applicable to works that make pop culture references. Your stuff is ancient history within a month. It's a waste of talent and effort. Rosthrone can clearly draw, but he chooses it to promote ideology, not for human expression. I don't like that. About any political cartoons for that matter, regardless of leanings. Oh, and I know there's going to be some comments like, red-pilled and based, or, well, snowflake. Anytime I cover a politically charged work, save it. You're simply wasting your time. Get a fucking life. The contents of the blog is classic. Islam bad, Dems bad, good old days, diversity bad, Christianity good, guns good, blah 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 stuff you'd expect from a right-wing creator. No substance whatsoever. But hey, let's take a look at reviews. And I did look at Amazon and Goodreads, and all the reviews are typical red-pilled NPC comics. You know, PC culture bad, red-pill base, blah blah blah. You guys literally sound the same as the lefties going, diversity is our strength, orange man bad, stay woke. Like, would the both of you just shut the fuck up and go away forever, please? Sick of it, man. fucking sick of it. Alright, that segment went on for way too long. I didn't like it, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, next comic, and we got a doozy. War Mage. Oh boy. Oh boy, bad webcomics wiki right at the top of a Google search, and it seems that this is the only site, aside from the comic itself, that has any info on it. It's hosted on Comic Genesis, a much older website that you may know as the one that Linkara's Lightbringer was hosted on. It's me, the Lightbringer. Sorry, Linkara comes up, I gotta say the line. I just gotta say the line. It's me, the Lightbringer. Don't talk about me, you son of a bitch. Anyway, I like Linkara. Right? He's a little bit of a cornball, but I like him, you know? Alright, anyway, this ran from 2007 to 2009 and is written and drawn by Eric Dumac Flores. The plot synopsis that I'll pull from the BWW reads as follows. The plot focuses on Llewellyn Renee Connors, aka War Mage, who, through some convoluted business involving his father and an Indian spiritualist, receives a willing concubine, quote-unquote, and the armor of Rama. The armor of Rama creates a bulletproof force field around Lou, and the catalyst for many superheroic adventures. The concubine is the catalyst for a lot of sex. Well, this sounds like it's going to be a bad time. Bad for me, but great for you, because you people like to watch me suffer. You fucking sickos. Maybe it won't be as bad as I'm anticipating. Let's give it the old college try. By the way, before we do, what the hell is that figure of speech? College try? What the fuck does that mean? From the ambitiousness of college athletes, earliest known use from 1914, perhaps popularized by a 1917 sermon of the same name by baseball player turned preacher Billy Sunday. The preacher's name is literally Sunday? That's wild. Alright, sports ball guys. Alright, I'm just delaying the inevitable. On with the show. And wow. I need to put some bleach in my eyes, but I don't think that would be good enough. This was bad. Like, really bad. I think this might be worse than Moon Over June, and yes, I'll have part 2 of that review out eventually, okay? So, this guy Lou, right, gets superpowers from performing some kind of Aleister Crowley ritual with a bunch of goth chicks. Now, if you're familiar with my channel, a bunch of goth chicks disrobing tickles the lizard part of my brain in a good way. This, however, is one of the most poorly drawn comics I've looked at on this channel. I think Sonichu had better art. It's all done in MS Paint and there's artifacting all over the place. Character models are excessively inconsistent. The font and word bubbles change every page and the plot is just weird. He bangs these chicks and gets superpowers or something. I got no idea what's going on here. Could have been a good premise for a sex comedy and sounds like one of those manga on my shelf when I sum it up like that, but the execution is atrocious and the story is played dead serious. This was terrible. There's typos and grammatical errors too. I don't know what I just witnessed. This definitely got bumped up the list for an infamous webcomics video. Good lord. Apparently the creator did a video response to his bad webcomics wiki article, but it's since been taken down. Couldn't get it with the Wayback Machine. I did try though. That would have been interesting. He did, however, add a note in his site in response to the BWW entry. Quote, "Hey, I just want to say thank you for the blistering article you wrote about my comic War Mage. Well done. Also, thanks for the links to the old webcomic, but I eventually started over on Drunk Duck." I don't know what that is. Drunk Duck? I think, is that one of the furry webcomic sites? I think that was the one with the cowgirl with the giant titties. What the fuck was that called? All I remember is cowgirl with giant titties. I'll put it on screen. Anyway, back to quoting this. Thanks for the hits to my website, and I'll post links to your article. Have a great day. And he did a follow-up here. I got a scathing review on the old War Mage, which basically hashed out the reasons why I started the project over. It gave me a lot of hits on my site, and I did send a thank you email to the author. Yeah, so apparently there's like a polished version of this, you know? If you're going to compare it to another notorious webcomic, if you ever seen Tales Gets Trolled Polished, which, yes, the Tales Gets Trolled review is going to come out eventually. That one's going to be a fucking film, I swear. Anyway, back to War Mage. He seems proud of himself. Before we get to the reviews, I do want to note that the Comics Genesis version has a C box on the bottom. Yeah, remember those? 46.5% of you probably do. Also, 4.4% of you really should not be watching my content, by the way. Anyway, let's read this chat log from 2007 for old time's sake. Man, I miss the old internet. So Ben says, "I enjoy your comic. I do wish you would update it more often." Dumac replies, "My comics are still updating, but I am working towards pulling stuff out with Pronto Comics, so it's slowing me down a bit." Anon says, "This is the most disgusting thing I've ever read." Anon is very based. Aw, thank you, says Dumac. Okay. Nico says, my cousin Nico, hey, been a fan for a long time and enjoying seeing them comics. Just confused before with the rewriting and the loss of the earlier stories. Loved first version of this, eager to see how it turns out this time. Jinx Tigger says, Jinx Tiger, your faces of your leading man are getting a lot better. Right, he's moving his webcomic around. Anon says, wow, I really love this webcomic. The art is beautiful, the shading especially, and I love the character depth and the stable plot throughout all of this. Never stop, Dumac. You're my hero. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, I think that last guy was being sarcastic. Anyway, that was a blast from the past. Let's check out reviews. Can't really find any. Damn. This is currently the second worst webcomic on this iceberg. You guys already know the first worst. We haven't covered it in the series yet, but I already covered it in its own video, so, by the way, why is that my most popular video? That doesn't sit well with me, man. Anyway, this was an abomination. Next comic. Pastel Defender Heliotrope. Okay, so I typed this in, and one of the first results was a video by Ben Saint explaining the author's multiverse. If you don't know who that is, he makes these absurdly long videos explaining the lore of any particular thing he finds interesting, like excessively long, like Quentin Reviews long. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. 47 hours? 47 hours! 47 fucking hours!
A few moments later.
Sorry, got a little carried away there, but 47 fucking hours!
More moments later.
Alright. If you want to watch a video that will literally require you to commit sleep deprivation to watch all the way through, hey, there's one. Back to the comic. Well, looks like I stepped on a landmine. A landmine full of content. Smack that sub button, alright, and stay tuned. As for the actual webcomic on this entry, this is a story by Jennifer Diane Rates. It ran from 2004 to 2008 and is one of the few finished webcomics on this iceberg. So this is actually based on a game that the creator made way back. Rates is actually in her 60s and has a very long creative history going all the way back to making games on the Amiga. Yeah, that's a long time. You may also know about the Kokoro Wish comic. That's her. What's your Kokoro wish? This one's a doozy, as is the rest of Rate's work. Very hard sci-fi. The art is very unique, sometimes amazing, sometimes pretty rough. I really like the environmental designs. As for the plot, it's thick with walls of text and exposition dumping to a point where I can't really follow it, but there's more to the JDR verse. So I actually decided to check out that Ben Saint video, one of his shorter ones, only clocking in at around 2 hours. I do recommend it. And it turns out Jennifer Diane Rates is actually quite an interesting outsider artist, is what I would define her as. Rather than looking at this one in full detail, I'm going to save it for a sub-series of webcomic reviews looking at her entire multiverse, going all the way back to Multiverse, the game she and her husband couldn't finish for the Amiga. If only her Kokoro wish was fulfilled. I will say once again though, the art is pretty damn good at times and pretty damn bad at times. It's weird. The art looks more inconsistent than Archie Sonic. So put a bookmark in this and we will revisit the JDR verse in the near future. For now, let's move on to the next comic. Soul of Neko. Okay, this is a webtoon by Amsai Samuel, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and, well, it's not been translated to English. It's written in Indonesian. Copy-pasting the synopsis into Google Translate, let's see what it's about. Quote, Otto, a flat-faced young man who lives his boring daily life like a zombie with no appetite. One day he finds a dying cat in the middle of the road and something interesting starts to happen. Good work, Google Translate. You're making progress. But, flat face? What the fuck does that mean? Anyway, I can't do that for the rest of the comic because the dialogue is part of the image and it doesn't appear to have an English translation anywhere. Actually, I did find one, but it's low res. From a surface level, it seems to be a bit of a Gunner comic, but with a supernatural twist of some kind. Looks like it might be a fun read, honestly. And, hey, like all good Gunner comics, the art's pretty damn good. And holy shit, is that quite? So it's only the first little bit of the first chapter that's been translated, at least the one that I could find. I'm not quite sure how to sum up what I read. The main character, Otto, is docile and lives a shitty life, but one day everything changes. Probably. We didn't get that far. I get the feeling this is going to be one of those wish fulfillment power fantasy stories, but with a Gunner twist, if the author's Twitter is anything to go by. Strangely, his description is in English, but everything else is in Indonesian. Nice artwork, though. Really like this one. Shame I can't give it a proper read, because like I said a second ago, I do quite like the artwork. Alright, until it gets officially translated or unofficially translated in some capacity, we're just gonna have to move on for now. But I do wonder why Spider the Yandere put it on this iceberg and shared it with an English-speaking audience, you know, on the English-speaking side of the internet, where everything's in English. I know, weird choice, but hey, we're just gonna move on for now. The acronym of tomorrow. What are these titles? And looking further into it, this should be disqualified from the iceberg. I already stated prior that I will do a video looking at Homestuck and its various spin-offs, but this looks like a different one in that genre. That sort of interactive choose-your-own-adventure style of comic. I'm probably going to pass this one up for a dedicated video, so here's the cliff notes. It was created and posted by Epic Battler, excuse me. Epic Bladder could hold all the world's piss. Epic Battler 3 on May 10th, 2021. It features anthropomorphized objects and the story is a game show. The presentation is similar to something like Homestuck with images featuring captions and options to click. I looked at it a little bit and honestly, dude, I just can't be bothered. I'm sorry. It doesn't help that it's a series of images with basically chat logs interspersed in between. Like, my dude could have absolutely used word balloons. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Oh crap, I already used that one. Oh well, y'all got a 2 for this time. I don't know, they're talking objects on a game show, hijinks ensues. I'm just so disinterested in this. Reviews? Can't find any. Sorry, this doesn't technically qualify as a webcomic in my opinion, and I really find it kind of lame to be honest. Sorry, not sorry. Next. Sexy Losers. Well, as the title implies, this is indeed a spicy comic. This is made by an artist called Clay. Just Clay. And hey, there's a handy about section on the website. Quote, about the comic. This is a comic I started in 1999 with some friends. Along the way, I had some adventures and met many people, some whose work appears in this comic. The comic was fairly regular from 1999 to 2003, but after 2004 was only updated sporadically. This is a work of humor and should not be taken seriously at all. About the artist. No, I'm not really into the crazy things some of the more extreme characters are. Yeah, okay. I've heard that one before. Okay, so I guess it has some guest artists, but that doesn't explain the plot. Guess we just gotta read the damn thing. And, well, the first strip actually did make me giggle a little. You know, not bad. And overall, honestly, for a Gooner comic, this one's pretty decent. You know, the art is kind of like manga meets Sunday news strip if I'm going to describe it somehow. The jokes are alright. Some of them made me blow some air out of my nose, but I'm still yet to achieve a full-on guffaw. Perhaps a bellow, maybe even a chortle. Nay, left with the lowly snicker here or there. But hey, writing comedy is exceptionally hard. It really is. Only patrons know this, but I do a weekly bonus comic strip for him called Doomsayer Extra. It's a quick gag strip with a joke involving the cast of my comic Doomsayer, and man, I honestly think comedy is by far the hardest genre to write. Anyway, getting back to Sexy Losers, I did jump ahead and the art seems pretty consistent throughout with color added in more recent installments. Is it quote-unquote sexy? I kind of like the designs in something like Soul and Neko better. What can I say? I like them thick, alright? Clay seems to be more into petite, you know, to each their own. Reviews? Well, I actually found a few ancient websites talking about it. This comic did start in 1999 after all. I did find a pretty in-depth one from 2004 though. 21 years ago. Fuck, I'm old. I'll actually pan it on screen if you find ancient websites and old reviews as fascinating as I do. I don't know, it's weird. Something about them, man. They just appeal to me. To sum it up, though, firstly, the author used to go by the name Hard, which is honestly fitting considering the nature of the comic. Don't know why he changed it. I guess he switched to Clay at some point. Who knows when. So, there's two main points the reviewer sticks on in this review. Claims that it gets repetitive over time, which I'm sure is somewhat inevitable in adult comics, but I guess that's if you're bad at them, because I could read the entirety of something like World's End Harm locked in on the edge of my seat anticipating the next page. The second critique in this review that keeps appearing is that it's so lowbrow. There's no sophistication. Yeah, no shit, it's fucking porn. Not a single soul on this planet goes into reading this kind of genre expecting fucking Shakespeare, you doofus. Now, granted, some adult stories, if created with time and care, can elevate your suspension of disbelief, and you may actually find a good and engaging story underneath. I didn't quite get that from Sexy Losers, and I guess the reviewer was completely offended about the fact that he didn't either. I also absolutely love how this review needed to clarify the definition of bukkake. I love that detail. I mean, nowadays, I'm pretty sure most adults in the world knows what that is, and if you don't, you are so not my target demographic, or you should really click off this video and go back to playing Roblox. Alright, it was alright, not bad. Next comic. IWATSV. Again, these titles, man, what the hell? Hopping on over to Comic Fury, IWATSV, or Watsva, which I'm going to call it, is actually made by a team composed of Zalenrath, Reincarnivorous, Space Crispies, and Proteus. Aside from Zalenrath being attributed as the artist, the other roles are undefined on the webcomic profile page. Synopsis? Why yes, we have one. Quote, Team Hades are the newest metahuman actioneers from out Chicago way. Teenage superheroes who are going to be the biggest news to break the internet since the last biggest news to break the internet. Join their adventure. PG-13 rating for violence. Superhero comic. Duh. Bad language. People are fucking profane sometimes. Nudity. Oh no, it's the human body. You've been warned. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Alright, superheroes. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like superhero comics. I just don't. I don't like that cape shit at all. So unfortunately, I'm already going into this with a bias. It's cool if you like superheroes, but I am so over them, dude. Also, I hate the phrase break the internet so goddamn much. Like, it's boomer shorthand for something going viral, but the implications are that whatever piece of news it is actually makes the internet stop working, which it doesn't. It doesn't break the internet. Stop fucking saying that. If you want to break the internet, you physically have to destroy the lines in the ocean, not make some kind of viral sensation. I hate it here. Okay, facetious ramblings about abhorrent linguistics aside, let's give it a shot. And, well, the art's pretty solid. There's definitely some heart put into it. Kind of feels like one of those early Image comics. Characters are legible, and it starts off with a fight scene, really showing off the artist's ability to choreograph a scene. The writing, however, look, swearing is fine, okay? I say fucking shit all the time, even right here on this very channel. But when it's used in excess to tell a story with the intent of being, look how cool and badass these characters are, it just comes off as a try-hard edgelord. The recent Devil May Cry animated series, fuck you, it's not an anime, came under fire for the same thing with its bastardized version of my favorite character, Lady. And look, I don't really do movie or TV reviews, but I feel like I got it for this one, so stay tuned for that. But that unfortunately means actually watching it in full instead of clips that people pulled from it to point out how cringe it is, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Like, listen, you can have characters that swear a lot. It can be a part of their characterization, even. I think a perfect example of this is Deb from the Dexter TV series. Now, quality of the later seasons of that show aside, one thing I think it did well throughout the entire show was consistent characterization. Deb is a very abrasive and blunt person, and the excess swearing adds to that, like this clip right here.
Rita's pregnant.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
A baby? A motherfucking roly-poly, chubby cheek shit machine? Are you kidding me?
Well, I've never heard it described in quite those words before, but yeah.
See, it's not put in there to be so edgy and cool and badass. Like, we can show how strong this character is by how much they swear. No. It's part of the character's personality. Hell, in my own comic, I have this character, Alyssa, and she talks like that because it's her personality type, just really blunt and in your face. I was not getting that from the entire cast of a Watsva talking like 4th graders who just found out what the F word is. But again, to be a bit more charitable, art was pretty good, story didn't hook me, superheroes fighting supervillains, I'm bored already, but to reiterate, I have a bias against superhero stuff. Reviews? Couldn't find any. This one seems a bit obscure, I'm not sure why Spider the Yandere put it on here, maybe they liked it. Hey, it's cool if you do, but we're moving on. Tales from the Void. Finally, a normal sounding title. I'm thinking we're in for some horror. Okay, so this looks like it's actually a spin-off. But there's a chance it might work as a standalone. Let's check it out. So this is a webcomic by Wee Flaps Comics, started in 2024. So we got a pretty new one here. The synopsis is as follows. Quote, welcome to the home of all the shorter comics stemming from Coral of the Void. Catch up with all the random day-to-day fun Cody and Coral have when they're not dealing with the main canon storyline. And consider jumping on our Patreon. It helps fuel both Tales from the Void and Coral of the Void. Thanks for reading. Well, That wasn't a very good synopsis. All I got is that this is a spin-off of a comic called Coral of the Void, and the main characters are Cody and Coral. Maybe a gag strip, slice of life, not sure. Damn, some of y'all need to go to synopsis writing school. You need to give the reader an idea of what they're in for, not, this is my spin-off and it has Cody and it has Coral and it's not canon to the main series because spin-off. Me being pretentious aside, let's read it. Oh, but before I do, I should note that there's a Canadian horror anthology show with the same name if you look this one up. So, yeah. Reviews on that look pretty bad, but hey, I might check it out. I don't know. Then again, my maple syrup tolerance is pretty low. Us Americans like freedom too much to eat poutine. Alright, boom. We got the John makes fun of Canada quota fulfilled. A boot, buddy. Alright, I digress. As for Tales from the Void, I didn't really like it. Apparently this predates Coral of the Void and was recently reformatted for Webtoons. So, the premise is this cat named Coral talks and does cat stuff, and her human, as she millennial writingly refers to as human, who I assume is Cody, gets involved and hijinks ensues. It's a typical gag strip. None of them are excessively long. The art's pretty decent, very cartoony, but well executed. Was it funny? Well, once again, humor is very subjective. You know, there exist people out there who find Brendan Schwab humorous. They're real. Then again, I'm a weirdo who thinks Bong Hit Transplant is the funniest joke in the entire history of comedy.
I look at him and go, yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
What did she have? A bong hit transplant?
What did she have? A bong hit transplant?
Perfect.
I found this comic very Reddit millennial cringe. The jokes, while having setup and punchlines like a typical gag strip, had me stone-faced the entire time. Maybe if you're a cat owner, you can get a chuckle out of it. As for me, nah, not doing it. Reviews? Well, the aforementioned Celine Dion-air spooky show of the same name makes looking them up kind of hard. Look, I like to poke a bit of fun at our neighbors to the north, but I don't really mean nothing by it. I do, however, still want an apology for Celine Dion. Oh, and Bryan Adams, too. Come on, Canada. Time to say you're sorry. Anyway, back on track to the comic. The comments section on the Webtoon page seems supportive, and it looks like it has generally positive feedback. Again, it's a comedy, so it all really depends on your sense of humor. Some people, like Amy Schumer, who, I don't know, but her success had to come from somewhere. Not just her distantly related family member, Senator and Eternal Member of the United States Government, Chuck Schumer, right? Like, some people had to find her funny. And personally, I find someone like Anthony Jeselnik hilarious, which I could totally understand why some people wouldn't. The only comedian I know that gets more gasps than laughs. Comedy's hard. By far the hardest to write, as I said a few entries ago. Check it out and draw your own conclusions. As to not drag the segment out any further, we're gonna move on. Underroof. Alright, this one was kind of hard to pinpoint. There are multiple comics with the words under and roof in them. There's Under One Roof on Comic Fury, Under Roof on Tapas, and Under the Same Roof on Webtoon. Now I think Spider the Yandere may have just made a typo and that they were referring to Under One Roof on Comic Fury because there's a note on the comics on that site for some reason. Kind of a weird detail, but useful for this entry. So, we're going to look at Under One Roof over on Comic Fury for this entry. So, what is Under One Roof? It was created by artist Fangsery, and the synopsis is as follows. Quote, heavily and graciously inspired by the object show like Jack and Jellify's Battle for Dream Island and Atomation's Inanimate Insanity. An object show of a different sort. The story takes place right after the competition, where we join our 20 contestants in Mechanical Pencil's newly won mansion. All the previous contestants that he decided to let join him for the spoils of victory are here too, and feeling a bit annoyed by their new living arrangements. The place is packed to the gills with interesting sights, hidden secrets, and yet something just doesn't feel right. The walls have ears and the game is still heated. And of course, Quarter is still up to his usual dastardly deeds, trying to make a profit wherever possible. However, this time he's not alone in the scheming. Oh, okay, so it's like that non-webcomic one from a few entries back about the anthropomorphized objects. Alright, I can tell I'm not going to like it, but we'll give it a shot anyway, and it's It's not terrible, kind of bored 15 or so pages in. So Mechanical Pencil, yes, that's the name of the protagonist, has won some game show and got a mansion from it, which is highly implausible, because if you win a game show, the IRS is going to peg you into submission, no lube, no consent. They will nickel and dime you to the fucking grave. All those game shows and that Mr. Beast ass shit never show you how demonic the IRS is and how they just send like carrion vultures to rip apart their prey. Yeah, I'm getting sidetracked, and I should probably tiptoe around my opinion of how taxes work in the US of A, so back to the main script. Anyway, MP, Mechanical Pencil, MP, is a douche, and all the other objects hate him. Apparently he cheated in the show, and they decide to have another competition. It's just not hooking me. The art is nice, though. Kind of gives me a Nick Jr. kids show feel, which is fine, considering how the story feels very PG. I should note that around 20 pages in, there's actually animation, which is really cool. I like that. Kind of cool when authors take advantage of the medium and do things they can only do in it. I'm just kind of extremely indifferent to this one, you know?
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
Reviews? Well, for this Under One Roof, no. But I did find another comic, a manhwa with the same name, that is an adult comic. Curiously, simply for the sake of research and no other reasons, I took a look at it. Not very plot-heavy, just well-drawn Gunner fuel. I will say, however, for some reason, I do not understand the censorship of the male genitalia, probably due to some weird South Korean obscenity laws. Makes it look like he's got a lightsaber in his pants. Lady, I ain't no Star Wars fan, but I'm pretty sure putting an energy beam in your mouth isn't a good idea. Anyway, Gunner comic of the same name aside, Under One Roof is highly inoffensive and leaves me feeling utterly indifferent. Next, Comedy of the Carrion Angels. Staying put on Comic Fury, we got an interesting sounding one. Title's giving me horror vibes. This is by an artist using the moniker xkcd. So, what's it about? Well, luckily, we got a handy-dandy synopsis. Quote, tensions are high in Paris following the attacks of 2015 with the recent rise of anti-Semitism as an after effect. Lionel, an immortal satyr-like Jewish warlock, quits his long-standing law career after several emotional breakdowns. Paranoid and mostly isolated, he questions his identity and place in the rapidly changing modern world, quick to adapt and entertain conspiracy theories. His younger brother, Henry Claude, a weeaboo and disgraced gendarme, which I looked that up, that's like just a French cop. Just say cop? You already said it was in France. Dismisses and mocks these theories as frustrated sexual repression. Their eccentric and cruel father, a scheming funeral baron, Jacques, finds it entertaining. With his own past a shrouded and closely kept enigma, he's hell-bent on grandchildren regardless of the ensuing consequences. But something is wrong with Lionel and nothing can prepare him for the chaos that ensues. Adults only. Vulgar language, sexual content, nudity, and violence. Also contains physical abuse, sexual assault / R-word I can't say on YouTube, political extremism, religious extremism, self-harm, S-word I can't say on YouTube, acts, substance abuse, full frontal nudity, body horror, sexual horror. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, considering the recent tensions and political climate around the Israel-Palestine conflict, I'm sure this one will be quite the read and not controversial for the channel whatsoever. I really don't want to touch this one, but I must, or else viewers will be upset like, hey, why'd you just gloss over that one? So let's set aside any biases one way or another and give it a try. But before I do, I should note this message the author left on this Jewish-centric comic in regards to the Middle Eastern conflict. Their words, not mine. I have no stake in any political ideologies. I just cover comics and art weirdos, okay? My content's strictly entertainment and documentarian purposes, I guess you could say. That's it. But just so I'm not taking out of context in any propaganda or hit pieces one way or another, if the channel like grows and there's a bigger set of eyes on me, I will pan it on screen instead of reading it, okay? So draw your own conclusions, have your own stances. I have no skin in the game, okay? Okay, so let's take a look at this comic, and, well, it put me to sleep. The art is done in this kind of grayscale with spot color style that I actually quite like, but the character designs don't really appeal to me, like, at all. Feels kind of Tumblr-y. The first few pages, when dialogue starts, are very wordy to the point where I just stop paying attention. I can't really speak on the story at this point. Like, it really did just kind of put me to sleep. It hooked me even less than Under One Roof. I'm not sure when all the Jewish stuff is introduced, nor do I really care to read further into it. It's really dull, honestly. But hey, let's see some reviews. And I can't really find any. I found a dead web page with one, but, you know, the page was dead. Hence, dead web page. A few comments on Comic Fury seem mostly positive. It was just too damn wordy for me, and I didn't really like the character designs either. We're just going to move on, and honestly, I don't want to touch that one again, considering the state of things. Next, Theater of the Bloody Tongue. Alright, this one is by a team of Stilldown and Ariane Eldar. What's it about? Let's consult the synopsis. Quote, a tongue-in-cheek... Freudian slip. Okay. A tongue-in-cheek mixture of NSFW Grand Guignol stories and SFW crossover / parodies of other webcomics. Ariane Elder, beloved Doom Witch known from Bad Moon Soho, Steampunk Gorgon, and Ariane Elder Private, is the new underground star of the Theater of the Bloody Tongue, recreating the classic Grand Guignol. During the theater's tour through underground theaters, the Faceless God appears and forces Ariane to do some tasks involving interdimensional travel. Okay, wow. That was a mouthful. Okay, well, not quite sure what the story is about, but there are two things I want to note about the synopsis. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I think the majority of people watching don't know what the hell Grand Guignol means. So I googled it. And it was basically a theater in France specializing in horror that was open from 1897 to 1962. Damn, we're still in France. Hopefully you can get back stateside in the next century. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. I might actually look further into that for my own research just to see what that was all about. There's also a YouTube trailer for this comic uploaded in 2016 that has what I think is Sun playing. You know, that shitty band with the two guys in cloaks that spend hours filling up the venue with fog so they can stand still and play 2 notes an hour, and pretentious music snobs like Anthony Fantano think it's some of the most groundbreaking art ever made, even though it's absolute fucking dog shit. Yeah, I don't like Fantano. Or Sun. Anyway, back to the comic. And this isn't so much a comic as an illustrated novel, or a light novel, I guess, if you want to be weeby about it. Once again, I'm being put to sleep. And it's got naked goth chicks. How the hell could that put me to sleep? It starts with some history of the Grand Guignol and how this Theater of the Bloody Tongue is going to revive it, but it's so text-heavy that I can't possibly dedicate the time to reading this, even the first little bit of it, and give you the first impression, cover all the other comics in this tier, and get the video out in a somewhat timely fashion. Didn't appeal to me, which is weird, honestly, because it does have goth chicks. That usually gives it bonus points. I don't know, I might revisit it. Should note that the author and the main character share the same name. Not sure if it's like an alias and she wants the story to be an immersive first-person account, or if it's some kind of wish fulfillment self-insert fantasy kind of thing. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't really do that much research on this one after being assaulted by walls of text upon first viewing. Like I said, I'll probably revisit this one at some point in the future and her other works because it appears she has a lot. Couldn't find any reviews of this comic in particular though, or light novel in particular, so we're just going to move on. Dancing with the Dead. Unfortunately, this comic has the same problem as Underroof, but at a much larger scale. I'm not quite sure which comic this is in reference to, and I can't really pinpoint it. The Iceberg says that it's on Comic Fury, but when I type it in, it does not appear. Maybe it was taken down at some point. There's a lot of other comics with the combinations of the word dancing and dead, so that makes it hard to search for. If Spider the Yandere is watching this, first of all, thank you for making this iceberg chart. We appreciate you here at the John channel. Secondly, which one are you talking about, dude? Please leave a comment. Please. And don't worry, the community sees you as the real MVP, and everyone will be like, yo, it's the legend, or something like that. So yeah, like, thanks for the chart, but what comic am I looking for here, you know? Until that's sorted, we're going to just move on. If I find out which one the chart refers to, I'll throw it at the start of the next tier or in the bonus tier. Or tiers. We'll talk about that later. Next comic. Shade Stalker. Still on Comic Fury. We got one from an author going by Courtney. Do we have a synopsis? Why, yes we do. Quote, A transgender woman by the name of Grenda Schneider finds herself and her town under attack by extra-dimensional demons with extraordinary powers. She must use a combination of martial arts, witchcraft, and a mysterious amulet given to her by her great-grandmother to beat back these invaders. However, the government also seems to be interested in Grenda and her amulet, and seems to be involved in a shadowy, covert war with the demons as well, as Grenda finds herself in the middle. Fascinating. Alright, let's get those first impressions going. So, we got this transgendered musician who's not drawing crowds because bigotry or something. Then some punk tries to kill her for an amulet. She comes out on top in the fight, and the punk disappears into a different dimension. Then the cops detain her for questioning. Then the punk transforms into a demon. The story's going a mile a minute, but I can't deny that it's intriguing. The art is, well, I mean, maybe take a look at the screen instead of whatever you're using me for background noise for and draw your own opinions. I mean, it does get better jumping ahead to the latest pages, but rough is probably the most fitting word. There's something about it, though, that I can't place my finger on. It's kind of giving me, like, Tails Gets Trolled vibes, you know? It's crudely drawn, the layout's rough, and the story feels kind of all over the place, but I kind of want to keep reading. I don't know. Reviews? Can't find any. Doesn't help that there's an item in the game Destiny of the same name. Also, side note that's completely unrelated, but I have never heard anyone say anything good about Destiny. Everyone talks about it like it was an addictive substance that ruined their life that wasn't even fun to play. What's up with that? Anyway, Shadestalker. Definitely an interesting one. Next comic, and the last one on this tier. The Adventures of Sir Power, and unfortunately it looks like we're ending this one on a bit of a low note, as we seem to be having the same problem with this one as Dancing with the Dead. It appears to have been taken down, and I guess that's a wrap. Sorry to disappoint you, but hey, if anyone knows where I can find this one or Dancing with the Dead, they will be put at the start of the next tier in this iceberg. If you find it, share it on the channel's Discord, linked in the description, 100% free, none of this membership nonsense, just a chill server of chill artists and creators doing chill things. Anyway, it's about that outro time. Alright, and that's tier 6 of the Webcomics Iceberg. Alright, welcome to the bottom of the Webcomics Iceberg. It's been quite a ride full of furries, degenerates, MS Paint, and some genuinely good ones. As always, we start off each tier with any corrections or addendums to the previous one, and we have only one this time. Drunk Duck is an older webcomic site that now just goes by The Duck. Shout out to the comments section. Everything else I said in the prior tier was absolute 100% fact, especially when I said that War Mage was even worse than Sonichu. That was 100% true. Now that that's out of the way, on with the show. Kit and K Boodle. Wikifur. Alright. This one is by artist Richard Catellis and started in 2001. It ran till 2016 and has been on hiatus ever since. Guess he abandoned it, but after 15 years? I don't know, there's probably more to that story. And well, it's smut. Straight out the gate with an NSFW comic. A furry NSFW comic. Great. Synopsis? Sure. Quote, Kit and K Boodle are two foxes from Yifburg, the yiffiest place on Earth, a utopian city where nudity and sex in public are not only legal, but they are considered normal and encouraged. The comic follows their adventures. Originally, most of the comic's adventures around sex as a goal, but in more recent years, the storylines have become rather complex with deeper meanings. Well, it's a Gunner furry comic. Once again, I don't get the furry thing, but we try to be fair here. Let's give it a read and get the first impressions going. And well, okay, so I literally can't show you a single page of this comic, as there are female nipples and genitals on every single page, due to the characters being animals, and, well, yeah, animals don't wear clothes. So, the two main characters, Kit and K, are a couple. The first story arc has them fall into a sinkhole in which Kit, I shit you not, uses his ejaculant to launch K out of the hole and have her pull him up. You know, that was so absurd I just had to laugh about it, but I don't think I can handle 15 years worth of this. That's it, I just had to stop right there. The art's actually pretty solid, kind of like Disney 2D animation-esque colors added in the second storyline. I mean, hey, if you're a furry gooner, like, here's one for you. Not for me, though. Reviews? Why, yes, a few. Here's an archive description from TV Tropes, quote, Kitten K Boodle, a furry webcomic that basically revolves around sex. No, really. Sex is treated as a civic duty in the comic's fictional town. One particular storyline has two characters getting it on while the girl's mother masturbates to it. This troper confesses to considering K and K a guilty pleasure, up until A, the title characters become avatars to the gods of Yif. The gods of Yif, are you fucking kidding me? And B, a filler arc had the artist and his real-life girlfriend's personas watching their parents, his dad, her mom, go at it. I'm sorry, what was that last part? Let's try another one. Okay, one from Bad Webcomics Wiki. All reliable, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Quote, I catch a lot of trains during the week, usually pretty fucking busy ones, and there's all sorts of people on trains. Arguing couples, cackling women, weird old men, annoying kids that kick the back of your chair. Can you imagine the sheer fucking horror of being on the train with all those god-awful annoying strangers and the whole lot of you being naked? Because if that sounds hot to you, you have a serious goddamn problem. No sane person would surely want to live in Yifburg. I am shocked the entire population isn't dead or miserable already, since there's not a single condom in this place, and while those boinkberries might work as contraceptives... I'm sorry, boinkberries? What? Fucking boinkberries? Excuse me? Alright, back to reading. And while those boinkberries might work as contraceptives, I didn't see a thing in the description about them magically protecting you from STDs. No sane person wants to be on a train, naked, while a middle-aged couple have messy sex on the seat opposite them. This place is the stuff of nightmares. I am shocked that a webcomic like this is still going, because I genuinely have no idea who this appeals to. The cute art might appeal to younger viewers, but the constant sex means that's a definite no. The constant sex might appeal to the usual lonely furry crowd, but surely Kitten K's fat toddler-esque anatomy puts them off too. I can only guess that there might be a team of psychologists somewhere marveling at this stuff, unable to comprehend what the hell is going on in Mr. Catellis' depraved mind. It should be noted that Richard Catellis' artwork is identical with that of the late Albert Temple, of Gene Catlow fame. It turns out there is a reason for it. Richard Catellis was simply a pseudonym used by Mr. Temple himself, and furthermore, his supposed female friend Catswhisker turned out to be nothing more than a fictional sock puppet. Just as the equally late Jim Hardyman's supposed black female friend Desiree Lee also proved to be non-existent. I admit I thought that Grey Muzzle of Tina Story's infamy was guilty of the same sin, but he told the world he did have a real wife. Well, looks like we got a bit of a lore dump at the end of that review there. Those comics with a lot of real-life lore are always more interesting to cover, but it looks like we got like a 6 degrees of separation kind of thing going on here, and I don't know, man. People that make these kinds of comics, they can actually get wives. Hey, maybe there's hope for me yet. But we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, we're going to move on to Latex Blue. Well, hello again, Bad Webcomics Wiki. I really gotta get around to giving this site a dedicated video from one Gooner comic to another, and, well, the comic itself is mostly lost media as it seems. I go on the site, everything's there but the actual damn comic. For my research, this is by an artist using the alias Dragonfly. Latex Blue seemed to be a furry Gooner comic of the highest order of degeneracy. A few of the samples I found made reference to self-cannibalization and, well, sibling, intimacy. Yeah. Well, in that case, just to give you the gist of what the story's about, I'm going to be a lazy piece of shit and read the Bad Webcomics Wiki verbatim. Why? Because I honestly don't want to research this filth further. I'm all for you doing you, kinks and all, but we're approaching illegal territory. Territory that is illegal for a reason. Sure, some might say it's just a drawing, bro, which, yes, it is, obviously, but it's still gross. So, from the Bad Webcomics Wiki, quote, some poor bitch named Laura, made from cloth. The reason behind this actually gets explained is in some bizarre fantasy land disconnected from her body. An animate blue balloon in the shape of a cat/person named Iris picks up the head and brings it home to her master, a sadistic rabbit named Alex, who is also made of cloth for some reason and lives in a dragon called Mr. Castle. You are reading that correctly. That's the start, anyway. But the madness has just begun. While Iris and Alex torture Lara's head, two anthro-skunks joined at the tail find her buddy. The actual line is, "How fortunate, let us..." Word I can't say on YouTube it. Yeah. Are they deranged? Look at this picture and tell me. The Dragon Castle gets shot in the wing while flying and crashes near a town, the town of Pain. Everyone in the comic refers to it as such, is a place where masturbation is punished with flogging, and everyone is masturbating. They stop at a tavern called the Throbbing Cock, where... Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Where they encounter the fourth main character, Ken. Ken has a cybernetic arm. I don't know if this is ever explained, not that it would really matter for this comic. At one point, the comic explains that the world is donut-shaped, more or less, and turns itself inside out constantly, thus creating the day-night cycle, explaining pointless details while ignoring any that might have an impact on the plot is what this webcomic specializes in. Well, that and horrible imagery. The inn is run by a horse named Silver who trades food and drink for dignity. After the local law enforcement arrives to shut the place down for reasons unknown, Alex takes Silver as a slave shortly before he is captured and brought to the person in charge of this freak fest of a town. Silver attempts to stop this only to end up hanging off a bridge by his penis, which he must keep erect or he will fall to his death. Iris has already been kidnapped, so she throws Lara's head out of the wagon, carting her off. And so ends Chapter 2. I won't continue, and I should hope you understand why. Yeah, nasty stuff. Getting flashbacks to the edginess of Jack. Reviews? Nah. Can't be bothered to click on page 2 of a Google search for this one. Edgelord degeneracy with the plot more convoluted than a really convoluted thing. Next. Banana cream cake. Alright, this one's by Transmorpher DDS over on Comic Fury, and they got a little synopsis here. Let's see what it's all about. Quote, a sexy futanari story with a futa baker and her sexual misadventures. Yeah, I don't want to read this. The, futa genre, not really my vibe. Linkara would love this one, though. It's me, the Lightbringer. Alright, we'll read a little bit. Okay, so we open up with a non-con scene of a monster forcing her, his, they, them, gotta say them all so we don't get canceled, pee-pee on someone. Yeah, I'm done. Immediately. Sorry, not sorry. Not for me. Might be for you if you read this kind of stuff. I much prefer consent in my spicy comics, but that's just me. Artwork? Hard to look at, but pretty well done for what it is. I can't show a single panel here, though. Censoring it would make the screen entirely black. So yeah, reviews? Well, looking up reviews for banana cream cake, you can imagine getting reviews of the food, so that's a no-go. Look, it's just not for me, okay? You know, if you're curious or into this stuff, hey, here's one for you. Next. Carnivores. Alright, still on Comic Fury. This one is by user Austin Wolfclaw. The synopsis, quote, a Vor webcomic drawn by Austin Wolfclaw, formerly hosted on Comic Genesis. Comic is split into various story arcs, each telling a different story. Carnivores is not affiliated with the PC game of the same title or its developer Action Forms Ltd. Okay, Vor. Another fetish comic. I do wonder why there's so much overlap between furries and these niche internet fetishes that no one's heard of until the creation of DeviantArt, but I don't know. That's just a thought. Let's try to put aside biases and give this a fair shot, you know? I mean, hey, I always try to give everything a fair shot. I even gave one to the aforementioned Fuda R-Word comic before. Well, let's check it out. And, well, it starts with the author drawing himself getting eaten by animals. Hell of a start. The writer's barely disguised fetish meme goes here. Actually, just drop the barely disguised from it. Alright, so the comic is about the animals eating. And they're drawn as animals, not furry people. You know, Vor, big stomach, average DeviantArt post, nothing special. Art's pretty rough, looking like it was made in MS Paint. There's also a stroke applied to the text that absolutely does not need to be there and makes it harder to read. My graphic design background is in tears. Strokes are to stylize, not to visualize. Anyway, the story's not that engaging. It's kind of boring. I just want to get this tier over with if you haven't noticed yet. Reviews? I could read the Bad Webcomics Wiki once more, but I think it's best if I just move on and we all just forgot this comic ever happened. Alright, what's next? U.S. Angel Corpse. Alright, let me see what this one is about.
A few moments later.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you?
I'm not even sure if I can cover this one on YouTube. Well, one thing about this that I think is a good thing is that it is partially lost media. So, yay. Now, why is it a good thing that it's lost media? Well, dear viewer, let me tell you. But I must warn you, I probably just put a big-ass NSFW warning on the thumbnail for a reason. So, U.S. Angel Corpse is a webcomic by David Chung. That's C-H-E-U-N-G. By the way, holy shit, did he put his real name on this? Anyway, you want a synopsis? Are you sure? Okay. But before I do, I should note that the Bad Webcomics Wiki, which is actually where you can still find some of this comic, has a cute little thing that they do on certain comics. They'll put a warning if something contains a rather unsettling style of art, adult content, or if the creator's extremely abrasive and uncouth online, as well as other things. U.S. Angel Corpse has every single one I've ever seen in my time on the site. Every single one. Even ones that I didn't know about before. The short version is that it is what one would call erogoro. Now, this genre of art originated in Japan and is actually called erogoro nansetsu. Nihongo Jozu, right? Which translates roughly to erotic grotesque nonsense. And I would argue that there's some merit to it. However, usually these old artworks out of the Far East do not depict, well, let's just say, forced acts for the sake of YouTube. The gore, the eroticism, don't care about that. It's just the glorification of non-consensual activities that I got a beef with, you know? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get the synopsis read. U.S. Angel Corpse ran from 2010 to 2015. At some point, Chung removed it. Too bad the internet is forever. Well, mostly forever in this case. From the Bad Webcomics Wiki, quote, U.S. Angel Corpse is easily the worst comic I have ever seen. It's disgusting, immoral, and misogynistic in the extreme. I mean, I reviewed a comic featuring Jesus getting what? I gotta see what that's about. Okay. But I have never seen a more offensive comic. This is, by far, the most sickening thing to ever dishonor the already tarnished word webcomic. Now, it's one thing if you're just trolling your comic is meant to offend, as is the case with Electric which is on the bottom of this video. For example, don't click on that. Oh, I gotta, sorry. But it's worse when you fail to realize or care about just how repugnant your comic is. The thing about this comic is that it was made to make money by capitalizing on the disgusting fetishes of a repulsive niche audience, and creator David Chung doesn't seem to care as long as he makes a little money. The comic is commission-based, which is to say that Chung only draws it when people give him money, which, unfortunately, some people do. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting to make a little money off your work unless, of course, this is what you're selling. End quote. The plot, if you can call it a plot, is that there's a secret military organization that recruits young women, very young women, to do missions, and they always fail and end up in a non-consensual situation, usually ending with death. So yeah, it's fetish fuel for those that enjoy non-con in the long and short of it. The worst part is that it's commission-based, so there's a network of degenerates that fetishize this kind of thing. And I should reiterate, having come across and covered some fetish artworks and comics on the channel, I don't care what your kinks are, you know? As long as things are sanitary, legal, and consensual, get freaky. I don't really give a fuck. But this one, yeah, no. The second worst part, aside from the network of people that are actually into this kind of thing, is that the art is actually pretty technically well executed. And it should be noted, the artist David Chung, who I still can't believe used his real name, or a name that sounds pretty damn real, has a history of drawing, well, let's just say, not good stuff for the sake of YouTube. A Shadman-esque history, one might say. Reviews? Fuck that. David Chung's reaction to being featured on the Bad Webcomics Wiki multiple times? Hell yeah. Quote, the creator of U.S. Angel Corps, David Chung, has a history of poorly handling criticism. In the past, he had tried to vandalize the John Solomon article on Encyclopedia Dramatica, where he's mentioned after he had made claims to not be caring about being reviewed on his blog. Later, he snapped at the owner of the webcomic Overlook for saying that he deserved that review, and finally, the article about U.S. Angel Corps on TV tropes was deleted, and it's safe to assume it was due to complaints made by him. With our site, he had a real drama. Back when we were on Wikidot and soon after a review of USAC was added to the index, suddenly all reviews of Dave's comics were removed for TOS violations. Since Dave has a track record of doing this sort of thing, and since we can't think of anyone else who would have any motivation to defend David Chung's reputation besides David Chung himself, we believe Dave was the only person smart enough to complain to the actual administration of Wikidot instead of doing what most people did, which was sending abuse reports directly to the wiki, which our admins would read, laugh at, and ignore. To remedy this, after BWW was shut down on Wikidot and before being moved to this new host, we contacted the owner of ShoutWiki to make sure these kinds of problems would not repeat themselves. As a special precaution, admin Oddguy contacted them again prior to restoring these reviews to inform them that Dave will inevitably contact them to make fictitious threats of litigation that was assured that it should not be a problem. So, now that the reviews will stay where they are and we eagerly await Dave's return, in the case reviews ever get deleted again, there are multiple copies of every single one readily available in the links at the bottom of this Encyclopedia Dramatica article. So he bitched out so much that they entirely restructured their thing. That's wild. So basically, this guy got mad at people at the Bad Webcomics Wiki for saying is bad. Okay. I think we need to move on. Hopefully the next one isn't crossing the line of acceptable degeneracy for me. What's acceptable degeneracy? Honestly, just not glorifying illegal stuff like the U.S. Angel Corps. That's it for me, really. Anyway, next comic. Billy the Heretic. Oh, hey. That one was actually brought up on the Bad Webcomics Wiki in the last entry. The author said it's tied with Sonichu for the worst webcomic ever. The author must not have read War Mage. Let's take a look. Oh, fuck. Alright, we got a political extremist comic to look at. It's also tiresome. Now, when I see something labeled as, quote, alt-right or white nationalist or white supremacist, my mind always goes to the notion that the people on the other extreme end of the spectrum will literally call anything that goes against their ideology that. But this one comes from a website called Stormfront, a legitimately known and recognized white supremacist news site. So, I guess this really is what they say it is. Having said that, who made it? There will be two users going by the aliases Numenorion and J. Kildare. Pussies. Say what you will about David Chung's work, but the dude was ballsy enough to put what I think is his real name on it. Anyway, enough about the fetish necrophilia comic. On with the white supremacist comic. That is a sentence I just said. Okay. Here's the synopsis from TV Tropes. Quote, Billy the Heretic is an infamous webcomic. That sounds familiar. Purporting to be an autobiographical account of a white African boy who was adopted by a family of Jews. Let's put it this way. Instead of linking to a few other webcomics, it links to the infamous white supremacist website Stormfront. The creator has described it as the white nationalist Dilbert. I don't want to read this, but I must. For content. And we're actually in luck. This is partially lost media. The kind of lost media that should stay lost. This comic started in 2008, and who knows or even cares how long it ran. Turns out at a certain point in 2023, the site went offline and GoDaddy put the domain name up for sale. It'd be really funny if someone bought it and just posted a still frame of the buff Jew from the first ever Family Guy cutaway. I think that would be really, really funny. You got disposable income and you want to do something funny. I mean, anyway, looking at a few of the remaining strips, it's basically just the creators hating Jewish and black people. Oh, and the gays. Can't forget the gays. Pretty much what you expect from Stormfront readers. Honestly, despite its content obviously being ridiculously extremist to the point where it flips over to just being something absurd to laugh at, it's kind of a fucked up breath of fresh air between all these extreme Gunner comics. The art is what I define as acceptable. It's in black and white and it's legible. Characters are consistent. Obviously a lot of Jewish characters with disproportionately long pointy noses. The word balloon placement and typography is shit covered ass though. Like, this is so poorly laid out. I can't believe I've never seen poorly done meme edits of it. Fuck it, let me do one right now. Mom, something's been bothering me lately.
What?
This.
Whatever bothering my son, come out and face me.
There's a Deicide album cover on our front lawn.
fucking sick, dude.
Okay, I don't know. Too bad those cheap fucks use AI on their last one. Anyway, yeah, it's just kind of shit, to be honest. Rule number 1 of propaganda is that it needs to, at the very least, be well executed. This is not. This is just stupid. Alright, what's next? 2 babies, 1 fox. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Goat head. Oh wow, I think we may actually have a legitimate breather in this tier. We're heading to Tapas for this one, because for some reason its own website doesn't have a synopsis, or even the author's name. So this one is by Miles John, and the synopsis is as follows. Quote, the mild-mannered Goathead and his eccentric cohorts get up to all sorts of mischief in this bi-weekly webcomic full of laughs, lessons, and liverwurst hoagies. Okay, sounds like a simple comedy. Let's check it out. And it's a perfectly fine, absurdist comedy comic. The art's solid enough, it's got a style to it, you know? Kind of reminds me of that show, Home Movies, that I've never watched, but I've seen people saying how great it was if I were to compare it to something. Might get around to watching that at some point. Later comics show much improvement. The jokes, depends on your sense of humor. Kind of has that, like, lol so random style that's not really my scene. I mean, what could I say? I just like dark comedy the best. It's alright, I guess. Reviews? None. Guess I'm the first one. And my review is... I mean, it's alright. But honestly, in this tier sandwich between all these demonic abominations, I feel like Spider the Yandere put it here as a bit of a reprieve between nightmares. So, thank you, Spider the Yandere. I hope you're doing well. I guess it's time to move on. Kaiju Believe. Unfortunately, we have a case of some serious lost media here. Some of the previous entries have only been partially lost media, but Kaiju Believe is looking to be lost entirely. I did find the author themselves posting on TV Tropes looking for feedback on it, so let's look at the posts. So Boxcar Jakey says, hey people, Linkar here. As you know, I created a webcomic of my own called Kaiju Believe. It can be found here. No, it can't. It was originally my take on the Pokemon Collect and Battle Monster genre, which later escalated as a mix of Dot Hack, Frog Raccoon, Strawberry, Mega Man, Fairy Tail, and more. The main star, Chase Catsup, is very random. There's no rhyme or reason to anything he does. His best friend Simon has a secret of his own. Originally, I wanted to focus on the characters, and the issues shown here were very derivative. I received advice from B.A. Devin Mack on how to make the characters better. He even contributed to an issue idea. But overall, it's pretty funny, and wait for the future issues on how the Kaiju Bishnash started, as well as more Kaiju creatures. I like some feedback. I was actually hoping to create a TV trope page for it. Are webcomics with the page made because they're uber popular, or can creators make one for themselves? I'm confused. Thank you. Actually, that is a good question. I do wonder if creators can make their own webcomic pages. Put Doomsayer on it and have people tear it apart. That'd be great. Clicking through the username, Boxcar JKey, which sounds kind of familiar actually. I'll have to see if this user left a review on one of the other entries. There's nothing. I put the URL in the Wayback Machine. Nothing. I checked Google Images to see if I can get even a single piece of art from this. We have a problem. The word kaiju is extremely common in webcomics. There's a lot of dudes that like drawing big-ass monsters, myself included. Ass and monsters. We got Kaiju Days, Twisted Kaiju Theater, Kaiju Number 8, Kaiju Run, No Kaiju Believe. This sounded kind of interesting too. So if you come across it, you know what? Send it to the email I use for the DeviantArt submissions that I'll put on screen now. Actually, you want to send any kind of email to me, send it to that one. Be it content suggestions, fan arts, which you can also post on the Discord. Check out this fan art right here that I got just recently. Isn't this pretty sick, right? Love the art style. It's really good. It's got this like angular but soft like vibe to it. Awesome work. Shout out to Manlick here. I mean, maybe it's just Man LC. Manlick. Or send in found media I can't find, or like I set it up for, DeviantArt finds. I definitely need more of those for future episodes because you guys like that series, but like I need more content. Anyway, for now, that's the tale of John not being able to find Kaiju Believe. Next comic. Garotas Fofas. Well, guess what, guys? We have another problem. This comic is in Portuguese. If it was in Spanish, no problem. I can read that. But Portuguese is a language that makes you think it's Spanish, but it's not. Let me see if I can decipher it at all, because it's a little bit similar. From the site, Sobre Garotas Fofas es un web cuadrinho satírico de comedia creado por Matt Skider que es actualizado desde 2015. First of all, Matt Skider, That's like the whitest name ever, dude. Secondly, I'm pretty sure it says something along the lines of, this is a satirical comedy webcomic created by Matt Skider in 2015. Portuguese is similar to Spanish, but when you start reading paragraphs and you'll go, wait, no it isn't. I should note that when I typed this into Google, I also got a bunch of photos of e-girls, specifically e-girls. The title when I typed into Google Translate actually means cute girls. Wow, great title. Not going to make it hard to find someday and confuse a webcomic reviewer or YouTuber. There is currently no English translation or Spanish translation that I could find. If it had a Spanish translation, I could have done a bit of legwork, you know? So I can't really review the story. Looking at it, the art's really cartoony, but kind of stiff. The characters seem to always be in a 3/4 view, and there's a lot of text. Not to like Sonichu level, but enough where I'm like, yo, you need to do a bit of editing on this, you know? So, are the girls cute? Well, nah, not really. Next. Hot Mess 2020. Oh yeah, 2020 was definitely a hot mess, for lack of a better phrase. Okay, so there's a few comics called Hot Mess, which is why I think Spider the Yandere specified the year, but I think I found the right one. And to Webtoon for this one. This is by Zodi X, and as the title implies, started in 2020. Synopsis, quote, slice of life comic about some 20-something gay twink looking to make it in the harsh straight world. Beware, puns and dirty jokes ahead, new comics every week. I don't think I'm going to like this one, but we'll give it a shot, you know. Luckily, being on Webtoon, it can't be super degenerate like a lot of the other entries on this tier, so maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. And well, it's a gag strip. Few panels, set up punchline, standard stuff. As the description reads, well, sorry to say it in this way, but yeah, it's pretty gay. But like not in that like two men touching tips kind of way, more in like that James Charles yes queen girl slay kind of way. I guess I could say flamboyant would be a good descriptor. It's fine, you know, inoffensive. If you like that Yas Queen kind of vibe, you might like this one. The art's decent enough, black and white, cartoony, fine. It's just fine, you know. As for reviews, the comments on the Webtoon post seem to be favorable. It's just not for me, you know, target demographic thing. I should note that I also found another webcomic called Hot Mess as well that started in 2010 that's only traced as a bad webcomics wiki page. It seemed like that was a bland slice of life. It also seems like it's lost media. Again with the lost media. Why are there so many lost comics on here? You know what? You know what's bullshit? Lost webcomics. I go to do this Iceberg video reviewing all these webcomics, hunting them down on the innards of the internet. I say I will get to every one of them. I get down to the bottom and have to sift through necrophilia and white supremacy. But when it's just some blasé slice of life, it's nowhere to be found. I look and look, clicking through Google search after Google search. Oh, but fuck you, Google Gemini, the shittiest AI on the planet, does it once you find in content made by humans. Actually, what the hell happened to search engines? Why do these big tech companies incorporate their brain-dead AI to fuck up results and spread deliberate misinformation? Google doesn't function like it used to, and the fucking bots on social media sites. I guarantee you somewhere in the comments section of this video there will be some random account with an ass pic saying, well, I really look forward to seeing your content, or some shit like that that does nothing but drown out the real humans. Oh, and the aforementioned ass pic isn't even a good ass pic. It's AI. Fuck that. I like broads with crow's feet, bush, and goddamn cellulite all over their thighs. You know? Women, not these plasticky AI generations of girls. Anyway, I keep searching and searching. I find old reviews of said webcomics with no links to them. People say it's the worst thing ever made, but how do I know? I gotta read the damn thing. Is it really the worst? Bitch, have you even read Bench Tales, War Mage, or Moon Over fucking June? I don't think so. Goddamn poser. The Gooner from Mars over here saying, The Lightbringer is the worst webcomic ever. Seriously? Fucking amateur. I see links in these comments. I put them in the Wayback Machine. I wait. The Internet Archive does nothing but tell me to go fuck myself. Look, man, just because something is considered bad art doesn't mean it should be destroyed. I get it if it's something like Bench Tales, which should have never even been created in the first place, but a generic slice of life that's just poorly done? Come on. Look, man, someone made that. A person made that. That was their art, and art should be seen. But it can't be seen if it's lost media, and that is bullshit. Next comic. Her Descent. Alright, back over to Comic Fury for this one. This is by user Aegis Saint Shadow Nerd. That is the edgiest fucking username I've ever seen. The synopsis? It's a fucking novel. Let's go. Quote, following is pulled verbatim from a companion piece I wrote for the release of Volume 1. This is my one-shot. It is my only breath of fresh air before I dive deeply into the project Her Descent. It all started innocently enough. Once upon a time, I doodled a picture where I offhandedly made the claim that I would draw the Fupoko maid getting stoned on a playground. Stoned by, like, stones or, like, stoned by pot. I don't know. I didn't think anyone would notice or care, ever. This created a blind spot for me to play in. You see, in real life, I have a condition where I don't want to be seen because I feel like everyone that witnesses me increases my maddening body dysphoria / existential regret. If no one is watching, I can be as me as I want, as me as I feel. How liberating. If no one will ever notice or care, then I can say what I want no matter how silly or serious. I can say things the slightest inhibition would prevent. I can reference and cross-reference, go down multiple meta rabbit holes, weave metaphor into metaphor into metaphor, layer my terrors, and otherwise build a device to send everyone to hell, to paraphrase one of my Volpestic heroes, Gillas in this case. Such a device, at least in this prototype, is 100% effective as long as no one understands its true power and purpose. The device can be witnessed and still work. Ideally, it is a stone burner and will take the sight of those that encounter it. Lofty, I know. So since Her Descent is me metaphorically parading around in my yard naked, I feel like I should take a moment to demonstrate some of the peripheral in my effort, just in case. I don't know what I'm afraid of, but my mind is telling me to be afraid. 1, the Fupoko maid. I don't understand the character. I don't know the sex or gender of it. I don't know the species of it. There's hardly any pictures of it, but I like the character and the design of it. It is a mascot for an adult game production company I've liked for a while. I want to say the maid didn't originally exist. I can't be bothered to research it. The maid, who doesn't even have a name, poor thing, poor abandoned creation, is synonymous with the Fupoko brand to me. 2, format and pitch. I thought it'd be funny if I made a base image to shitpost whatever. I can have Fupoko maid say anything, either wax philosophical, talk about fetishes, or just talk about slamming a case of Mountain Dew. I have currently unrealized plan for the base image, but that's kind of irrelevant. I doodled, crushed it, then touched up the elements I wanted to be smoother. Okay, not really sure what to make of that. I guess I'll just have to read the damn thing. And, well, this one's a bit odd. It's a series of repeated images with altered text that feel really non-sequitur-y. Feel really like non-sequitur and surrealist. The artwork is rough around the edges, maybe done in MS Paint, but has its own kind of unique style to it. As for the story, it doesn't really seem to have one. Seems to be a bit of a surrogate for the author to just share their thoughts with the world, which is fine, I guess. I don't know, I'm a little unsure about how to feel about this one. Reviews? Nope. It's just a bit strange, but you know what? More power to the author. On to the next one. Iron and Steel. Okay, so this is the last one for Tier 7. Still on Comic Fury, let's check out the handy-dandy webcomic description, class. Quote, this is an alternate universe take on Inspector Gadget. It mainly draws its base inspiration from the classic series, but does use bits from the other incarnates done over the years. Don't expect to know what this is from knowing the canon content. This is a more serious and elaborate take on the fandom. I highly suggest reading the backstories connected to the comic before reading it. That is the only way the characters and plot will make sense, total sense. This comic is updated every Tuesday and Saturday. Inspector Gadget? Well, this just got bumped up in the full video reviews, mainly so I can make a lot of brown bricks jokes. And no, I will not read the backstories related to it. It's fan fiction. I'm sorry, but there's just something about fan fiction that lowers my expectations to, like, Mariana's Trench level. Why? I don't know. Maybe, well, have you guys ever heard of Archive of Our Own, or AO3 as it's more commonly known? It's certainly a website of all time. But maybe that's for another time, maybe another video. Let's see if Inspector Gadget makes brown bricks with Minecraft. So it's got a cool custom UI. I like that. Gives me old internet vibes. This is one feature I really like about Comic Fury, is being able to code a bit on your webcomic sites. Anyway, how's the comic itself? Well, the layout's hard to follow, walls of text, art is, well, it's a bit remedial for lack of a better word, but there's something charming about art of this quality. You know, the creator is definitely trying in earnest. The story? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to check out those backstories for this. It's not doing it for me, and I didn't even see Inspector Gadget yet. Too busy with the brown bricks, I guess. Anyway, I'm just going to move on to the last tier. There really aren't any reviews for this, so hopefully we'll be able to find a gem by the end of the final tier, which we're going to start right now. Boston and Sean. Oh boy, not only did the bad webcomics wiki show up once more, but so did something awful. Did I just step on another landmine full of content? Well, it's a feederism fetish comic. Oh boy. Anyway, trying to be objective, here's the synopsis from Wikifur, of all places. Quote, Boston and Sean is a webcomic created by Sean Reveal. His last name's Reveal. That's fucking stupid. Sorry to anybody with the surname Reveal, but really? Reveal? Anyway, the comic first appeared on the net on February 12th, 1997. Long one. And had been reinvented a number of times, most recently in 2005. Boston and Sean features a continuous storyline. Strips usually consist of 3 cells, although the author has been known to experiment with different formats. Initial strips were in black and white, but most are in color. The comic has never had a consistent release schedule, while prior versions have had over 900 strips. There were only 5 updates in 2007, and it was gone without updates for 9 months as of September 2008. The main characters are the eponymous Boston and Sean. Supporting characters include Sean's parents and younger brother Donald, as well as Boston's parents and Sean's classmates, teacher, and babysitter. So it ran from 97 to about 07. We got a crusty old one. Reading a bit, it's a slice of life comic about a boy and his pet dragon. Looking further into it, it's a front for the writer's barely disguised fetish. Getting a lot of use out of this meme in this particular video, huh? Let me read a few excerpts from the Something Awful post here. Quote, a dragon spreads his wing. By the end of year 1, Boston and Sean, the esteemed artiste, had abandoned all hope of crafting 3-panel jokes and had moved on to obsessive fetish-like month-long story arcs about something called batting. Basically, Sean would switch back and forth from being a boy to a dragon with no rhyme or reason, and when he was a dragon, all the other dragons would constantly feed him to make him fatter. Amazingly, the comics continue to make less and less sense with each installment. This strip should give you a good idea of where Boston and Sean was heading at the end of year 1. All the ingredients are there. A couple of bloated dragons, vague references to a motivating problem, and the kind of expository dialogue that we have come to expect from things in the real world like cats, trees, and rocks. I believe that there is a joke in the strip, but I also believe that it is so removed from a normal human's thought process that it cannot possibly be comprehended with all of the science available to us. End quote. Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know. He added color eventually, and yes, Sean the author and Sean the character have the same name, spelled the same. Coincidence? Of course not. It's a wish fulfillment self-insert fetish comic, okay? I really don't feel like doing more research on this right now. Maybe some other day. Let's move on, for the love of God. Nivlek. You know what? I'm just going to read the descriptors for this one from the Bad Webcomics Wiki and call it a day. I won't subject you to it for much longer than that. Quote, webcomic name, Nivlek, author, Chris Farrington, start date, 2003, end date, 2012, genre, comedy gaming, defining flaw, 2 words, baby furs. Yeah, I'm not reading this. Sorry, not sorry. Next. I'm serious. After Bench Tales, never again. Etchy Fitness. Okay, so I did find this one in full. Good. I'm starting to get tired of coming across lost media in this iceberg, and after having laid eyes upon the first page of this comic, perhaps it would have been best if this joined the scores of all the other lost comics. Then again, you people love to see me suffer, so let's soldier on. I'm still not reading that baby fur one. This one's by Ryan Stewart, a.k.a. Donkus, a.k.a. Eric the Goat R-Worder. According to the Bad Webcomics Wiki. I'm still waiting to see Doomsayer on there. Somebody troll me. That'd be funny. Getting trolled like that would make my day, man. Let me try to make this entry a lightning round. We'll go as fast as possible. I'm getting sick of these terrible comics. This is, as the title implies, an ecchi comic about a muscle mommy, okay? A muscle mommy that is Lovecraftian nightmare. For the uninitiated, or if I haven't defined it in previous entries, ecchi refers to the H in hentai, which I believe is a word I have to bleep for YouTube, maybe? In the Western lexicon, it simply means something along the lines of softcore gooner material. So there's usually no actual adult scenes, but a lot of stuff like cleavage and panty shots. Now, ecchi series usually have really good art. The saving grace and the reason why people check it out usually. Sometimes they can have rather weird and unconventional plots too, which is another part of their appeal, the more out there stories, but the art is what most people check it out for. And well, Etchy Fitness has art that I can say, in a nice way I guess, certainly has a style. I don't know, there's like a creepy blob dude and it looks bad. Art, formatting, typography, layout, it's just bad. Next. Albert Ayed's Monster Lover. So, this is just but it's that looks like it was drawn by a 5-year-old and is actually illegible. Like, nothing much else to it. Like, I literally can't read it. The creator, Alberto Peralma, must have just scanned in drawings. It's not good. I should note that this is not to be confused with another webcomic called Monster Lover, one created by Dumac. Yeah, that's right, the War Mage guy has another comic. Maybe I'll do a whole video on the Dumac verse. There's really not much to say for Albert Eight's Monster Lover. I mean, just look at it. Next, Ready Newgrounds. So, this is a comic by Newgrounds user Beatster. It's got MS Paint style art, and it's hard to follow, making a lot of beginner mistakes. It's really not that notable. Based on the analytics of their Newgrounds page, Spider the Yandere may have been one of the only people to even see these. I don't know, I might have just left this one off the iceberg if I made the chart. Well, here's hoping Beatster will hone their craft and improve their skills. Not much else to say. Let's finish this. Electric... What a name. And well, we have a bit of a disappointing ending for you, but a great one for me. Once again, say it with me, class. It's partially lost media. I can't even verify who the author is. From what I've seen, I think the creator is someone named Eric Vaughn. Not a particularly searchable name. Then again, neither is mine. Punch me into the search bar and you'll get the CEO of Coca-Cola. From the remaining strips scattered online, which I just straight up can't show you despite the extremely crudely done artwork, it was made just to offend. It's an edgelord of the highest magnitude. It didn't make the author of Jack blush. There's poop, wee-wees, unaliving, and worst of all, children. Yeah, I've seen enough. It's garbage that's made to offend and nothing more. This isn't a case of it should stay lost, more a case of no one's gonna waste their time looking for this fucking shit. Garbage. What a way to end the show. Sorry to disappoint you. But it's not over yet. I asked you, dear viewers, to add suggestions below the very first video in this series for an inevitable bonus tier. Webcomics that are still infamous yet didn't make an appearance. Webcomics with creators that aren't playing with the full deck. Webcomics that might actually be a little good. We shall see what we have collected in the true finale of the Webcomics Iceberg when we look at the bonus tier. But until then, special thanks to Spider the Yandere for making the chart in the first place. Couldn't do it without you. A heartfelt thank you to Patreon supporters. Thank you guys. Appreciate your support over there. Well, this is the end, my friends. It's been quite the wild ride. We already finished the main iceberg chart, but there are a few missing that chart creator Spider the Yandere, aka the MVP, aka the GOAT of all time, didn't include. Some obscure entries, some obvious entries, but overall, webcomic entries. We'll be looking at any that we missed or interesting suggestions from the audience as we wrap this adventure up. As for any corrections to the last tier, not really, just an addendum. Miles John, the author of Goathead, the only good comic in the last video, that was like the only one I liked, also has a YouTube channel where he posts animations. They're pretty fun. If you like that kind of also random kind of humor, check them out. Oh, and scriptwriter John here, literally just getting more information in regards to Kaiju Believe. Thank you, comment section. Coming in clutch here. Well, massive rabbit hole I don't want to go down, but the short version is that the author, Linkar Rocks, who uses many different aliases, essentially stole a ton of art and storyboards and went into hiding after he got called out for it. Apparently he stalked VivziePop for some reason. I don't know. That's kind of my surface level of analysis. Like, I gotta get on with the show here, you know? But just type in the dude's name and you'll find a ton of exposés. Kaiju Believe is still nowhere to be found, though. Moral of the story, stealing art is bad. AI. Excuse me. Anyway, let's get on with it, yeah? Sinfest. This one came up a few times in the comments, probably more than any other comic in the recommendations for the bonus tier, so I had to start the video with it, of course. Alright, so let's pull the synopsis from Wikipedia. You gotta be a bit of a big deal to make it to Wikipedia. Quote, Sinfest is a long-running daily American comic strip by Tatsuya Ishida. It originally appeared in the Daily Bruin student newspaper between 1991 and 1994. Ishida relaunched the comic strip in 2000 by self-publishing it online as a webcomic. Sinfest has also been collected into 5 printed books. Dark Horse Comics published 2 of them in 2009 and 2011. Dark Horse? Damn, okay. We got a big one. The comic has received mixed reactions over the years on its inclusion of topics such as race, feminism, politics, and sexism. The theme themes and tone of the comic have shifted multiple times over the years, with the 1990s incarnation being regarded as especially crass. The 2000s comics are often black comedy with references made to pop culture, and in 2008 the comics began incorporating even more political and ideological themes, including radical feminism starting in 2011. In 2022, the comics content caused the author to be banned from Patreon and Twitter for hateful content. Oh damn, okay, we have a volatile, politically ideological comic for this one. Gotta start these off with the heavy hitters, huh? Now, I'm not sure if it's in favor or against this so-called radical feminism just by that description, so we'll just have to read the damn thing, huh? Alright, so it's crass and dark humor, executed rather poorly, at least in the beginning here. I'm getting flashbacks to when I reviewed the Loco Bandito. I'm only 10 strips in, and we already got the the joke is racism twice, making fun of white Southerners and black people. I wonder how this progresses, especially considering the disconnect of the art style from the earlier strips to the most recent updates. Apparently, Ishida was previously rebanned from Patreon, which, honestly, as someone that posts some spicy comics with a bit of crass and lowbrow humor over there, I think you need to try to have that happen. Maybe it's the racial humor. That's always an interesting minefield to navigate in comedy. Gender humor, though? Pfft, come on, that's child's play. But race? Yeah, that's a bit more of a touchy subject. So I'm guessing that was the nail in the coffin. I didn't really like this. The art, at least in the beginning, it's a little sketchy, black and white. Kind of reminds me of someone like R. Crumb. Later on, the art definitely improves, but it looks like way different from the beginning. I'm sure this Ishida guy is an interesting character, and this will make for a great Infamous Webcomics episode, but man, is it long. I don't know, I found it to be a bit of a nothing burger, like, whatever, the dude's a little racist, big whoop. That's just the way the world is, isn't it? Reviews? Well, over on TV Tropes, Ash Ketchup, who has read way more than I have, says, quote, "How the mighty have fallen. While I am late for the party, comparing previous Sinfest strips to the current ones is like watching the comic itself tying itself onto a boulder and jumping off a cliff into the Mariana Trench. So, to start this off, let's talk about Pre-Sisterhood. It was a rather charming comic with enjoyable characters and consistent plot. The plot focuses on Slick and Monique as it follows their relationship and all that happens around them. The characters are flawed while being rootable. While some jokes didn't land, it was still a rather charming comic with many enjoyable written arcs and stories. Now, let's get on to the Sisterhood. I'm not sure what happened to the author Pre-Sisterhood to Post-Sisterhood, but it seems like suddenly he made a radical decision to turn the script into a personal mouthpiece for his views. The problem I have with the Post-Sisterhood is simple. The messages the authors wish to push onto us and delivered ham-fistedly with little nuance, and the views he agrees with at the time he's writing is completely innocent with no sin whatsoever. Treating one side as right and the other as wrong can be rather worrisome, as that sort of idealization can lead the person to delve further and further into the extremist views of that side. And such, the opposing side's views are ignored no matter how much the person may have agreed with them. And secondly, as he turned the comic into his mouthpiece, he has pushed aside all of the character development, gag stories, and even the characters themselves to spout his opinions. If he really wanted to voice his opinions on political matters, he should have created another comic for that and built an audience for that, but rather he went ahead and warped an already existing work of his to suit that, while doing himself no effort in shifting his audience. Rather, he alienated his already existing one. I would put an ending message for my review, but I couldn't think of one that fits at all, so all I will do is put my ratings down here. Pre-Sisterhood 4 out of 5, Post-Sisterhood 1 out of 5. The only star comes from the artwork. Here's another one from VN8, quote, "Self-righteous in all the wrong places. Long story short, Tetsuya seems to be a guy that was doing his do-bro thing, then either got educated on social justice and decided to start incorporating it into his comic. From a pure enjoyment perspective, I honestly can't vouch for much of his later stuff. About 90% reads like an illustrated blurb by a social justice blogger. For the most part, this is morally good, but makes for repetitive and emotionally draining reads. What I remember of his earlier script seems pretty good, usually funny with a progressive attitude. I'm not sure what changed, though. An
archive binge on his new stuff will make you actually laugh maybe once or twice, but engender many groans through ambitiously he tosses around otherwise sensible morals. Tetsuya is certainly a complete tryhard when it comes to gender politics. He reads like the Mirror Universe counterpart to a conservative cartoonist, complete with a weeping Lady Liberty, yet however much Tetsuya views himself as a white knight, his strips will often uphold many harmful views to women. Most common of these offenses is a prominence of slut-shaming, with sex workers portrayed as falling and corrupted victims of the patriarchy rather than women who are sex workers. Slut-shaming attitudes usually seem to be an overflow of his very accurate and appreciated criticisms of the adult film industry. Sorry, it's a YouTube thing. Though, which at least, you can't say the P word, I'm serious. You say that word once, like the whole thing gets taken down. Which at least explains but does not excuse his actions. Anyway, word limit looms in the distance, which prevents me from going in depth on all these talking points, so I'll just rattle off what I can remember to put down. Also, I haven't read every single strip, so if there's any you'd like to bring up as a counter-argument, please do. Alright, here we go. No trans or genderqueer characters today, trans rights never brought up. Hatsune Impossible Rare Male Turf. Must investigate further. Pretty much everything DMH said. The part about Sarah Palin is irritating for obvious reasons. Satan has gone from a comedic representation of generic evil into just a sexist dude, which is boring to watch. Satan is a brony, and as a person who hates bronies, I like this. Not totally sure what most people more into the hardcore feminist movement would think, but his use of kill all men, etc. seems appropriative. That's all that'll fit. I encourage comments. Jesus Christ. Politics. What a nasty little fucking bastard that is. Anyways, we're going to just move on to one that I actually have already covered on this channel in the past. The Loco Bandito. I actually covered this one already, but I feel like it missing from this iceberg chart wouldn't feel like the bonus tier, you know what I mean? It feels incomplete without it, you know? Anyway, this is a series of strips created by Mike Matei. That's right. Brown Bricks, Mike Matei, the guy that encouraged James Rolfe to pursue the angry video game nerd character and post his funny reviews online, as well as help him in many classic episodes. Before being a key collaborator in the AVGN crew, he made this. So, the long and short of it is that it's about a caricature of a Mexican named the Loco Bandito who is just a raging racist. The joke is just racism. He's gone on record saying it was a bit of a tribute to a cartoonist named Johnny Ryan, who made strips of a similar nature, and some people have tried to cancel him for these. Honestly, I find these strips so ridiculously over the top that there's no way they were ever meant to be taken seriously, but the terminally online weirdos that just can't accept that their favorite content creator has changed a bit over time on the r/Cinema Massacre Truth subreddit do, indeed, take these quite seriously. Now, while I have you here, in regards to my initial review, I always kind of wanted to redo that video. As one, I found more strips after finishing that video. A good chunk of these are lost media, and two, some people thought I was making woke takes about the humor of the comic and that I was offended by the use of racial slurs. Look, I was just offended by how painfully unfunny it was. Seriously, the punchline is that the Loco Bandito says a racial slur. Aside from the busfucker strip, I really find this highly uncreative and not comedic at all. I may try to revisit some of these comics I cover on the channel in the near future. We'll see. The art, it's okay, very cartoony. There's no real in-depth reviews I could find, aside from a few YouTube videos coming up on my search, my own at the top. Hell yeah. So, we're just gonna move on for now. Unfamiliar. This is a comic by fellow art YouTuber Lavender Town. Hi everybody, it's Lavender Town. Or Haley Newsome, her real name. I like Lavender Town. She's got some fun, wholesome videos. Here's hoping the webcomic is fun and wholesome as well. Synopsis over on Tapas, quote, Little Witch Planchette is tired of living in the suburbs, so when she sees a great deal on a house in a magical town, she takes it. The only problem? It's full of ghosts. With the help of a shy siren, a cursed girl, and a pigeon witch, will she be able to exercise her new home? Her name is Planchette. That is so cute, dude. This is going to be so cute and wholesome, it's going to give me diabetes, isn't it? I expect nothing less from Lavender Town. I'll get to the first impressions, but this is definitely going to be episode 2 of my YouTuber comics series. Check out the one I did for The Masked Man's Devoro. Still waiting on chapter 2, or 1, I guess, buddy. So, yeah, where's it at, bro? Anyway, as for Unfamiliar,
I gotta stop myself from reading the whole thing so I have a fresh take on the upcoming YouTuber Comics episode. I love this one, dude. As expected, it's very cute and wholesome. So the synopsis was pretty on the nose for the story. I always found Lavender Town's art style very whimsical and storybook-esque aesthetic to it, you know, and it really shines through here. I've only met Planchette and Pinion, as well as their familiars so far, but the characters are quite charming, and the artwork is just pleasing to the eyes. Maybe after the previous video in this series we're watching right now, I just needed something like this, but this one's great so far. I can't wait to revisit it for the next YouTuber Comics episode. Reviews? Oh, hey, we got a Goodreads page. Okay. Top positive review. Denise says, quote, adorable artwork, a cute story about a little gothic food witch moving into a new home because the people around her didn't appreciate her truth. Unfortunately, her new house is riddled with the dead adjacent, in other words, ghosts. Now, as a food witch, other magical specialties, necromancy and exorcisms, are not so special for her. In fact, they are downright impossible. So, she's on the hunt for something and or someone to help evict her paranormal squatters. With sometimes the questionable guidance of her familiars, she searches her magic-friendly, not so much town for witches and can get the job done making friends along the way. Very subtle but sometimes obvious minor social commentaries alluded to and hinted at, but nothing that will hurt your eyes or brain too much. Highly recommended. Top negative review. Jess says,
I wasn't a fan of this one. It felt like the character spoke in a way that seemed fake, almost like the writer had never talked to a real woman or girl before. The emotions in the eyes are a pretty aesthetic choice, but something about them made it unsettling and strange. The art style is really pretty at times and very unsettling at others.
Well, I mean, she is a woman, isn't she? Anyway, well, I liked what I read, okay? Or maybe I was just in desperate need of a palate cleanser after reading U.S. Angel Corps and Billy the Heretic. So, moving on. Scoob and Shag. I'm guessing this one is a Scooby-Doo fanfic. My expectations are lowered because of the nature of fanfic, but hey, Mr. Boop was an endearing read, so maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. This one is by someone referring to themselves as Mystery Crew. And the synopsis is as follows, quote, Scoob and his best pal Shag are up to their usual hijinks, but everything is not as it seems in their latest adventure. Scoob and Shag is a parody, and the likeness to any trademark character are purely for satirical purposes through fair use and has no association to any existing copyrights. Well, that didn't give me much. I guess we'll just have to read it, and after reading it, okay, so speaking of Mr. Boop, this comic is giving me serious Mr. Boop vibes. It's a fanfic parody of the characters Scooby-Doo and Shaggy from long-running animated series Scooby-Doo, and it's amazing. The premise is that Scooby is just an asshole. Like, the setup and punchline flows like this. Shaggy is basically his usual self from the cartoon, being the stoner with the munchies that talks to Scooby, and Scooby treats him like garbage. But in some of them, Scooby has done some kind of extremely dark things, like letting Shaggy handle the traps for the monsters by himself, resulting in Shaggy dying, or him pulling a gun to trap the monster. It's very avant-garde and dark. Again, getting those Mr. Boot vibes. The art is interesting and unique. It's done with what I think is a crayon brush, and is black and white and cartoony, but that kind of adds to the uncanny vibes. This one's great. Thanks for recommending it. I look forward to reading the whole thing. Reviews? Yeah, they're out there, but most of them say that this story evolves from a gag strip to something on the level of an epic. So, I don't want to spoil myself or you, the viewer, by reading them, so next comic, In Our Shadow. Alright, still on Webtoon, and we got one by Kit Fox Crimson. Synopsis? You bet. Quote, in the distant future, humanity has long since passed into myth, wiped out in an unknown cataclysm. Evolving within the ruins that mankind left behind, other mammals have filled our niche, gaining the ability to reshape the world as humans once did. However, one species has been more successful at this than any other, the rats. Under their fear-induced technological domination, the world is once again on the brink of collapse. The rediscovery of ancient human knowledge is the Earth's only hope. Okay, so we got a furry dystopian sci-fi. Alright, I'm only a casual sci-fi fan, but it might be good. Let's get the first impressions underway. And, okay, after the first few pages, it's alright, I guess. In this future, rats have evolved and become this unstoppable evil force, and we start this story off by following a crew of resistance fighters, furries, of course. It's a little bit wordy and dabbles in exposition dumping, and while I got you here, I want to say that exposition dumping isn't always necessarily a bad thing. Usually in stuff like movies and word books, it can be a bit annoying, but for some reason I feel like comics can get away with it a little bit. I don't know. I just always kind of felt that way about that. Now, the key to a good info dump is to make it interesting. In Our Shadow didn't really capture that for me. But then again, I got so many more comics to get to, so I don't want to spend too much time on every single one. The art's pretty solid. I do think it could use a bit more contrast in the color, though. It's a little muddy, dark, and muted, which I suppose that was the intent with this darker story, but it kind of blends together a little bit. It's alright. Reviews? Nope. I won't mind revisiting this in the future, though. So, on to the next comic. We got a lot to get to. Selkie. This one is by a creator named Dave Warren and has been running since 2010. Respect, it takes a lot to stick to a series for that long. Synopsis? Well, the official website doesn't really have one. Luckily, our buddies at TV Tropes are coming in clutch. Quote, Selkie follows the adventures of an amphibious young girl and the man who adopts her. No one knows exactly what she is, but somehow she ended up in the municipal orphanage where she was recently adopted by Todd Smith. The comic follows her trying to adapt to her new life, and Todd and his family trying to adapt to her. Okay, seems like a slice of life with a bit of a sci-fi or maybe supernatural twist. Let's give it a shot. And not really into this one. The art's kind of rough, like really rough. It does get a bit better in the newer pages and even adds color, but the art progress over such a long period is a bit underwhelming. The biggest problem is the walls of text. There are so many walls here to make Donald Trump chub up. Like, god damn. If you want to write a book, write a book. I can't really get into this one. The synopsis was accurate, though. Thank you, TV Tropes, for that. It's a rough one. I am glad that the creator is still working on it, though. Even if it's not for me, I still like to see people being passionate about the stuff they create, and thankfully, this isn't like the stuff in the last tier of this iceberg. This is a genuine effort. Not for me, though. Reviews? Well, I found one discussion thread that's not really worth reading. It's harmless. I don't know. If this looks like something you'd read, check it out. We're going to just move on for now. Freefall. Oh boy, we got a big one. This started in 1998 by creator Mark Stanley. Synopsis from TV Tropes, because of course there isn't one on the official site. None of these ancient webcomics have one. Of course. Quote, Freefall is a long-running webcomic reaching 4,000 strips in December 2023 and still going. Started in 1998 by Mark Stanley. Starting with the April 19, 2006 strip, it's been colored by George Peterson. Set on a planet in the early stages of terraforming, strip deals with the antics of alien spaceship captain Sam Starfall, his robot friend Helix, and their Bowman's wolf engineer Florence Ambrose. Sci-fi comedy, eh? Alright, we'll give it a chance. Man, I am not feeling this one. It's executed with proficiency, very Sunday news strip kind of style in terms of story and art style. Even into the newer strips, it isn't doing much for me. Although considering it's been running for so long, I'm sure I'll find at least a few strips that'll get a mild chuckle out of me. I'm always apprehensive to read something with an overwhelming length. I've always been a quality over quantity kind of guy. That's why I'll never read One Piece. Well, the length, and because I just don't like Oda's art. There, I said it. Why read One Piece, a series that's excessively long with bad art, when you can read Berserk? A little lengthy, but reaching its final arc these days with some of the greatest manga art ever made, Studio Gaga's doing an alright job, I guess. Anyway, I just needed to shit on One Piece for a minute. Cringe-ass fan base, almost as bad as My Hero Academia. Oh boy, I can't wait to see these comments. Anyway, back to Freefall. Inoffensive is the defining trait of the series to me. It's whatever to me. Reviews? Some ancient ones. I'd like a more modern take on it. Maybe I'll review it someday. Maybe. It's super long, though. We still got a ton of comics to get to, though, so we gotta move on. Next, Lackadaisy. Oh, this one has a Wikipedia page. Big shot, huh? Make sure you subscribe to my channel so one day I can have a Wikipedia page with insane lore that you can't prove or disprove. Like that one time I used my own urine to fuel my car. Did I actually? You can't prove it now, can you? Anyway, From Wikipedia, quote, Lackadaisy, also known as Lackadaisy Cats, is a webcomic created by the American artist Tracy J. Butler set in a Prohibition-era St. Louis with a population of anthropomorphic cats. The plot chronicles the fortunes of the Lackadaisy speakeasy after its founder, Atlas May, is murdered. The comic mixes elements of comedy, crime, and mystery. It won multiple Web Cartoonist Choice Awards in 2007 and 2008, and in April 2011 it was nominated for the Eisner Award for Best Digital Comic. Sounds intriguing. Let's get the first impressions underway. And, well, the art is fantastic. It is furry, so I guess if that's not your jam, avoid it. But it doesn't bother me. It's all done in this sepia tone shading to really sell the 1920s time period. One complaint I have, though, is that it is really quite wordy in the beginning here. Obviously, words are required to tell the story here, but it feels like there could have been a bit of editing. Tell you the truth, I'm not really that into period pieces, even if all the characters are funny animal people, but I can see just from a surface overview how some people that aren't me could like this. Reviews? Yes, sir. From Goodreads, top positive review. Kaylee says, okay, I've been trying to write a review of this comic for weeks now, and I keep overthinking, rewriting, and deleting things. So maybe it's better to just say the first thing that comes into my head. A fascinating, multi-layered story, rich historical detail, well-written dialogue, unforgettable, complex characters, and some of the most gorgeous and intricate artwork I've ever seen in a comic. There's not one thing I don't love about Lackadaisy. Of all the webcomics I've read, it's one of only 3 that I would buy in book form. You're not gonna tell us what the other 2 are? Asshole. Top negative review. Alex says,
the art is really good, and the characters and backstory is brilliant, but the plot is beyond terrible. You gotta understand where these characters are coming from, why they do what they do, but it's just all dealt with such sardonic joy de... It's got me speaking French now, really? That really clashes with the material. It's a tragedy about the circle of violence and bad decisions that for reasons celebrates ads that you laugh at it completely misses the mark. I mean, it looks fine, just a case of something that's probably just, like, not for me. Next comic. Tentacles and Vodka. This one is actually a viewer's comic. Well, I guess it's good for test formatting a potential viewer-submitted webcomic review, as in webcomics by viewers, not webcomic suggestions. I probably wouldn't start doing a series like that until at least like 15,000 subs, so make sure you hit the damn button already. Anyway, let's check it out. So, this one is by Mr. Nose. I guess this person goes by Magical Potatoes over on the Discord server, which check out the channel's Discord server too. It's pretty chill over there. Anyway, we do have a synopsis. Quote, Oscar, a detective who lives within a retro dystopian world of crime and mobsters, is suddenly assigned the case of a young upcoming journalist kidnapped by the mafia, but that is not all that he must face, as Oscar must confront an old flame of the past and make the decision of whether he was to extinguish it for good in order to rescue Mabel from her captors or respark a long-awaiting passion at the expense of his career. Mystery, thriller, romance, violence. Sounds pretty cool. Alright, let's give it the good old 2-chapter try. And alright, so the synopsis is pretty apt. Reading it, it has a unique art style with these like heavy blacks and peculiar paneling that definitely improved jumping ahead to the latest updates. My only gripe is that the word balloons and text could have been better implemented. If there were thumbnail sketches made, I feel like they weren't made with word balloons in mind, which you should do. Whenever you do your rough sketches, always include the word balloon placement. That's part of the layout and should always be considered. The font spills out of the bubbles at times, and while that can be a stylistic choice, the harsh black and white of the artwork kind of clashes when words float outside of the balloons. As for the story, it's definitely intriguing, and I'm interested to see where this one goes. I also like how everyone talks like a 1930s tough guy gangster. You know the type, saying? The type that'll give a dame a good old walloping if she doesn't get her moxie under control, saying? Yeah, saying? Like that. I kind of like that. Keep it up, dude. You got something good here, but maybe work on the layout a bit more. That's probably your biggest weak point. As for your strong suit, definitely the art style stands out a lot. Thanks for recommending, but we got a lot more ground to cover. Next comic. Poorly Planned Comics. I can't believe this one wasn't on the iceberg or recommended. I added this one myself. It's an infamous webcomic with a disturbing backstory, and I'm not going to go super in-depth on this one. I feel like I should just mention it, though. The general idea is that it was kind of an absurdist comedy comic in the vein of something like
Jerk City, but the creator, under the alias, I guess, of Jack Masters, or I guess that's his real name, I gotta do a bit more research, he basically gradually became more and more mentally ill and went on to unfortunately take his own life. Yeah, it's a pretty dark one, but I feel like it should be mentioned in a Webcomics Iceberg. I do plan on doing a full video on this webcomic at some point. Until then, rest in peace, Jack Masters. Ayami. Alright, back to Webtoon. This one is by a creator by the name of Davey J, and only started late last year, if the archive is correct. Beyond Webtoon, we have our handy-dandy synopsis. Quote, meet Ayami, a perky young lass who is always out and about while wearing her trusty swimsuit, which she uses to get herself out of quite some jams that interfere with her strollful adventures. Okay, this one should be interesting, to say the least. Are we getting like a kill kind of thing going on here? Alright, let's give it a shot. And okay, I think I like this one. It's goofy. So the synopsis was pretty much on the nose, just not descriptive enough. It's a series of gag strips that involve some kind of punchline pertaining to Ayami's swimsuit, which she has on 24/7 for some reason. I wonder if there's winter strips. I like that most of these are visual gags. I'm always one for visual storytelling. I feel like the more you tell a story without words, the better of a comic artist you become. That's just how I perceive it, but it is a tough skill to develop. Davey J did pretty good here, though. The art's kind of got like a Sunday news strip vibe to it. It's a fun, light read, and some of the jokes did make me giggle. Reviews? Can't find a single one. I give it a favorable rating. Boom. I'm the first reviewer. Feels good, man. Now I get what those weirdos in the comment section are always going on about with that first jargon. Anyway, next, Eren and Milo. This one is by Zane Le Melieu, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and it looks like we got a romance. Alright. I like a romance every now and again. Let's check the synopsis. Quote, life is simple and predictable for Milo until a girl named Eren sweeps him off his feet. But will it be for better or worse? Created by Zane Lemire. Alright, let's read the damn thing. These character designs can only be defined by one word. Unfortunately, that word has been beaten to death over the past few years, so let me explain what I mean before I use the dreaded four-letter word. Every character seems to be designed to be as aesthetically unappealing as possible with intent. Perhaps there's some kind of underlying motivation to this, be that political or social commentary, or perhaps self-insertion. The characters are not enjoyable to look at in this visual medium where the way it looks is part of the total package and part of why you would view it in the first place. But before I say the dreaded four-letter word, I will note the millennial writing. As a millennial who does write, I resent this term, but I completely understand its application. The characters come off as extremely volatile for no reason, swearing is used incorrectly and makes them all just sound dumb and annoying. All the classic Reddit buzzwords make an appearance. I guarantee at some point in a later chapter the word chungus will make an appearance. Everyone seems to be a narcissistic, obnoxious twat, and they're all ugly as shit too. Woke. It's fucking woke, okay? Alright, I'm trying to avoid being sucked up into the whole culture war zeitgeist bullshit, but this is woke, alright? That's the best word. If you're gonna be the guy that says, like, well, define woke, just go check this out. This is woke, okay? It's here. This is what woke is. I haven't even met Milo yet, and I had to drop it. But, hey, if you like the woke stuff, hey, go for it, man. It's out there. You know? Maybe a little too much out there. But, you know what? If this looks up your alley, check it out, you know? It's not for me. I didn't like it. Reviews? Doesn't seem to be any. Well, here's mine. Don't like it. Kind of woke. Unappealing character designs. But, you know, once again, if this looks like your kind of thing, hey, more power to you. Check it out. Enjoy. Next comic. Huff the Dragon. Well, the story's called Huff, and the author's name is Huff the Dragon. I hope this one's a palate cleanser after that Tumblrina-ass comic. Let's see the synopsis. Quote, oh look, another isekai. You know, a guy gets transported to a fantasy world where he's OP, surrounded by hot girls, and he'll save the world. Except he's transformed into a dragon where he doesn't understand anybody and what's going on. Well, maybe not just another isekai. Isekai? Really? I fucking hate isekai. I hate it. It's a shit genre that ruined fantasy. Seriously, why can't you just have a fantasy world without some kind of bland, self-projecting, milquetoast-ass protagonist coon serving as the surrogate for the audience to spoon-feed the world building? Let the world building happen naturally and slowly and make the characters actual characters and not fucking drywall. Okay? That's my problem with practically every isekai ever. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. John out. No. Okay. Let's try reading it. Alright, my standards are in the gutter after that last one. Man, I really did not like Eren and Milo. Sorry, not sorry. As for Huff here, yeah, it's really boring. Guy wakes up, he's a fucking dragon. Oh shit. They lock him up for some reason. Oh no. Then some cat girl and Lolly come to rescue him because, of course, I'm falling asleep here. The art's okay. Kind of feels a bit like those early 2000s Western-made how to draw anime books, though. You know, serviceable enough. Isekai just really isn't for me. I actually have taste, okay? I'm just gonna move on. Awesome City. This one is by A. Stith, and the synopsis is as follows. About the boy named Ryu, he finds a spray can, but the spray can is strange. When the spray can spray lifts up out of his hand and it's open a portal to another world. He was sucked into a portal. The world looks like the city he lives in. It is called Awesome City, and Awesome City it is different from real world. A lot of crazy things can happen in Awesome City and anything is possible at any time. Either English isn't this person's first language or I think a kid made this. I'll try not to be too harsh, but forgive me if I maintain my sardonic tone. That's just the kind of guy I am. Everything is so terrible, isn't it? Here's hoping this one will at least be a little fun. Alright, let's check it out.
A few moments later.
This is the greatest fucking webcomic I have ever read in my entire life. Masterpiece. 10 out of 10. Go read it yourself. I will not spoil this experience for anyone. Unfortunately, we have to close out with probably the worst webcomic on the entire iceberg. Even worse than the last tier. But before I do, if your suggestion never showed up in this tier, it was either because I couldn't find it, or it just wasn't that interesting. So, there's that. So let's finish this. Doomsayer. This one is straight garbage. Sorry to end this one on such a terrible comic. I was actually emailed this one as a suggestion from a viewer for this finale, and I think reading the description this viewer sent sums it up somewhat. So, quote, Doomsayer. I encountered this comic late on a stormy night. It's a dark fantasy story about women with big boobs and butts fighting rad-looking creatures. There's guys, too. With a good amount of levity and political intrigue in there, too. For sure, give it a read-through on the guy's website. Apparently, the guy also has a YouTube channel where he talks about webcomics. It's interesting. He also has a Discord server and seems like a nice dude. Yeah, so, this author is some asshole named John. Dude makes YouTube videos about webcomics, icebergs, and DeviantArt browsing. I don't know, it's pretty bad stuff. As for the comic itself, well, it started in mid-2021 and only clocks in at around like 17 chapters so far. Wow, what a lazy piece of shit. The story is indeed a dark fantasy and does feature a heavily female cast with what one might call quite thick proportions. This dude clearly gets no bitches. I suppose his target demographic is skewed male, but the story, man, it is super convoluted. There's like this floating continent, there are multiple territories, the superpower is having some kind of revolutionary war, then there's this heiress from the other territory that's supposed to marry into the revolutionary family as some kind of backdoor alliance for the superpower. Then there's stuff called power metal that gives certain people essentially superpowers. Then there's these faceless creatures. Then there's this sci-fi ass dimensional merge background narrative involving cannibalism. Dimensional merge? I wonder where asshole John got that idea from, I actually covered this one in early April, and I actually interviewed the creator. He's a dick, and once again, definitely gets no bitches. I guess the art's okay. It does get a bit better over time, but it's pretty mid, to be honest. I guess read it for yourself if you want, but I did put the NSFW thing on this entry for a reason. My dude is always having the character strip. What a goddamn gooner. I guess the fan service exists to service the fans, but this comic is unapologetically hypersexual, graphically violent, and politically nightmarish. It's like the dude realized after starting to write fictional politics how real politics are the epitome of bullshit. You know, they mean nothing. It's not good. Don't read it. Okay, I'm trolling you. It's my comic. Check it out if you like. No reviews at the time of writing the script, though, but I did get a bit of fan art, though. Seems people really like the character of Alyssa, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna keep working on it and making it how I see fit, so there's that. So yeah, that's Doomsayer. Anyway, that's a wrap. What a wild ride. Thank you for watching the video. An extra special thanks if you watched the supercut all the way to the end. I'm sure that was a long one. It's probably going to be over like 8 hours long. As always, special thanks to any and all patrons. Check it out for just $1 a month. Hop onto the Discord server, link to the description to hang out with the community. It's pretty chill there. Of course, give Doomsayer a read if you dare. And if you ever want to reach out to me for anything, fan mail, hate mail, corrections, content suggestions, fan art, DeviantArt finds, so on and so forth, send it to deviantartsubmissions@gmail.com. But before you do, once again, thank you for watching this video.